right. I will call the meeting of Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council to order. It's 8:30 on August 28th, 2024. First thing on the agenda is to call the roll.
Hartwell.
I'm here.
Hartwell present. Shara.
He's here too.
Shara present. Baird.
I'm present.
Baird present. Representative Burkle.
Burkle's present.
Burkle present. Edmondson.
Present.
Edmondson present. Eggerling.
Here.
Eggerling present. Senator Herr. Holston.
Here.
Holston present. Senator Lang.
Present.
Lang present. Representative Lilly. Saxhog.
Here.
Saxhog present. Swenson.
She's stuck in traffic and trying to zoom in.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. All right.
In the black pickup.
All right. And I did see Senator Herr was online some of our meeting yesterday, just for
Yes.
the minutes.
Yeah, for sure. I got them on there.
Okay, good. I'd like a motion to approve the agenda for today.
So move. Eggerling.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Any new conflicts of interest to report today? All right. We'll get right into the hearings. Was a good meeting yesterday. I hope everyone slept well last night. I was delighted at 9:30 to get power back. I hope everyone else got power. It was out. And just a note, the order in which your comments and everything else is listed is not the order in which we're doing the hearing. So pay attention to which hearing or which presenter is coming when, and don't screw it up in your notes, or you'll regret it. So with no further ado, we'll go right into our hearings. The first is
FAO4, Hardwood Hills.
FAO4, Hardwood Hills Conservation, Habitat Conservation Program Phase 2.
Good morning, Chair Hartwell and council members, and thank you for the opportunity to present the Hardwood Hills Habitat Conservation Program Phase 2 proposal. My name is Leah Hall, and I am the Central Minnesota Conservation Program Manager at Minnesota Land Trust. With me today is John Geisler of St. John's University. This program is focused on the Hardwood Hills subsection, which is an ecologically rich landscape in west central Minnesota where our forest meets our prairie. It encompasses approximately 3.5 million acres and consists of steep slopes and high rolling hills that are formed during the last ice age when massive glaciers sculpted the region. Scattered between these rolling hills are abundant kettle lakes and wetlands. Many of these are small, but the region also contains more than 400 larger lakes. This transition zone includes a rich biodiversity of forests, prairie, oak savanna, numerous lakes and wetlands, and abundant wildlife. Abundant wildlife, including 85 species of greatest conservation need. The Hardwood Hills subsection is especially important to bird species, serving as a flyway for many migrating songbirds, waterfowl, and other migrating species. It is also critical habitat for many of our game species, including ducks, turkey, deer, and pheasants. But as you'll hear, this area, in spite of its importance to the overall health of Minnesota's wildlife, has been somewhat overlooked in our collective conservation efforts. Much of our state funding has gone into the prairies or forests for good reasons. However, there's been less attention paid to this important transition zone, and that's what this proposal aims to address. We received our first funding for this program from the Outdoor Heritage Fund in July 2023. To date, we've closed on 3 conservation easements, protecting over 134 acres and over 10,000 feet of shoreline. We've also already exceeded our leverage deliverable. Our existing funds for acquisition are fully committed with 4 additional protection projects that are progressing and which we hope to close this fiscal year. These projects will protect over 325 acres of high-quality habitat in the Hardwood Hills, which will exceed our acreage deliverables. And if you look at the back of your handout, there's a table on there that reflects our funds that have been spent or committed to date. This reflects 6 projects. We do have a 7th project that is trailing just a little bit, but will use those remaining funds. So we have seen a tremendous amount of interest in this program. We have a list that continues to grow of more landowners interested in protecting their properties with conservation easements. These are high-quality properties that we would love to be able to protect. And that's why we're here asking for more funding. We really hope to keep this momentum going. Our Hardwood Hills Habitat Conservation Program Phase 2 proposal is focused on the protection of remaining high-quality forest systems and their associated biota within the Hardwood Hills subsection of West Central Minnesota. Minnesota Land Trust and St. John's University will protect via permanent conservation easement 1,150 acres of prairie habitats within the Hardwood Hills. Our land protection work will be focused on building complexes of protected habitat by linking together protected lands into a greater whole. We're prioritizing action within areas identified within the Minnesota Wildlife Action Plan. If you have the illustration from our proposal on the back, there's a map of the Hardwood Hills. There's darker green splotches showing those areas prioritized by the Minnesota Wildlife Action Plan. One of those areas that is prioritized is the Avon Hills. That's the area shown with 2 yellow dots on there. There's actually 4 projects, but they're so close together, only 2 dots are showing. This is an area where St. John's University and Minnesota Land Trust have a longstanding partnership. This is one of the areas where we hope to prioritize for this funding. So now I'm going to turn it over to John to tell you more about our partnership with St. John's as well as the Avon Hills.
Awesome. Thanks, everyone, and it's an honor to be here. We're back a little sooner than we thought just because we had such great success. So phase 1, as Leah said, we pretty much have filled or completed all of our deliverables or close to it. And so we really have a lot of momentum in this beautiful area. So my first day on the job as a timid freshman in 1995 in the Avon Hills, I was handed a drip torch and I said, well, what do I do with this? And my boss said, don't look back. And I had this huge blaze behind me at a prairie restoration going, and it's really stuck with me. So this place is just a gem ecologically. So you have the prairies of the west meet the hardwoods of the east and the conifers of the north. So on our boardwalk loop at St. John's, you get prairie, oak savanna, deciduous forest, coniferous forest, lakes, wetlands, ponds. So it's really a unique spot in Minnesota that has a tremendous amount of development pressure on it now. So the glaciers kind of saved it from agriculture because it's rocky, terrible ag land, but development pressure now is coming west from St. Cloud and other hubs like Alexandria in the Hardwood Hills. And the time is now to really preserve these lands for future generations. So it has rare species like Blandian turtles, American ginseng, cerulean warblers, red-shouldered hawks, the list goes on. All these species that converge because of the native plant communities converge here. So just another story to kind of, when I first started my job at St. John's as a land manager, a windstorm blew down an old white oak, and we went right across the trail, so we had to cut it. And we were counting those rings, and it was 244 years old. So this oak was an acorn back in the 1770s. So just these gems of oak-dominated hardwoods are difficult to replace. So I really ask for your help in preserving them. I always go off my script here because I get so passionate about this place. But we really have a partnership here that works. So St. John's is really good at outreach and connecting to landowners. We have a strong connection to soil and water conservation districts that really know these landowners and the ones that are interested in conservation. And then once we get interested landowners in the door, Minnesota Land Trust can come in and get the conservation easement done. And we're really seeing word of mouth spread. Like, this is a process that doesn't take away my rights as a private landowner other than building development and really getting these lands protected, but it still stays in private ownership, which in the Hardwood Hills, over 92% of the land is privately owned. So this is really the way to go for conservation. Over 60% of the forests in the Hardwood Hills have been converted, and we're really looking to save these last big patches. So if you look at aerial photos, you'll see kind of matches on the green conservation areas you see on the map. Those are the priority areas that are still there and really need to be conserved. So really, just in closing, we're here today because just over a year into our phase one, we've got a lineup of interested landowners that'll pretty much use up phase one, and the time is now to act on phase two before we lose this window of opportunity. We have the right partners. We have a great process. We use reverse bidding, so we get the most bang for your buck. Landowners we leverage donated value as they complete these conservation easements. And I just want to thank you again for all the great work you do in Minnesota. So with that, I think I'll close.
Great. Any questions? Sharon?
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Suzanne, I don't know where that came from.
It's okay. I've been called worse.
Oh, good.
So just a real quick question on valuation. So what is the average cost per acre of some of your easements?
It does really vary. So we do use an appraisal process. We get a before and after appraisal completed. So it does vary based on the size of the easement, how many wetlands are there. So a property that has more wetlands would be valued less from a conservation easement perspective than, let's say, upland forest. So there's a really wide range, and I could share those more specific numbers in a follow-up, but I don't have an average offhand.
Okay, thank you.
What's the range?
That's what, I don't have that, that range with me, but I could follow up on that.
Great.
Thank you.
Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, we throw this word easement around a lot. I'm kind of curious, a landowner there in that area, he signs the easement, does that mean he can't do any forest management work? He can't cut trees down? Or he can cut trees down, or can he plant any other trees? Can he cut any down? Can he allow some hunting and fishing if he wants to? What can't he do when he signs an easement?
Yeah, so typically our easements restrict development. They restrict most agricultural use, although at times we allow hang and grazing. If we allow that, that would be with a conservation hang and grazing plan, so that would have some restrictions with it. We also developed a habitat management plan for all of our easements. And so that would help us determine what is allowed. So taking down some trees, let's say diseased trees, that would definitely be allowed. We do have some working forest easements, so we don't have any in this program area currently, but that would be if there's more of a commercial use for those easements. But from a habitat management perspective, we do allow some cutting and definitely some planting of trees where it makes sense ecologically.
Mark?
Hey, Mr. Chair, I was just to Baird's question. I think on page 13, you'll see the table 5 has the average cost per acre and resource type. Protection and easement is at $4,473.
Okay.
Amongst all the other data that we get,
Okay, thank you.
assuming I'm reading it.
Yeah, I was just looking because I went to the wrong table. I went to acres, not price. You're right, 4,473 is the estimated average. And I assume that does not include leverage.
That's correct. So we always try and get landowners to donate, and so we do use a reverse bidding system where we seek donative value in there too.
Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm looking at this as $5.1 million request. for 134 acres. That's a lot of money for not a whole lot of property. And if it's $4,400 an acre, I'm assuming that the rest of it goes into some sort of restoration work. Because if you look at the abstract and it says what kind of work is going to be done in the proposal, it really doesn't tell me what kind of work. The proposal just said what kind of, really it says what kind of landscape is there. It talks about the forests, the wetlands, all that stuff, but it doesn't lay out what work. Unless it's going to be $40,000 an acre, because that's
Oh,
how the math works.
It's, I think it's 1,150 for the acres protected.
It says 134 on the handout.
Those are the acres that we've protected so far with our current allocation. So our phase one funding, to date, we've protected 134 acres.
Okay. Okay, that's confusing. And then the other thing is, I think we find ourselves, I mean, you guys said several times, this is to stop expansion of the cities, and we gotta be careful with that. We're doing that again. We gotta stop the expansion. It's like, okay, we're gonna protect the property, whether it's right next to a city, whether it's within a city boundaries. I think that's important too. We have to start thinking about it logically in that way. Otherwise, we're gonna be a very strange council when we're just trying to stop city expansion and using apparently $168 million to do so. It's kind of weird.
I think we're trying to protect habitat and enhance the value of what is developed to some degree. You want to live in a
Possibly, yeah, there you
community
go.
that has open space.
Yeah.
But I agree with your terminology, you know, we don't want to stop things, we want.
And there is several of the proposals that.
I know.
That talk like that.
There are some terms that I cringe over as well. Any other questions?
Yep.
Hang on. I can't see you, Dudley, so I'm making sure. Oh, you do have your hand up. You weren't showing on my screen, but I was checking.
That's right.
Please,
Good
Dudley.
morning, everybody. Yeah, my question is just about public access. And I mean, I know we heard yesterday, sometimes, with easements and landowners, there's not much, if any public access to some of these spaces. And so I was just curious if you, of these 1,000 some acres, what, how much of it has access for public, either hunting or, hiking, bird watching, any of that kind of stuff.
So with our conservation easements, they remain private property. So the landowner can continue to hunt and fish on the property, but it's not open to the public. We do prioritize conservation easements that are adjacent to other permanently protected land, including public land. So we hope that our conservation easements do enhance the experience on public lands too, as well as our lakes and streams.
Is there any adjacent public land to this area that you know of?
Yeah, so there's wildlife management areas, there's scientific natural areas that will sometimes abut private conservation easements. Yep.
But I mean, this particular area that we're talking about funding.
Yeah, I can speak to the Avon Hills. So some of our recent easements butt up to scientific natural areas that are open to the public. Also, in past proposals, wildlife management areas have been right next to conservation easements. But again, those would not be, those are private conservation easements.
Okay.
Other questions? All right, thank you very much. John, nice to see you.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
FRE 02, Carver County, Lake Minnewaska Regional Park Management Unit 1, Oldfield Restoration. I realized I talked about this yesterday and really screwed everybody up mentioning it, so I apologize, but we're here now. You probably weren't listening when I
No, sir, Mr. Chair, I missed that.
Well, I'm so happy. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, my name is, and members, my name is Marty Walsh. I'm the Carver County Parks and Recreation Director. For reference, Carver County is located in the southwest portion of the metropolitan area and includes the cities of Chaska, Chanhassen, Victoria, Carver, Waconia, just sort of, I'll say, a bit of reference. Carver County manages 3 regional park areas totaling about 1,200 acres. Our application is for restoration of an old field site that dates back to the 1930s. Within Lake Minnewaska Regional Park, which is a 340-acre natural resource-based park on the shores of Lake Minnewaska, the park is over a mile worth of shoreline, which is located between highways 5 and 7, which is quite a developed area. There is no charge to enter the park, and it has an annual visitation of 360,000 user visits. Activities include boating, fishing, swimming, picnicking, hiking, birding, and other forms of nature observation, as well as cross-country skiing. Carver County made application to the Lessard-Sams Altered Heritage Council due to the strong desire to restore the 29 acres of this old field site within the park to a higher ecological function. In 2023, Carver County invested in a comprehensive natural resource management plan for the park, and that plan was completed earlier this spring. The area to be restored is what's called as management unit number 1 in this plan. This area is primarily consists of scrub brush, red cedar, and is dominated by green ash, as well as other non-native woody species such as common buckthorn. The application to the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council for funding restoration management unit number 1, if successful, is of a size that is appreciable to the public, creates a significant habitat, and importantly anchors future restoration work in the park. We would like this initial investment in ecological restoration to serve as a flagship example, not only for the park, but for all of Carver County. A successful application starts a robust restoration work for the park and the program. In responding to evaluators' comments made in our application, like many areas, EAB disease is prolific in the park. A tree survey is recommended to get an accurate count for dialing in removal costs and to better identify and to record what existing trees and native plants are to be saved and which ones are to be avoided and removed. The park is also blessed with its fair share of buckthorn and other invasives. We will need to continually monitor and set aside funds and personnel time to remove invasives such as buckthorn. We will realize this work by ongoing we realize this work will be ongoing after the grant funds have been expended. We did make an error in the application contract amount. The amount is $809,000, not the $605 that's indicated in the narrative portion of the application. The price per acre restoration is based on real-world experience and market data for a diverse seed mix to provide habitat for a wide and diverse list of targeted species and pollinators. The green ash domination and buckthorn infestation in the area of the park is prolific and will likely need to be cut, treated, and piled by hand as opposed to using heavy equipment due to the high use in the area of the park. The level of handwork can drive up the cost significantly. The hand removal approach, we believe, will lead to a stronger success with the project. We could look to value engineer some of the costs downward by selecting a less diverse seed mix or to use mechanical equipment to approach the removals. We believe that the funding request offers the best chance of the project success to provide habitat for species identified in our natural resource management plan, such as the long-eared bat, rusty patch bumblebee, and other specialist pollinators. Regarding leveraging of additional funding, the grant application mentioned that we would like to collaborate Parks and Trails funds with the project. We have unexpended grant dollars from other projects that are wrapping up, and we could seek an amendment to an existing grant. Additionally, the county can direct other funds from an existing grant for EAB tree removal of $26,000 as a way of kind of partnering up some of the funding. We could also dedicate a small amount of our professional service budget towards this project. Here's what we can propose. we can apply for, seek an amendment for $50,000 of Parks and Trails funds, pending Metropolitan Council approval on an amendment. We can again apply the $26,000 grant, existing grant that we have for EAB and removal and tree replacement towards the project. And we can apply over a 3-year period, $15,000 in professional services to execute the project. Carver County will hire a reputable firm to design the plans for restoration and specify in the plans that neonicotinoid seeds and chemicals are not to be used. Further, we will mandate contractors submit seed tags and herbicide labels for inspection by county staff before use or installation on the project. Carver County does not use neonicotinoid products in its park areas. After the project is funded, Carver County will need to make an ongoing commitment to remove invasive species. This will become a part of our yearly work plan for the park, similar to how we assign other park work. So with that, Mr. Chair and members, I'd open it up for questions.
Great, are there questions?
I have one, David.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You listed a bunch of different grants that you can get. So maybe why are you here then if you have all? But I also noticed for leverage from Carver County is 0. So Carver County doesn't care if they get this or not? They don't want to put anything into it themselves?
Mr. Chair and members, yes, you know, I would say our budget cycle for the 2024 season it's been committed. We don't have, I'll say, uncommitted dollars within our general fund dollars. What we can do is look to what I'll say is our other resources for existing grants that look like they're going to have surplus balance in those grants and apply those funds towards the project. So Carver County does care about, I'll say, its restoration work. The area in which we are able to, what I'll say is apply county general fund tax dollars towards a project is in the area of our professional service line item budget for the project.
Other questions? Go ahead.
Mr. Walsh, you mentioned that the budget was incorrect and contracts instead of 605,400 should be 809,000, is that correct?
809,000 is correct.
And then how would that affect the rest? I mean, would supplies and materials change, reduce, or I'm just trying to figure out how the number stays at 863 with, for the ask with this budget change on contracts. Is the ask moving up or did other budget lines reduce?
So, Mr. Chair and members, our contract value would be 605. Then we have another professional services of about 48,600. We would be applying direct services of what we can do in-house of 2,800. And then the materials and supplies would be 206,500.
Okay, so that's what it states on the application right now. So your contracts is 605,400, but just a moment ago, I thought you mentioned that that's incorrect.
That 605,400 is incorrect. I mean, the actual contract amount is 605,400 is correct, Mr. Chair. I think the total is what we had wrong.
Oh, at the bottom line, the grand total instead of 863,300 should be 809.
Instead of 809.
All right, very good, thank you.
809.
Any other questions? All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair and members.
Next is FA01, Minnesota Forest Recovery Project Phase 3. Go ahead.
Okay, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. And thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal with you today. My name is Jim Manolis, and I'm the Director of Forest Programs for the Nature Conservancy. And joining me here today is Nate Ide, Lake County Land Commissioner, and Chris Dunham, my Associate Director based in Duluth.
Not easy being me.
So our project addresses some of the urgent and challenging questions and conditions we see in the forest across northern Minnesota right now. Some of you may recall that in 2021, when we presented our phase 2 proposal, the Greenwood fire was raging up north and smoke was heavy in the air. And that was just one example of the risks and the conditions we see in the forest. And since then, the risks have only increased. For example, the spruce budworm issue. The annual outbreak has increased. In 2021, it was at 200,000 acres. Now it's at 700,000 acres. The emerald ash borer is marching north. We've been hearing a lot about this. There's just an infestation discovered near Silver Bay. And just past last fall, there was an infestation discovered in Cass County. Marching north, it's troublesome. Emerald ash borer could kill more than 1 billion trees in 1 million acres of forest in Minnesota. This would have devastating impacts for forests, wildlife, watersheds, and carbon storage. Another issue we've talked about quite a bit is simply lack of diversity in the forest. And this leads to low resilience in many cases and makes it hard for the forest to adapt to climate change. And climate change really is the big one that exacerbates all of the other challenges we're seeing in the forest. But fortunately, we've made good progress in addressing these challenges in phases 1 through 2 of our projects. Actions carried out with partners include tree planting to diversify the forest on many types of sites, including birch stands and ash stands, tending planted trees, reducing fire risk by cutting dead balsam, and targeted prescribed burns. So in phases 1 to 2 of the program, we've enhanced over 15,000 acres of the forest to increase habitat value for diverse game and non-game species. And we exceeded targets for both phases. And as part of this, for both phases, we planted over 2.4 million trees with the Outdoor Heritage Council money. As part of phase 2, we also have about a 700-acre conservation easement project in the works. Expect to close that in the winter or spring. And we have several more in the pipeline. So in phase 3 that we're proposing today, we're really called to scale up even more. These challenges are persistent and getting larger, and we really see a need to scale up. So we'll continue to work to diversify the forest through tree planting and tending, but we'll put a larger emphasis and I'd say more expensive emphasis on budworm impacted stands and ash stands. It's going to take a lot of work, but we do have a demonstrated ability to manage a large workflow and move sites through our refined system and pipeline of partner coordination, site identification, mapping, reconnaissance, and then on-the-ground action. It takes a lot of contracting work and staff work to pull this off in coordination with partners. So our phase 3 goals will be to enhance an additional 21,000 acres of degraded and at-risk forests and protect an additional 1,600 acres of forest through conservation easements. So to reach this level of work, we're requesting $10.28 million. 80% of that goes to habitat enhancement and 20% to the conservation easement component. So next, Nate Ide will speak a bit about the Lake County perspective of our project.
Thanks, Jim. Thank you, Chair Hartwell, council members. My name is Nate Ide. I'm the Land Commissioner for Lake County. Lake County is the home of 2 harbors in Silver Bay on the shores of Lake Superior. Lake County goes all the way up to the boundary waters north to Canada. I'm here today in support of the Minnesota Forest Recovery Project Phase 3. I'm an active collaborator in the project, and I also speak for other partners that benefit from the project. The far northeastern tip of Minnesota, especially Lake County, face many forest challenges. For example, Lake County is under 2 quarantines for the spongy moth as well as the emerald ash borer. We're facing a large spruce worm budworm breakout that is defoliating and killing most of the balsam fir and some of the spruce. Forest management in this area is becoming difficult with soft timber markets and a reducing logging workforce. Our self-sustaining forest management is increasingly difficult with the challenges we're facing. However, thanks to the work Nature Conservancy has done in the past year, we are now able to address current issues and give our forests the best possible chance for current and future success. TNC is a well-oiled machine when it comes to forest enhancement. TNC is able to form strong collaborations among the agencies in the area. The collaborations help by coordinating the strengths of each agency. For example, my department owns a former Forest Service tree nursery warehouse. The warehouse is used to store over 1 million seedlings that are planted each spring. Another collaboration is the input received from wildlife biologists from DNR and Forest Service. Because they do the work in the area, they're able to gain huge efficiencies in the operations. Where we once had to wonder if our planting crews when they would show up, the crews are now here all spring because there's enough work for them to do and to keep multiple crews busy. Additionally, my department is totally self-funded through timber and land sales. In a soft timber market, there's no way I could accomplish the reforestation work without the help of Lessard-Sams and Nature Conservancy. I most likely wouldn't be able to plant any trees because my budget has been so tight in the past few years due to the soft timber markets. TNC, through the support of Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council, has made a significant positive impact on forest health and habitat in Lake County and surrounding areas. In summary, Lake County supports the Minnesota Forest Recovery Project Phase 3 for the sake of a healthy forest, wildlife habitat, our local residents, and the many visitors who come to the North Shore. Thanks.
Thanks, Nate. Mr. Chair, members, I'm Chris Dunham with the Nature Conservancy. I manage our Duluth office and responsible for much of the implementation of the enhancement work. I'm going to give you an example of a few specific actions that we take on parcels, some details of how the Forest Recovery Project is making the northern forest resilient, ensuring it can bounce back after an insect outbreak, fire, disease, and continue providing nature and people with high-quality habitat, clean water, and rejuvenating places to hike, hunt, fish, and work. One of our parcels is 55 acres along the Knife River, which is an important trout and steelhead stream and a tributary to Lake Superior. Historically, a parcel like this would have hosted 7 or 8 tree species, some capable of growing 100 feet tall and living for centuries. But in modern times, only short-lived aspen and balsam fir were present on this parcel, which is a common example of a forest that's compromised compared to its potential for diversity and habitat values. The balsam fir here was all dead or dying from the recent spruce budworm outbreak. Without Forest Recovery Project and Outdoor Heritage funds, the land manager wouldn't have many options to leave that forest better than they found it. Facing tens of thousands of acres of insect-killed trees and with minimal markets for the wood, foresters in northeast Minnesota are in triage mode. A stand like this, the most likely course of action would be to set up a timber sale to harvest the aspen, get some of the value out of that, and cut the dead balsam if they could. This would at least regenerate some trees on the site, but without funds available for improvement, the next generation of land managers would be left with a low diversity, underperforming forest that is still vulnerable to insect and disease, or the next insect and disease. On this particular site, we still employed a local logger, but only to cut and pile the dead balsam fir, creating space where we planted a bunch of species that are chosen for resilience, like white pine, red oak, bur oak, yellow birch, white spruce, and white cedar, getting us closer to that 7 or 8 important species. We protected the trees from deer browse, and we'll be back with brush saws in the 3rd year to cut competing vegetation, the regrowth from around the planted trees that will help ensure their survival. Tree species diversity is the key to resilient forests. Nature is inherently resilient and responds so well when we invest in giving it a boost in the right direction. We're doing this with forest recovery funds on hundreds of parcels up and down the North Shore trout streams, along inland lakes, in the footprint of the Greenwood Fire, along Scenic Highway 61, cleaning up in the wake of spruce budworm and diversifying the understory as emerald ash borer moves north. We don't want to see the management of our forest of bugs and crud. We're grateful for the legacy that you have left and the 2.4 million trees that you have planted so far in phases 1 and 2. We ask for your support in phase 3 of this project as we see a critical need for scaled up enhancement work and targeted land protection. thank you, and we'd be happy to take questions now.
Great, questions? Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jim, I got a couple questions. So, you mentioned the expansion of the spruce budworm from impact from 100,000 to 700,000 acres. Now, the vast majority, if I remember the ownership complex, it's largely federal, with a lot of state and county mixed within, and then private supply. You looked at the match, leveraging opportunities, and I guess what I'm looking for is, one, what's the federal response to this? Are they upping their game that isn't noticed in your match or in your leveraging component? Second, with that increased fuel load, are you able to access fire dollars for some of this work on top of this, both either state and or federal?
Mr. Holston, members, thank you for the question. Yeah, great question. One example here is we worked, Superior National Forest submitted a proposal, an internal proposal to the tune of $25 million. They're waiting to hear about that. That came after we submitted a proposal, so we weren't able to include that as leverage. Of course, it's a proposal in the works, but that's the kind of thing we would certainly want to include as leverage. We were part of the proposal. Some of the funds would flow through TNC to leverage this kind of work. And so that's the kind of thing we're seeking. We have other opportunities, and Chris, I think, can speak to some other funds that the forests have, and I think Nate can speak to the issue more broadly as well.
Yeah, I mean, if I could quickly, the fuel issue is big and is gathering a lot of attention, and there'll be some money for that. But that's sort of step one, is cleaning up some of this fuel, and then what we're looking at, well, then what's next? You know, what do we do afterwards? Because now we've got, you know, it's a big issue, but it's also a restoration opportunity, because we'll have some of that balsam will be removed, and now we can come in with a diverse mix of tree species, tend those, and really set the forest in a better direction, so that we're not just looking at a similar issue down the road.
Okay, I'm not sure I get it.
I can see a follow-up question.
Well, I'm not quite sure. Maybe I'm not. Are these dollars going to deal with some of the fuel load and restoration, or is this just about restoration?
It could be both. Okay. Yep. It's very site dependent, and the balsam fir, we're developing sort of a list of menus. You know, each site has different characteristics, and so we'll be able to apply different tools based on what we find on the ground.
And are these dollars being utilized on state county land, or are they going into the federal lands also?
All three.
All of the above.
When will we know about the federal investment or potential?
Expect to, I mean, we thought we'd know by now, but we're waiting.
And lastly, Jim, I don't know the answer to this. Is the state still third-party certified on lands, on forest lands?
Yes.
Forest land management?
Yeah.
With the changing of the species, you're changing the landscape of what's there. And so is that, you're talking about putting species that aren't currently on that landscape and changing the forest makeup. Does that potential have an impact on that certification?
Just want to clarify one, we're actually not moving species that are not presently there. So we're in one part of what we do is we move genetic material or seeds that are sourced from further south, and we move those into further north. So that's one aspect of what's called assisted migration. It's sort of the lightest version of assisted migration, and we do that. And we also plant some species that aren't as abundant in the north, like some of the oaks, and they're there, but they're just not as abundant, so we're planting those more. But I don't believe, I guess I'd have to find out what the certification standards are in that.
I understand.
I think, I know that what we're doing is acceptable, and there may be some restrictions on more extreme versions of assisted migration, where maybe you're moving some species from much further away.
Okay. And just lastly, when I look at your last appropriation and dollars out the door, your request is a big ask. And it's not that you're not doing the work, I get that, it's just, I'm trying to understand capacity. You've got a big ask, and I get it, you got a big problem that is emerging.
Yep.
And I'm not I just wanna make sure you can do it.
Yep.
Get it.
Yep, we're confident we could do this, but we've been growing rapidly over the past decade, and we've really got the capacity to mobilize additional funds and get the work done on the ground, and I'm confident with that.
Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm interested again in the 25 million that the federal government has said they were gonna appropriate. Where is that exactly? I mean, is that on the president's desk, or is that just something they're dreaming about?
I believe it's in the regional forester's office in Milwaukee, and I don't think the 25 million, I mean, that was the ask. It was part of it's called the Collaborative Wildfire Risk Reduction funding source. And what I do know is northern Minnesota has the highest fire risk of any of the eastern states, of the states that are part of the Region 9, which is the office is based in Milwaukee. So I know that the Superior National Forest asked more than anybody did, in that, but sometimes things move slowly in the federal government, and so we're waiting, and we're hopeful that some money will be provided through that source and would be leveraged to this.
So is the 25 million just for the Superior, or is that everything out of the regional office?
The Superior proposed 25 million. The total amount, I believe, for what was available was something like 200 million for that region. So, so there's, it's part of this collaborative wildfire risk reduction funding source. And so we're hopeful something will come through there. I can't make any guarantees.
Thank you.
So I have a couple questions. I looked at the money remaining from the last appropriation, and it's like you haven't spent a whole lot. What's going on?
So when we submitted the proposal, we had, there's basically just been a time lag in spending. We had a lot of spending this spring and this summer, and so we're at nearly 50% of available funds right now. And we tend to spend more heavily in the latter years of a phase, so we've been ramping up. We're expecting to get to 80% by next July, and that'll be and we'll essentially need the funds to keep moving forward and keeping consistency and momentum going with the project, and fund a new phase at that time. We also expect a large conservation easement to be completed by then, which will take a good chunk of the funds as well.
So if you got the $10 million, would it take you 4 years to spend the 80%? Because that's what you're talking about in the 2022 appropriation.
We would certainly ramp up and spend faster than that.
Okay. I might have it wrong, but it looks like your proposal is proposing to actually remove ash trees that are dying. And I, for the life of me, can't understand why someone would try to remove all the ash trees, because they're all gonna die, they're all gonna decompose, they're not a fire risk, and it's a huge expense to remove them. Did I read that wrong?
Mr. Chair, I can speak to that. So as with the balsam for the ash, it's sort of, you show up on the site and then develop your prescription. But we know some of these sites, the main interest is in diversifying that understory. So we've got something left that will replace that ash. And some species need a little more light than the current canopy is providing it. So there could be some thinning. We've looked at some stands where it's already pretty good. You know, we can come in with a hydroax type of equipment in the winter and cut the brush, and there's plenty of light without reducing the canopy, but in some cases we might need to create some gaps. So it's not like we need to come in there and really do much, but we need to at least give the trees that we've picked, the swamp white oak and the other species that we're seeing are kind of have the best chance at adding that diversity. We're gonna need to give them some light.
Okay. We're very aware of the prevailing wage issue and have heard that it will be a problem on federal property. How are you going to deal with the Minnesota prevailing wage and the federal prevailing wage and rectifying that? If we give you money, are you going to be able to spend it?
Mr. Chair, yeah, I could take that one too. So, you know, we've got good relationships with our vendors, so we're providing what we need to in terms of Department of Labor and Industry says, here's what you need to provide to vendors, here are the wages, and asking them to bid accordingly. Some of them have told us, you know, well, it's not that big of a deal. You know, a lot of our operators make pretty close to that. And then in other situations, we've just got a line item or a task on our RFP that spells out, here's the prevailing wage, you know, bid accordingly, and it's, you know, it doesn't change, it changed personnel for them, obviously, and somewhat drastically, because.
But if you're getting a part of the 25 million and you're getting money from the state of Minnesota, whose prevailing wage are you gonna use? Because there's a different federal versus state prevailing wage. How do you rectify that so that you're not stuck and unable to spend any money because you don't know what to do?
Yeah, well, we're dealing with it now. You know, we've got browse protection bids that are due, and we've made it clear that we will have to pay, the rule is we have to pay state prevailing wage for outdoor heritage funds.
And that doesn't create a federal problem.
No, it doesn't create a federal problem. There's some separation there. The issue might come up where if you have, because the Nature Conservancy is, you know, we're spending these outdoor heritage funds, it's our project, we're not subcontracting with the Forest Service, where then they're gonna get bound up by, well, whose rule do we use? You know, this is straightforward, we're gonna use state prevailing wage.
Okay. I noticed there's a $45,000 per easement stewardship cost for forest easements. And a forest easement is one of the easier easements to monitor and enforce because you pretty easily see whether or not it's been followed. How do you come up with the highest number I've ever seen in my life for easement stewardship on one of the easier easements to monitor?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I was advised to err on the high side, and you know, it's definitely better to have a higher estimated rate than go low. There are some cases where you do have complicated easements, even in forest situations, and I'll admit it's probably a little bit on the high side, but we wouldn't expend more than is necessary in one of those sites.
But you've calculated it 45,000. Why are you going to calculate it at less once we give you the money? You need to justify to me that we ought to spend 45,000.
Sure. It's certainly site dependent, and it varies by easement, what you actually spend on those.
That's not an answer that makes sense to me. I'm giving you the opportunity to justify 45,000 for an easement when I've never seen, it's almost double anything else I've ever seen.
And I'd have to get back to our real estate folks, and I can get you an answer that they would give. But my understanding is that we would not, it's not a flat fee that we just charge. It's based on the uniqueness of each easement, and it's not a simple, we would charge that. I have seen certainly, I've seen it range, 25 to 35 and frankly, I was advised incorrectly probably to err a little on the high side on this, but we would not spend more than necessary.
I would recommend you clarify it, because now I've raised everyone's concern, and probably everyone would like to know how you're calculating that. Sorry about that. Any other questions? Great, thank you very much.
Where do you see the 45?
Next is FA05, Camp Ripley Sentinel Landscape ACUB Protection Program Phase 13. As I said, we are really jumping around here, so.
Thank you for noticing.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Good morning, council members, Mr. Chair, staff. On behalf of the Camp Ripley Sentinel Landscape Partnership, we want to thank you for the opportunity to present our proposal to you and ask for your support of our Phase 13 Camp Ripley Sentinel Landscape ACUB partnership. I'm here today with part of our protection team, including the Director of Operations for the Minnesota Department of Military Affairs, Lieutenant Colonel Eric Ockman, Josh Pennington with Camp Ripley, Destiny McDonald, and myself from the Morrison Saltwater Conservation District Office. In 2004, our partnership started. It was very unlikely, right? A military installation in the Saltwater Conservation District. But we were started to limit rural land development around camp and to reduce land use conflicts with the military operations. What we developed from our ACUB program really has been something that we were able to achieve multiple natural resource benefits. We could expand our conservation offices, efforts that were already happening in our office, and especially with sustainable forestry management beyond the ACUB boundary. Our ACUB program, because of your continued support, is the most successful ACUB program in the country. We took our program a step further in 2016 when Camp Ripley was designated as a Camp Ripley Sentinel Landscape, one of now 18 in the nation. This designation by both the state government and the federal government has led to additional coordination, leveraging ability, and impact in our 10-mile boundary, which is the CRSL. This large working landscape is 805,000 acres. It's located along 50 miles of the upper Mississippi headwaters in north central Minnesota, where the historic Prairie meets forested lands. Most of the land surrounding the 53,000 acre hub of Camp Ripley is privately owned. It's managed by private landowners who have a strong connection to their land. It's also inhabited by resident and migratory wildlife species and surrounded by wetland complexes, lake systems, and other major tributaries to the Mississippi River. The forested region that we're proposing this work in spans 3 counties, including Cass, Crow Wing, and Morrison. And it's, again, where that agricultural area transitions into the northern woods. Our work area also includes the Highway 371 corridor that connects Little Falls to the Brainerd, Baxter, and Northern Lakes area. We get this work done one easement at a time. Years of relationships that have been built on trust and the willingness of these landowners to forego making the maximum amount of money that they could by selling parts of their land for development of homes. But it's more than just landowner support. We are doing everything we can to make sure that taxpayer money is used wisely. We have 350 landowners and growing on our interest list, but we're only working with the highest quality parcels. We have a metrics and a ranking system that we use that really looks for large habitat complexes to reduce that future fragmentation. Our work area has been limited to the 5 miles around Camp Ripley so that the concentration of easements provide land scale benefits and will allow for protection of larger scale parcels that are at imminent threat of conversion. Almost 50% of our landscape is now in some sort of permanent protection. The forested land in our Camp Ripley Sentinel landscape is 35.5%, but only 0.5% of that is actually in public lands. So easements and private land restoration are critical in protecting larger percentage of the landscape's forested habitat. This proposal will utilize Bowser Rim Conservation permanent easements. And it will acquire 1,900 acres of high-quality habitat in order to accomplish permanent protection on 25 parcels. This project directly addresses two primary causes of SIGIN declines, which are habitat fragmentation and climate change impacts. Lands in this proposal are also occupied by one federally listed species, the northern long-eared bat. This effort will be in coordination with our CRSL partnership, Bowser, and the Morrison Soil and Water to ensure habitat corridor easements that will action the goals of the State Wildlife Action Plan, local landscape stewardship plans, local water plans, and our Camp Ripley Sentinel Landscape Strategic Plan. And it isn't just important for us or for these landowners, but it's also important for the residents of St. Cloud, Minneapolis, St. Paul, when these corridors along the Mississippi River are protected. That's their source water, that's their drinking water. We are keeping forests to ensure they are long into the future without increased fragmentation, while also giving these landowners technical assistance that they need to manage and support their forests into the long term. The Lieutenant Colonel can go into more detail about why we need your support, but you cannot even begin to imagine how much more good work gets done in our landscape because of the funds you entrust us with. To put it simply, your funding is foundational to our program's success. Without state funding, we cannot demonstrate to our federal funders of our state's commitment to our strategic plan.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hartwell. My name is Lieutenant Colonel Eric Affman. For the record, I'm the Operations Director for the Department of Military Affairs. On behalf of General Sean Mankey, the Adjutant General for the state of Minnesota, I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to hear us today and to put forward our testimony. I'd like to thank you again for the opportunity. The Minnesota National Guard's mission at Camp Ripley, specific to the Sentinel landscape, is to protect Camp Ripley's current and future military training mission while protecting and enhancing the natural resources. The Minnesota National Guard's military mission is to fight and win America's wars while in federal service and provide a capable and versatile force in state service. To accomplish these missions, the National Guard requires training space. Major General Ellard Walsh, commonly known as the founder of the father of the National Guard, with the assistance of the Minnesota legislature and Senator Christian Rosenmeyer back in 1931 acquired 12,000 acres on the west bank of the Mississippi. This began the footprint for what is now Camp Ripley, a footprint that's expanded to 53,000 acres at its current size. Camp Ripley primarily supports the training of Minnesota Army and Air National Guard units, but also provides training resources for members of the other 53 states and territories, the U.S. Army Reserve, the active Army, other service components, including the U.S. Navy and Marines. In 2023, Camp Ripley hosted nearly 400,000 person days in training for DoD personnel. Simply put, if you converted that to full-time equivalents, that would be another 1,000 individuals working full-time training at Camp Ripley. Camp Ripley also has some other assets. They have a traditional runway airstrip for airplanes to land on, but they also have an expeditionary strip or a dirt strip that they can land on. This allows aircraft training in conditions that simply can't occur in major metropolitan areas. In addition, Camp Ripley serves as the primary training academy for the Minnesota State Patrol Troopers Academy, the DNR Enforcement Officers Program, the Minnesota Department of Transportation Snowplow Training, and several other law enforcement volunteer organizations. Simply stated, Camp Ripley is a centralized training location that supports both state, federal, and local training. As Shannon stated, the Camp Ripley Sentinel landscape focuses on the needs of communities and the common interests in a defined geographical landscape. Successful stewardship collaboratively builds organizational and community capacity, increases landowner trust, and motivates landowners to support the programming suited to their needs while supporting the application of future protections that support the environment. In many other states, the pressure of urban sprawl and community growth has caught up to training installations. For example, in the towns of Salt Lake City and Provo, Utah, their training space, Camp Williams, has been approached by both the north and south of those two urban sprawls from those cities. Having a much smaller footprint, they feel the constant strain of urban development on both the northern and southern boundaries of their installation. We've seen a rapid expansion of the Baxter and Brainerd Lakes area on Camp Ripley's northern boundary, and this only emphasizes that we must continue to invest in the land and environmental easements that help create the buffer between the military training space and the community. We're committed to this partnership and collaboration effort. It's the efforts of all the teams, including the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council, the Camp Ripley Sentinel Landscape, the Morrison County Soil and Water Conservation District, and the Minnesota National Guard. Camp Ripley is an irreplaceable asset for the state of Minnesota. It supports the required military training while achieving environmental strategies to preserve our natural resources. Again, I'd like to thank the council for their time today, and we'll stand by for any questions.
Great. Questions? Let's see, is it?
I have a question, Mr.
Jean?
Chairman.
Suzanne,
Thank you. Fred, George, whatever works.
I'll answer as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for this presentation on the Sentinel Landscape, which is an incredibly important program. But I'm a little confused about some of the information in your proposal. In a couple of locations, it talks about permanently protect 1,900 acres and fund restoration and enhancement activities. But when I look at your output tables, there's nothing in here about enhancement or restoration as outputs. Can you clarify that for me?
Mr. Chair, council member, so the primary targeted lands for these easements are forested. Sometimes we do have acres that were previous hay ground that the landowner wants to do some restoration activities, do some tree planting on there. So we do build in restoration dollars, but for budgeting purposes, in the way that we lay it out, just for consistency, we've not parsed it out. And Sharon Doucette with the Board of Water and Soil Resources maybe could elaborate more on why we do that.
Morning, Council. Sharon Doucette, Easement Section Manager at Bowser. We don't list the acres separately and the dollars separately for restoration, where we are also doing that easement work, because it ends up double counting the acres when you start to do your outputs and your results. And so we consistently keep that money just in our easement line, and if there is restoration work that needs to be done, that's built into the easement acquisition line.
Okay, thank you. That's That's really
So,
helpful.
I'd like to follow up, if you'll let me. I understand why you don't want to double count, but I'm confused why you wouldn't break out the dollars, because the dollars would not be double counted. If you're spending $1 in restoration and $1 for easement, it's $2. Why wouldn't you break it out so we understand how much of this proposal is for restoration versus for acquisition of easements?
Again, I think it comes to the way the output tables autofill the dollar amounts. If we split it out, it automatically double counts it in the output tables. They count them as separate acres.
Is that right, Sandy?
Yeah, so like when I pull a report from the system, to get total acres accomplished, we don't want to have the easement acres counted and the restoration acres counted. And I think Bowser kind of includes their restoration enhancement dollars in their easement line, and that's kind of been a traditional way that they have always done that through the years. It's a little different than other programs.
This is just a side comment. You're doing the form the way we've created the form, so I'm not gonna criticize it, but it'd be nice to see, even in the verbiage, you know, 5%, 10%, $20,000, whatever it is going to the restoration, even though it's included in the acquisition line, because we don't understand it, as you're hearing.
I'm sure there's a way we could include it in the text about the budget.
I think it'd be helpful. I'm sorry, Suzanne, did you have other question?
No, that was my primary question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Mark.
I don't know if this is for Bowser or who, but I'm looking at the match. And historically, when I'm looking through all of these, I'm seeing less and less cash leveraging. So it's really nice to see that you're bringing in cash leveraging into this proposal. But to that, in a lot of the other easement acquisition programs, we're seeing landowner donation contribution as a leverage. And I don't see that here. Is that just a function of it being a Bowser easement versus somebody else is doing it? And why isn't Bowser, is Bowser pursuing landowner donor support?
I guess that is me again. For our LSOHC funded easements, we use the same rate structure and payment structure that we use for all of our easements. And so there isn't, it's not a reverse bidding, it's not a competition. Landowners know what they're going to be paid. For the federal ACUB easements, I would say there is a significantly reduced rate for the payment. And we are able to count some of that additional land value that we don't pay on our federal ACUB easements as federal match from the landowner.
But you're not asking for a donation from the individuals. They're not asked to even consider it.
We don't.
I had two questions. One is just the level of match is concerning, and it's a comment. You know, I look at the map of what you've done, it's very impressive, but this is being promoted based on the benefit to the National Guard, which I completely get, and yet the match goes down as a percentage year after year. It seems like it's not as much. Why is that?
Mr. Chair, council members, I would turn your attention to our handout. There's a pie chart on it. It's a blue and light blue. It shows our ACUB protection funding to date. So we're showing and tracking 46 million.
No, I'm asking about this proposal.
Oh, this-
I don't care about the past. In the past, you've done much more than what you're proposing to do here. I'm wondering why the match has gone down.
So, Chair Hartwell, I know in the past, actually, we didn't report match always, and that was just because of, it's not your traditional match cost share program, but we do receive significant federal funds that support this program. And so just in the recent, I think the last 3 rounds, we have listed match. And this amount is less, like you pointed out, but that's the amount that we have in a signed document that was committed at the time of the application. Since then, we've received another $1 million in what is a new funding pot for specific resiliency work. So Josh Pennington from Camp Ripley Environmental could speak more again to how the federal funds come in to the program.
Yeah, I was curious because it seems like you're asking us to help and then the amount of help goes up and the match goes down, and it seems like maybe that's backwards.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the question. It is a very good question, and we always struggle how we report leverage and match. But I can assure you that the amount of federal contribution has not been reduced in the last 5 years. In fact, it's actually increasing. We do use the outdoor heritage funds as leverage for the federal funds because the federal funds are scored on a competitive process with many other military installations across the country. So many of which do not have a state commitment of funds. And so that scores our federal proposal higher and enables us to receive more federal funding in support of this program. But the funding that we show is not the predicted funds for the next fiscal year. It's the funds that the federal government has already obligated to the Board of Water and Soil Resources. So those are funds that Sharon has in hand on a cooperative agreement. The federal funds that we will be proposing for the next FY will use outdoor heritage funds as leveraged amount. And we typically base that on a fiscal year on what the capacity of the Soil and Water District can execute within an 18-month time frame, because that's what the federal government wants to see. So we target about $3 million a year in federal ACUP funding, and we've been reaching that mark based on staff capacity.
I would encourage you to put that in verbiage for other councils that are gonna read it, because it's an important issue. Match is an important issue, as if you listened yesterday, it gets asked about from time to time. I'm curious, I pulled up your map, which is page 15 of your proposal. And you've highlighted in red your what you're calling your focus area. Are you asking us to fund just for easements in the red area, or the red and the orange area, which is called the 5-mile buffer?
Mr. Chair, maybe I don't have the full printout of my proposal, but it may be that that's the DNR Wildlife Action map.
It's called Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council Camp Ripley Sentinel Landscape ACUV Protection Program Phase 13 Proposal. This page, first attachment to the actual proposal.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may, it's the same map as what you have on the back here.
Okay.
But what he's looking at is the upper portion has some red outline on it.
Yes. Got it. So
I couldn't turn my computer around.
I was waiting for it to show up here. So your question again was the area in red.
Is that what you're asking us to fund? Is easements in the focus area or easements in the 5-mile buffer?
question. So in the past, again, we've come with specific parcels in mind, or in the past, we worked on parcels that were around state lands. So we've always tried to have a focus, and that's for us as staff executing and doing outreach and working with landowners. But really, this proposal, we wanted to target that 210 corridor area. And that's because that's where we have our least amount of easements that we've done. And so, yes, that red area would be the landowners with highest quality parcels within that area that we would be using this money for.
Okay. So I have two follow-up questions. One is, if I look at what I assume was the 5-mile buffer, which is the northern edge of that red, as well as the orange, I'm seeing easements outside of that buffer area that you've done in the past, and I'm trying to understand why you would do that when this is about protecting Camp Ripley, and that's clearly outside an area that's going to benefit Camp Ripley. It may be great habitat, but we're here because you're talking about Camp Ripley, so I'm confused by why you would do that.
So, Mr. Chair, included on the map are Camp Ripley owned parcels, as well as other public lands that are protected. We also helped work with some federally NRCS funded easements. So this map shows a varying array of funded parcels that are permanently protected. I'll let Josh address the rest of the question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's a great question as well. So a lot of these easement layers, these polygons that show up as protected layers, are actually prioritizing other partners within the Sentinel landscape as well, and they're just showing up as protected parcel layers here. So within the Sentinel landscape geography, it's actually an 800,000 acre landscape where we prioritize NRCS and DOI and other federal agency submissions as well. And so some of these easements are actually NRCS Healthy Forest Reserve Program forested easements to protect habitat for T&E species like the long-eared bat. Some of those are actually MHP funded easements that are showing up on this map. So not all of these parcels are specifically representative to the ACUB or the LSOHC easements.
It would be helpful in the future if those were a different color, since you're asking for money for that particular program. It obviously confused me and might confuse someone else. I'm curious as to your scoring, this is my last question, your scoring system, if you're gonna do everything in red with this money, I would assume you would have some sort of a scoring system that says, you know, it's not an old field, it's actually a healthy creek, we'd like to protect it, but part of your criteria, I would guess, is how close it is to the actual Camp Ripley boundary. And you would focus on stuff that's closest to the boundary versus at the 5-mile edge of the boundary. Is that correct or not?
Mr. Chair, Destiny will take that question.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. With Lessard funds, we aren't using the scoring metrics that Camp Ripley provides only. So no, we are not scoring parcels that are closer to Camp higher. We're specifically using, I believe we included our scoring criteria in the application. We're using those to rank these parcels. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I would generally state that that red zone being a focus zone is as much of that as we can get for the dollars that are allocated. That's really where you're seeing the sprawl from the Baxter area from the north coming down. So whether you're immediately adjacent to the northern boundary or you're 5 miles north, you're still hearing the artillery shells that are being, launched. You're still hearing the aircraft and helicopters that are going over at night. So that boundary is simply a focus area for those funds to be used.
Sure. And I know a little bit, my daughter lives adjacent to the Black Hills National Guard area, so she hears all of that.
We make noise, what do you
America.
They make noise. There are a lot of
Freedom sounds.
She wants to know why you don't shoot more deer because they eat her garden. Jamie, you've got a question.
Just a comment. We talk a lot about different phases, and we see lots of programs with all these phases. I really appreciate this program, this proposal. You have multiple phases, excuse me, but we see the needle moving, right? You provide the information in an easy to understand way with your presentation materials here. And I just want to say thank you for that. It's kind of refreshing to see that there's a difference being made, and I appreciate the focus on the making a difference with the percentages. I think that's very important, and I appreciate that, so thank you.
You're welcome. We take all of the comments that you guys, we love coming here because we know we're gonna get questions. We know we're gonna get people that are pointing out things that we can do better, and we take that to heart, and we wanna make it better. We want it to be what you guys are asking. So thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Next is FAO6, Minnesota Forest for the Future, Phase 10.
Thank you.
She's in person. Go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Hartwell, council members and staff. My name is Christine Ostern, and I am the DNR's Forest Stewardship Coordinator. I'm the DNR's Forest Legacy Program Coordinator. I do a lot of forest stewardship too. I'm here today to present FA06, DNR's request for a Minnesota Forest for the Future Phase 10. We are requesting $13.9 million of outdoor heritage funding to permanently protect 12,000 acres of forested habitat through the purchase of working forest conservation easements on privately owned land. These lands are spread across 8 counties and northern and central parts of the state. In addition to what we are requesting, we are providing just over $2 million as leverage from a variety of private and public sources, which is nearly 15% of our total funding as leverage. Our request is to focus protection on strategic forested habitat, build on existing protection, and to address private inholdings and regional conservation goals. Of the 12,000 acres of forested habitat we propose to protect, over 1/3 of the proposed parcels are larger than 1,000 acres. 1/3 are adjacent to conservation easements purchased within the last 5 years, and nearly all remaining parcels are adjacent to publicly owned land. Public access would be protected in perpetuity on just over 5,000 acres. Our program works with willing landowners to purchase conservation easements and property and fee to protect large blocks of important forested habitat and working forest, to ensure that forests remain in forests. The protection of these lands will ensure the habitat and other resources are protected, that the lands are monitored, and that they are managed, and on some tracts that they are available to the public. Our forest land protection work benefits all Minnesotans. Of the 12,000 acres we are proposing to protect, again, over 5,000 acres, or just nearly half, will have public access protected in perpetuity by the conservation easement. Land that is protected through these voluntary conservation easements stays in private ownership, is managed, and stays on the property tax rolls. The Minnesota Forest for the Future program is very popular. The rate at which we receive contacts and requests from interested landowners continues to accelerate, demonstrating in part the threat to our forests and the need for forest protection. The need and demand for forest protection through the programs we offer far outpaces our capacity and resources. We have worked hard to strategically select parcels to include in our current request. We use a GIS-based ranking process to apply a set of objective, quantifiable metrics to prioritize only those acquisitions that advance our forest land protection mission and fit with DNR's strategic priorities. We use independent fair market appraisals to determine the appraised value of the conservation easements. We also work with partners to reach landowners and to identify, prioritize, and fund projects. One of the partnerships we are currently growing is working with the Board of Water and Soil Resources and County Soil and Water Conservation Districts to implement forest land protection strategies identified in watershed planning work and in order to meet regional watershed needs and local land protection goals. With the pressures of population increase, urban sprawl, development, and the conversion of forest land to agriculture, it is increasingly important that our natural resources stay intact in large parcels whenever possible. Habitat fragmentation is the leading cause of species decline and loss of quality of habitat today. The Outdoor Heritage Fund's 25-year framework indicates that forest land is converted to other uses at a rate of 3,600 acres per year, with the highest conversion rates occurring in the north-central area of the state. Hundreds of millions of dollars are being spent in other states on rewilding projects and the construction of human-made migration corridors. Through this proposal, we have an opportunity to be proactive and keep 12,000 acres of natural area intact and prevent forest fragmentation. Fragmentation and parcelization not only affects our game species, but our non-game animals too, such as songbirds, reptiles, fish, and pollinator insects. By protecting these forest lands in larger parcels, it allows for wildlife to find sanctuary areas away from roads and away from people, and allows for more individuals within each species to breed, providing more genetically diverse, healthier populations and a healthier ecosystem as a whole. The Forest Legacy Program, a forest program which we coordinate within Minnesota, is a complementary program to the Minnesota Forest for the Future program, providing staffing dollars and project funding. We have acquired and administer some of the largest conservation easements in the federal program system in the Midwest Northeast Region 9. There are 13 conservation easement programs in DNR, but only 4 are currently active. 2 of those 4 are the forestry conservation easement programs. 92% of all acres in conservation easements in DNR are in these 2 forestry programs. To date, our production efforts have an appraised value of over $90 million with a purchase price of approximately $87 million. The total funds we have received over the history of our program is over $94 million. Of that, 62% has come from state sources, 18% from federal, and 20% from private. Our program guidelines have been developed and implemented for over 15 years, ensuring effective program management and that our stewardship is sound and efficient. A forest stewardship plan is included with each conservation easement, and updates are required regularly. The plans make the land eligible for DNR forest stewardship, including technical assistance and cost sharing for forest BMPs, and many conservation easement landowners choose to participate in these programs to better conserve and manage their privately owned forested habitat. Ongoing stewardship includes annual landowner meetings and on-site monitoring. I'd like to speak about the public benefits of our program. 98% of our easement acres provide public access for hunting, fishing, hiking, and other recreational uses. When surveyed, public access is one of the largest barriers to new hunters and the main reason listed for hunters and anglers not going afield. Protecting large areas of intact forest land and protecting public access through this proposal not only offers thousands of new acres for hunters and anglers, but increases the connectivity between existing public lands, ensuring a better experience for recreational users once they get there. Our working forest conservation easements help sustain the regional timber-based and tourism-based economies by protecting the land base and providing public access. Easement properties are managed using sustainable forest management plans and BMPs. We conduct annual monitoring visits to the property with each landowner and ensure the easement terms are being followed and our investment is protected in perpetuity. In summary, our purpose is to protect high conservation value forests from fragmentation and conversion. When forests are protected, it's good for everything and everybody. Fish and wildlife habitat is protected. Water quality is protected. Groundwater and drinking water is protected. Jobs in the forest industry and recreation industries are protected. Private property ownership is protected. Climate change is mitigated, and public access is protected. Please help us continue to do our work to protect Minnesota's important forest lands. Thank you.
Great. Are there questions? Tom?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just make the comment that even though the biggest piece of forest for the future is the land and easements, which was 187,000 acres. I'm really happy to see what Christine showed us here, is that we're really seeing erosion of land use is in north central Minnesota. And that's where the proposed easements are.
Other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm so happy to see that your eased lands are going to be open to the public. We never see that here for prior proposals. All easements are not open to the public. How do you manage to do that?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. In clarification, it would just be just over 5,000 acres of the 12,000 that we are requesting funding on would be open to the public, so nearly half of what we're asking for. And it just, I think, is the type of landowners that we tend to target and try and end up with a higher priority conservation value score tends to be the larger landowners, and a lot of those folks just tend to be a little bit more open to having their land open to the public. So in this particular proposal, we do have quite a fair number of acres that would be that way, that would be open to the public. Thank you for the comment and question.
Just to follow up, do you landowners who are willing to let the public on their land, do you raise your payment rates, or do you advise them about the walk-in areas that Minnesota has going where they get payments?
Again, thank you for the question. We determine the value of our easements through an independent third market appraisal. So that appraisal should take into account if the landowner is willing to have it open to the public, and it would probably make for a higher appraised value, and so the landowner could benefit in that way. But yes, we do also make them aware of other programs where they can allow public access.
Thank you.
So they're paying for the extra privilege. My question to you was, you've got great leverage. If you don't get the full 13 million, does the leverage go down?
No.
Good. Any other questions?
I hope my honesty and my authenticity is rewarded with that answer, but.
Your briefness is going to be rewarded. You're done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Next is FAO3, protecting critical habitat in northeastern Minnesota while balancing sustainable public use and permanent public access through community land trust model. Go ahead.
A very good morning to you all. Thank you so much for giving us this opportunity to shed more light on our project proposal. We appreciate your time and interest. My name is Rumbidzai. I'm the Executive Director of Land Access Alliance. With me is Lisa, one of our founders of the organization. She now serves as a vision keeper. This is the title that we give to our board members. Joining us via Zoom is Shannon, Megan, and Matthew, also our vision keepers, and Doug, our acquisition attorney. This is the first time Land Access Alliance has applied for Lessard-Sams funds. So I will introduce our organization to you. We were founded in 2020 by a group of passionate women who were committed to finding a way to ensure that we preserve land for our communities into the future. Our mission is to create land access opportunities for the traditionally marginalized for just participation in our local food systems. We intentionally work in the spirit of reconciliation with land and people within the Arrowhead region. We have organized as a community land trust to meet this mission. Our core values are rooted in the understanding that humans, the land, and our non-human neighbors are deeply interconnected. We seek to create space for these interconnected parts to work together for sustainable community land use. We recognize that conserving and ensuring access to land that is biodiverse is critical to long-term health of our communities. Through our work, we are helping people build relationships that support regenerative use of the land so that it can continue to nourish our communities for hundreds of years from now. As a community land trust, we have prioritized building connections and partnerships to amplify the efforts of the work we are doing, as well as other community work in sync. The project that we are seeking funding for is a result of a unique opportunity to preserve a relatively large parcel in Finland on the north shore of Lake Superior. The Haveri homestead is 120 acres, spanning pristine trout stream and upland forest. This project is a blend of the Lessard-Sams goals to restore, protect, and enhance Minnesota's wetlands, prairies, forests, and habitat for fish, game, and wildlife, and Land Access Alliance's goals to provide access to land for foraging, hunting, and fishing, to support our local food systems. Land Access Alliance will see the culmination of its goal through the purchase of land on behalf of the communities it serves. The organization is responding to urgent calls for land conservation, particularly for foraging and farmland access in the face of development interests. Northeastern Minnesota, Cook and Lake counties in particular, is experiencing rapid development of forest lands due to increasing demand for short-term vacation rentals. Ordinary community members seeking access to local land for growing and gathering food cannot compete financially. Land Access Alliance intends to hold this land in perpetuity for public access, wild food harvesting through foraging, hunting and fishing, and regenerative farming. Our organization plans to steward this unique parcel as a whole system, integrating community and ecological values to create a model of sustainable conservation. In March 2024, Land Access Alliance began discussions with the current landowner who is eager to sell very quickly. We have based our budgets on market price as we await a certified appraisal. Other costs are estimates as we continue to engage community members and experts in the details of manifesting this vision. I want to take a minute here to add a little clarity to our plan to purchase the land and the use of Lessard-Sams funds. As I mentioned before, the parcel we are purchasing is 120 acres. The front 10 acres holds a house, a large barn, and cleared fields. We are seeking alternate funding for these 10 acres because we intend to preserve this farmland and house for farmers interested in doing regenerative farming on this already homesteaded area. The other 110 acres contains a critical habitat that is unique to North America and a critical corridor for migratory birds as well as birds of prey. According to the Department of Natural Resources, this is one of the most important and visible migratory corridors for songbirds and raptors in the entire Midwest, as birds pass along the North Shore over Oak Ridge every fall. Further, the parcel contains 2 critical forest habitats that sustain species of greatest conservation need populations. Upland and lowland coniferous forests are the primary forests on the land. The habitat is known as the North Shore Highlands habitat and is a narrow area only 20 to 25 miles wide. In addition to critical forest habitats, this parcel also contains an important body of water that serves as a habitat for aquatic species, Sawmill Creek. The Sawmill Creek is a designated trout stream and is an important tributary of the Baptism River. It is a valuable habitat for brook trout, which uses these waters as spawning grounds and cooler refuge under the shaded banks in the summer months. The land has not only this unique ecological history, but also has a rich human history and place in our community. Land tells a story and holds space for community. We are fighting to keep the story in our community and preserve access to this unique history. If we do not acquire this property, it will most likely be sold to a developer or someone outside the community who may or may not be interested in the rich history of this place and its ecological value. There is immense development pressure in this area, and in our research, we have seen the increase in real estate transaction, land use permits, and burgeoning home and land prices that match national real estate trends. With the North Shore Highland habitat being so narrow and facing great development pressure, it is critical to consider opportunities for conservation as they arise, accounting for increasing prices and the ecological time limit of the changing climate. Minnesota Land Trust and the Wolf Ridge Environmental Learning Center are seized with the idea of protecting the Sawmill Creek watershed. Minnesota Land Trust has tabled a proposal to collaborate with neighboring properties to steward the whole system. Our mere interest in acquiring this land parcel has made them approach and engage us. In addition, we have had several local people who have heard that we are pursuing the purchase of this property reach out and ask if they could use the land to support community food systems. There is strong local interest and demand for this project. We are requesting funds for purchasing the land, staff time in managing the process, and for the costs to restore and care for the land. We will be responsible stewards of the funds if you award them to us, and we will have a deep and lasting impact on a rural community that does not have the capacity to acquire land like this without outside support. If you fund this project, you are supporting access to a unique ecosystem for future generations. This access will build community resilience and story long into the future. We have walked through the Haveri property as an organization, as families, as community, as ecologists and naturalists. We invite you to partner us on this walk by acquiring it for us. We are grateful for all the good work the Lessard-Sams community do to preserve Minnesota's land and ecosystems. Thank you. We are happy to answer any questions you might have about our project.
Questions? Suzanne?
Once again, some clarification. Your proposal talks about protecting 110 acres via conservation easement, but I don't see that in your budget or your outputs.
Thank you so much for that question. Lisa, is Doug on the, is Doug available on the Zoom? Zoom?
Yes, yeah.
Did you hear the question, Doug?
Sorry, could you please repeat?
Yes, your proposal talks about protecting 110 acres via conservation easement, but that's not listed in your budget nor in the outputs. Can you give some clarification to that?
Well, all I can say at this point is the property is listed for $690,000. We have not completed appraisal. But the primary cost is going to be the fee acquisition of the property. And we're going to be focused on the back 110 acres, which is not going to be in production at all. So kind of a broad answer, but that's where we are. And we're just now beginning to have discussions with the landowner.
Okay, thank you.
So
Thank you.
is the property 110 or 120 acres?
It's a total of 120, but we're asking for funding for the 110, which is not going to be in production, not going to be in agricultural production.
But the
We'll
property is
see.
listed, the 120 is listed for 690?
It's listed on Zillow.
Yes.
The landowner would like to sell it as one parcel. She's been offered to subdivide, and she really does not want to, and so we're hoping to help her keep it whole.
But you're asking us to fund the 690,000, and yet the homestead and the 10 acres is not what you're asking us to fund, so I'm confused.
We don't have the total of how it actually will break out yet, and so again, these are estimates. We're kind of early in the process, but it is on the market, and we feel urgent about stepping into this before we had all the numbers lined up, and so I guess that's all we can say is we don't have the estimate. We know that the Lessard-Sams funds cannot cover the part that we intend to keep in agriculture, and so that's why we are clear that these funds would only be used for the 110 once we do get the appraisal.
Yeah, the missing piece of the equation here, part of the equation, is we don't have our appraisal yet. And we've begun discussions with an appraiser to appraise the property as a whole, but also split it. And so we're early in that process.
I'll just follow up. You've got in their budget, you're proposing a fee acquisition with payment in lieu of taxes. Can you explain why you think it would be payment in lieu of taxes? I mean, you think the state is going to pay your taxes?
No.
That's what that means.
No, we don't actually. That was put in the wrong category probably from our. No, we expect to pay property taxes on it. We expect to have people living in the homes on the portion that's with the home on it. We're working together actually there's a local housing project looking towards, there's a severe housing crisis in our area. So it's a multi-pronged project. It addresses many issues in our community of Finland, and which has a lot of extreme pressure from outside economic forces right now, and housing being one of them, and so that front and food access being another one. And so that's where this portion is a part of a bigger picture, and we have jumped into it possibly with less than complete information, but we're very eager to fit the needs of this particular funding source. It fits very well with our overall goal, and also the overall desire of this Sawmill Creek Valley is pretty heavily populated for the area. Highway 6 goes from Finland down to the shore at Little Murray, and there's a lot of pressure for subdivision and for the Sawmill Creek Valley to get developed. And so there's a lot of work trying to protect these parcels as they come up for sale. And so that's why we have come together trying to put this together as a project that's of the whole community. So the payment in lieu of taxes, I think that probably just went under the wrong thing. We plan on paying our property taxes. We've had a conversation with the county regarding our intentions for this property as well. And they I don't know if they sent a letter to you or not, but they responded to us that they're in support and of working with us on making this a good use of the land for the whole community.
So just one other question. Are you clear that if we said yes, there's no money available till after July of next year?
Yes, and that's where we have had conversations with the landowner. She is eager to sell, and we aren't 100% sure that she wouldn't take an offer before we can actually tell her for sure we have the funds, but we've told her we'll know hopefully by the end of this year. That we won't get them till the middle of next year, so yeah, we're aware of the time frame of this, and that's why we were moving quickly. We couldn't wait another year till we had all our ducks in a row completely, so it won't be there still.
Amy?
Yes, thank you. Just reading through the proposal, there's a sentence in the abstract that says uphold, as far as the public access, it says that it'd be managed through community control. Can you explain what that means? I think this goes to the idea that this is really a community project, which is also the reason we're not gonna go and land on this property without a lot of community input. It already, it is a private parcel, but it is adjacent to quite a lot of land that, private property lines are very fluid in this area, and we want to continue that tradition of people. I think we mentioned in there's a giant wild leaf patch that is a popular harvesting place, and that is partly on this property. We want to just make sure that it's not necessarily for a lot of, it's not gonna be impossible for people outside the community to use the land, but our intention is to have it as accessible to our community and its members, not necessarily tourists, not that they would be barred from it, but it's not like we're gonna make it, come visit our we have a lot of state parks, that are designed for tourists. This is intended to retain the community values of mutual use of land in our area. So I guess that's what we mean by community control, that it would be a community conversation of how we develop this land for the community benefit, if that answers it. Thank you, yes, I just had another question. So this will be an acquisition as well as an easement put on the property? That is our intention, yes. Will the Land Access Alliance hold the easement? If we own the land, we would not hold the easement. We would work with another easement holder just to keep the separation and the monitoring of it. So at least that's what, Doug is the one advising on that, Doug Thompson, and he has more experience than us. It's obvious we're very new in this arena, so we're still learning, and that's why we have engaged Doug to help make sure we set everything up appropriately. One more question. I'm new to Land Access Alliance, so I appreciate the information that you're providing. Does the Land Access Alliance currently own any property or hold any easements? No, not yet. Okay, thank you. We were just formed in 2020, and we've been a visionary group until this opportunity has come up.
Ron?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, is the Land Access Alliance a nonprofit corporation?
Yeah.
Registered with the state of Minnesota?
501c3, yeah.
Thank you.
Sure, Andrew.
In your application, it talked about an NGO will own the land. Is the Land Access Alliance the NGO that's referenced?
That's the intention, yes.
Okay. And you said that it's going to be open to public hunting and fishing in the application. Yeah. Is that something that the Land Access Alliance has ever done before? How would you ensure that access? How would you?
Without.
Because if you're just a fiduciary and you plan on, obviously Lessard-Sams doesn't buy homes.
Right.
It's something outside of our scope.
Right, and that's where the home the farming and home 10 acres or so, the parcel will be treated, we're thinking of a community land trust is the model that we're working on. I guess I don't know if we would just maintain public access, to the remainder of the land. It would be open. There is an existing road and trails already. It's already used, just as area, land in our area, people walk, use it.
Right,
we wouldn't
but
restrict it.
They're probably signed with state signs that says open
Right.
to public hunting. Is that your intention?
Yeah, that it would be open to the public. It would not have no trespassing signs as many properties do when they get purchased by outside people.
In your organization, so tomorrow, if you changed your mind, would you be able to, as far as the board, I don't know how your structure works, so do you have a board of directors that say,
Right.
we don't like all this foot traffic of the public being back and forth on our property,
Right.
so we're gonna change our minds?
Well, our mission is to, you want to speak to our mission? Our Land Access Alliance's core mission is actually food access and foraging access. If, that is if we said no to people on this land, that would be like a complete shift in the core mission of our organization.
I'm not questioning your mission.
No, so I guess you asking that question is just like, well, then
Yeah.
we wouldn't be Land Access Alliance, we don't,
The-
that's not our mission, Our
Sure.
mission is specifically to provide more
Yep.
local access and particularly access to people who maybe aren't who don't traditionally feel comfortable in, going onto property if they don't know it, or, people of color, people who don't have connections already. So that's kind of that's the other avenue, and that's on the agricultural side, that's a real issue of the lack of equity of availability of land for production of food. And so, but that also carries over some to the foraging and the just public access to feeling comfortable working on the land. And so that's a core value of our organization. That would remain a core value of this property and any other property. We've been in conversations with other property owners. None have been as urgent as this to take action on. But yeah, so that's a core value is to keep it publicly accessible. Obviously, the home on the property is not going to be public. It's probably intended to be somebody will live there, either the person who's working the land or somebody else. But
And maybe one more thing that I can actually add is we are working in sync with other community organizations. The Historical Society is interested. Finland Home Solutions is interested. The Finland food chain, and already people who know about our interest in this land are coming through to talk to us. So it's we are a unique organization in what we are trying to do, to be community-led and community-centered in everything that we do. Like asking people, how would you want this done? If you have this particular parcel of land in the community, how shall we avail it? What rules, even as an organization?
There's a large portion of the property that actually you're almost surrounded by Wolf Ridge Environmental Learning Center. Is that open to public hunting?
no.
So that seems like kind of an odd use of land, or to say that the easement would, continue to be open to public hunting, especially when the neighboring, looks like there's a house right next door and a house on that property. So when it comes to.
It's a large piece. People hunt in the area, just not on Wolf Ridge property.
Right.
I happen to live just
It would be very odd to
near
have
there
a 110-acre chunk that is open to hunting within what I'm looking at online here. So, so it's listed at 689. In your conversations with the existing landowner, if you were going to, I'm guessing that there's probably some movement on that price. Do you have an existing agreement with the landowner? What are those conversations like? It'd be interesting if the landowner was here today to talk about her intention on selling to you, or her intention to, not very often do we get a Zillow listing where we can look and see what the house looks like.
Right, yeah. She kept it off the market while we were in our initial conversations, and then, Doug has been the one who was communicating with her as our lawyer, but she is eager to sell. And so she didn't want to miss the opportunity to get a good price. She also knows that we can only, as a 501c3, we can only offer her the appraised value. We can't do any higher. And so I would say she's a eager and willing seller to us, but she also, we don't have anything in writing. So yes, we could lose this. And we certainly will lose it if we don't, get this particular, if we don't know that we have this particular funding, because she won't wait for us to find more. But if she knows this is coming, she then is willing to wait till we have it. So we
Yeah, Lisa, if I may, she's the administrator of an estate, and has a fiduciary duty to maximize value. And we just, we can't pay above appraised value. She understands that. And so we agreed to, let's stay in touch. Let's pursue funding, and you put it back on the market, because has a family that she's responsible for here. And so we've not stopped our negotiations, but we've stepped back. I don't know if that helps at all, Lisa, with your answer, but it's a good relationship, and we don't know if the property is worth 690 until we get the appraisal in hand.
It's a little bit of the chicken and the egg thing, and that it's hard for us to invest a lot of money. We're a very young organization and working on a shoestring. And so to invest a lot of money in an appraisal when, we're still waiting and wondering if we'll have enough cash to buy it in the end, So we're kind of like moving forward cautiously, hopefully, and trying to put the pieces together as we go, so.
Dudley, you've been very patient with your hand up, and I have noticed.
Oh, no, I appreciate it. Thanks for giving me opportunity to speak. Just a few comments. First, I'm very pleased to see and hear about this proposal, coming to Lessard-Sams, and it's really, to me, the kind of thing that I think it should be more, the kinds of things that we see in the future, because they're so community-based. And the presenter mentioned early on about the reconnecting people and nature, and kind of seeing them as one, which is something I personally push for. That this ridiculous mindset, the Eurocentric mindset that people and nature are somehow separate, which is just has been part of our conservation model for centuries, because white people founded it. So it's people of the global majority generally do not see themselves apart from nature, and so it's all one. And so this proposal, where it's community based, to me is a beautiful thing, and I understand that the public access piece makes sense to me. It's almost sounds like community policing in some ways. People in the community are people know what's expected of them, and if people misuse access, certainly they will be reprimanded. I've been to Finland. I know it's a very small community of people, and to me, just the whole thing, in my mind, makes total sense. So I just wanted to comment that I think that this is a great proposal, and I really like all the ideas and ideology behind it, particularly the community-based piece. I think is a beautiful thing. So just comments.
Mark, you have a clarifying question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So your budget, I want to kind of go back to Suzanne's question early on to get some clarification here. In your budget, the acquisition is for fee title acquisition and not easement acquisition, and it's for acquiring the 110 acres. That's your anticipation, okay. Then in your design and scope of work, at the bottom of page 2, you mentioned that 110 acres protected via conservation easement for mixed recreational and minimal agricultural use. If you're buying the 110 acres in fee title with outdoor heritage funds, those lands could not then be subject to a conservation easement. So what I am wondering is that a misstatement in the application, or is there some other endeavor that you're looking at here?
I would guess that's a misstatement. And again, this probably maybe makes us look very green, which we are. We have to start somewhere, though. Our intention, I think our understanding of easements has grown, probably since we've even written this, which was submitted quite some time ago. And so the intention is to protect it. If it is already protected by us owning it and having purchased it with this property, then we would obviously not need to acquire an easement. We also, it wasn't like in the budget per se, because also if we did understand that if we purchased it with this money, we couldn't expect more money to sell an easement to a different organization. So that if there was an easement put on it, it would have been a mutual, just a sort of a watching, monitoring kind of easement. So that, I think we're on common ground in our intention of it. We just maybe don't have a full correct explanation of how that would happen, but we do understand the intention of the funding.
And then one quick follow-up on that, if I may, and that is that that comment in the design and scope of work also mentions limited farming or limited agricultural use. Outdoor Heritage Fund acquired properties generally are not open to agricultural use, it's habitat.
And we understand that as well.
So there would not be agricultural use on these properties?
Not on the 110, and that's why we have separated them out, although there is discussion to be had, but probably not here, about how fringes and edges of agriculture create exceptional habitat, and also potentially open land in an area that has been forested in the past with climate change could also be potential transition kind of habitat, but that is out of the scope of this particular ask. We only, the 110 acres that would be purchased with these funds would be exclusively conservation or restoration to, the land was cleared in the past. The swamp was dredged partly for black dirt in the past. It was a sawmill. So there is a fair amount of restoration to happen on the parcel, even beyond the immediate homestead, the 10-acre homestead. So that would be our intention. It's been logged,
I'm gonna cut us off here because we're running way behind. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it. We're gonna take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 10:50.
Thank you.
My friends, I got underwriters.
That one is. No.
All right, welcome back. Next is FAO2 Itasca County Memorial Forest Project. So go ahead when you're ready.
Sure. Well, I thank committee members for allowing us to testify today on behalf of Itasca County. And this project and proposal by Itasca County serves to protect 2,720 acres of forest habitat within northwest Itasca County through fee title acquisition of private forest land, which is surrounded by state, county, federal land, as well as private industrial land, land in which has a conservation easement and is already protected. Successful acquisition of this grant would ensure that this tract of forest land is protected and remains intact, and the habitat prevents forest habitat loss, degradation, and the fragmentation that might occur with partialization through private sale of this. And it would greatly increase the management efficiencies of the county by consolidation of our ownership, as well as our ability to manage the habitat corridors there by consolidating the ownership. It would also allow or increase public access to this lands. With all the public lands and the conservation easement lands in here, access has been restricted because it's been privately owned, and this would increase that private access as well as access by the adjacent forest landowners for management. Grant funding would provide for public management and for public ownership by Itasca County, which has the forest management policies in place for long-term protection of this habitat. And the long-term management of that would be part of our memorial forest program. This would be part one of 3 memorial forests that Itasca County manages. The Lessard-Sams Memorial Forest was established in 1946 in honor of Emmett Locks and Franklin Danilick, who died in active service in World War II. So post-war activities to protect these lands, they've been in protection. The lands that county manages adjacent to these have been in protection since that time. The Memorial Forest Program that we have is actually our active forest management is FSC, or Forest Stewardship Council certified, third-party certified. We have annual audits to ensure that we conform with the standards and principles of the Forest Stewardship Council, which is an international organization based out of Bonn, Germany. And those audits look at habitat elements, environmental protection, amongst a whole slew of social and other elements within our audits. This tract of land is strategic in terms and very intentional for our looking to do an acquisition. It lies into an area of Itasca County that has mostly private land, but we have this large block of consolidated ownership with public and private industrial entities, which is reflective of Itasca County in general. Itasca County, because of its central location, has a unique blend of both public and private industrial landowners traditionally. We've got the county managed lands, we have the state, the Chippewa National Forest, and then we've also had private industrial lands through Blandon, Boise Cascade, Potlatch, and with the Ryla companies, who is our partner on this and the landowner through their subsidiary Boundary Company. The good thing about the activities of this council and other organizations with the state is most of those private industrial lands have been protected in Itasca County. With UPM Blandon, their lands have a conservation easement. Obviously, the potlatch lands have been sold to the Conservation Fund, and they're in process of being protected due to the grace of the council, as well as the previous Boise Cascade lands, now managed by the Mulpus Woodland Group, have conservation easements. And the Riley Company lands, also the large blocks they have a large block protected south of Grand Rapids in the Sugar Hills Moraine Complex. And so we've been very lucky in Itasca County to have a lot of protection of these forest lands for the use of the public and for the long-term protection of the habitat. This is one of the last remaining large blocks of private industrial land within the county. And we identified this area even back 10, 15 years ago when Potlatch was actively divesting lands within the county. At that time, we bought a quarter section or two from them. And more recently, we noticed traditionally this area with all the forest industrial landowners and private landowners and with the local landowners were mostly loggers and such, access to these lands wasn't a big issue. But as things become more parcelized and sold and new owners, access became quite an issue. So we worked for several years to obtain a public easement into this block. We had several thousand acres into there. So in 2019, we were able to obtain a public easement into there. And also we started noticing that Riley companies were divesting from the township from this large block. So in 2021, we had several blocks that were isolated that we wanted to secure access to, and we purchased about 550 acres from them in 2021. And about a year ago, looking at the potential of them divesting totally from the township, we began negotiations with them. And so in those negotiations, we were able to purchase another 1,150 acres last fall. And we pretty much tapped out what the ability of the county was able to do for purchases. And so we're calling the phase one, our purchases in 21 and 23 phase two. And now we're looking at funding through the council for phase three for the 2,720 acres. And so we feel lucky that we're able to find a landowner that has conservation values to consider a large purchase of this habitat, which is intact, and that we can pursue that, and that they have the patience for us to try to find the funding to secure this final phase of acquisition of their lands. And it is somewhat sensitive at times dealing with a private landowner, so time sensitivity, we do have an agreement, and they are able to wait through any potential timeline that it would take for us to get this grant and apply it for acquisition. If we are successful, we would do our appraisals after notification this fall. And we would move forward with our purchase. It's all shovel ready, and we would move ahead right away. We have a willing buyer, a willing seller, and a really unique piece of land that we could protect here. So thank you very much.
All right, any questions?
Mr. Chair, thank you.
Speak up if you will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just looking in the activity details. One of the questions that was asked is, will county board be formally sought? And the answer is yes. Has it not already been asked? Is the county board aware of you're here asking for the dollars?
Yeah, I'm acting on behalf of the county, and the county board has approved the land purchase agreement and contract, and approved us applying for this and accepting it if we're awarded. So the county board was unanimous in that, and we have full support from them, as well as the locals are really excited to have the potential to have this turn into public land and be able to use it.
What's, one of the things that's interesting to me, it appears this is the first time Itasca County's come before Lessard-Sams. You've kind of tried to go at it alone, as opposed to taking the resources that you've had in the past to purchase these forest lands, and not come here, which is, I'm just, do what you want to do. I'm just kind of surprised that you hadn't come in the past when we could have leveraged those dollars that you were putting forward to maximize and increase those opportunities. Unfortunately, I kind of see it as a lost opportunity that we could have partnered together in the past, and just, I guess it's more of a statement than it is a question.
It is.
Sure, and I would just reply that it really states the importance and what we feel is such a unique opportunity in front of us right now to actually move forward and do this.
So, the question I have is you've said the project is not scalable, and I understand why it may not be, but if you didn't get all the money, if you got half the money from us, would you walk away? Or would you find a way to make it scalable?
Well, we would have to go back to the negotiation table with the landowner to figure out what we could do, and we likely wouldn't be able to make a full purchase, and likely, well, the project is, as proposed, wouldn't go through. And there would be likely, and I can't speak for the landowner, parcelization and fragmentation, because the pressure of private landowners, land prices and demand for land in rural areas right now, especially forest land like this, is very high. And they could make a lot more by parcelizing it out and selling it that way. Yeah.
Are we your only hope, or are you applying for money somewhere else?
So if, I'm just repeating it, I'm hard of hearing, sorry, I didn't mention that. But you're asking if we're not successful, if we'd go somewhere else?
I'm asking, are you applying at other places? So if we got half the money, you might get half somewhere else, or are we the only hope you have?
At this time, this is our only grant application out there. And you know, we would look at all our avenues if we're unsuccessful and try to get a game plan, you know, and work with the landowner as much as we could at that point. But because, you know, the pressure to do something, you know, now with them is on us, we felt this was our best way to try to be successful in making it happen. Because there's sure, I don't want to speak for the landowner, but there seemed to be a timeline involved here.
Amy?
Thank you. Just a clarification question. I see there's the $1,000 per acre in the fee acquisition without PILT, and then there's a number here for contracts which go to, let's see, the Northern Waters Land Trust for the acquisition services. And then under professional services would be the appraisals, survey, title work, all that stuff. Can you explain the $77,000 in personnel, what that covers?
With personnel, that would be the time and effort we need to do we do most of our real estate transactions internally, and that would involve all our staff time, and we are partnering with Northern Waters Land Trust for just some consultation to make sure that we're doing things right, just because they have some experience too, so it would potentially include a contract with them. and that would be under contract, so, yeah.
Any other questions? Great, thank you for coming down and presenting. Next is FRE 01, DNR Statewide Forest Enhancement and Restoration Phase 5. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, members of the council. My name is Ted Dick. I'm the DNR Forest Habitat Supervisor for the Division of Fish and Wildlife, and with me in the room today are Heather Baird. She's a Forest Landscape Coordinator for the Division of Fish and Wildlife, and also Sasha Lodge from the Division of Forestry. And online, I think we have Tim Quincer from the Division of Fish and Wildlife, and Judy Elbert from EWR, Ecological Water Resources, and also Chris Gronwald from the Division of Forestry. And we are here to discuss Forest Enhancement Phase 5, which is an effort to improve more than 10,000 acres of forest habitat on public land open to hunting and fishing. Our goal is to create healthy, diverse, resilient forest habitats and wildlife populations for the benefit of all Minnesotans on state forest land, some scientific and natural areas, and wildlife management areas.
Thank you, Ted. Mr. Chair, council members, the primary tools we're using on these state lands are seeding, tree planting, prescribed burning, brushland shearing, and invasive species control. We are managing activities that do not get funded through normal logging operations. DNR staff have developed site plans for these sites and will contract and supervise the work. We use private contractors, mostly through the open bidding process, to accomplish as much as we can with the dollars we are awarded at the lowest cost. Our protocols are unique in that we are working with multiple DNR divisions, the Division of Ecological and Water Resources on the SNAs, Division of Forestry, and the Division of Fish and Wildlife. And we are endorsed by the Minnesota Forest Industries. We have very small overhead budget. The vast majority of this grant and all of our grants that have been awarded by the council goes to on-the-ground work by private equipment operators. I'm going to turn it over to Ted for some more specific examples.
Yeah, I'd like to give you one specific on a particular project to kind of show you, illustrate what we're doing. Our largest project is a planting project in northern St. Louis County, and I think we've all heard lately some of the deer hunters talking about deer populations in northern Minnesota and how the DNR could do better in managing those. So we hear that and we're working on that, and this project would be led by the Division of Forestry, and it's designed to create more diversity by planting a number of species, particularly understory species, in light of some of the things you've talked about with spruce budworm. We're losing some of the conifer understory, so we're talking about diversifying with birch and pine and other species to make that habitat more suitable for deer, moose, and grouse. Those understory conifers in the winter are key for helping those important species survive, as with fur bears and all the species. There are more diversity, more complexity to the understory is important. So that's one of the things we want to do. That's a big project. It's supported by Minnesota Forest Industries, and we think it's worth doing. We have similar projects. You know, there are concerns and challenges with oak management, ash management, and other pine management around the state. And if you look closely through our list of projects, you'll see that we cover all of those across the state in the forested area to try to improve those forests, improve those habitats for the future. One thing I'd like to mention in closing, we often talk about, we're happy to answer questions. We're proud of what we do. We think we manage our grants and get things done on time and efficiently. And if you ever have any questions, you can give us a call, or we'd love to go on the tours, or if you're in our neck of the woods, we'd be happy to discuss this or show it to you, because we love the opportunity to get the grants. We appreciate what you've given us in the past, and we'd like to continue doing this work. So thank you.
Questions?
Yes.
You do. Speak up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So earlier, we heard a proposal on forest recovery, the forest recovery project. Specifically, I understand this is broader than the Northeast. That was highly focused in the Northeast. This overlaps the Northeast and goes further into the central part of the state. But speak to the Northeast. How is it the lands that you're accessing different, or how is the work that you're doing in the Northeast different than that project proposal?
We support what the other groups do, and we think there's enough work on all ownerships. Our work right now is focused mostly on state land, but there's a ton of opportunities for work. So we're doing similar things and trying to provide similar benefits and create better diversity and resilience in light of changes to the forest, including spruce budworm.
Can I just add on one thing to that we work closely with the Nature Conservancy, who was the one who was up here earlier talking about that, and there are certain parcels that it makes sense for different organizations to be able to take the lead on. Our work is on state lands in that region and in a broader context. But yeah, there's a lot of area impacted by spruce budworm that we're kind of all talking about, some similar types of work.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members.
I've had a special request, and our hearing schedule is jumping around. We are going to jump to PA06, Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program, Phase 14. That's the one. Just making sure I got it right. Liz. Is Liz? All right, we're not. We're going to PA01, Martin County WMA Acquisition, Phase 9. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Hartwell and council members. It's a great day to be here to testify on behalf of Martin County DNR WMA Acquisition Phase Number 8. I am Doug Hardkey, Grant Coordinator of the Fox Lake Conservation League from Sherburne, Minnesota. Within our partnership for this year's grant, we will continue to work with the Conservation Fund to assist us with all real estate portions of all land acquisitions, and Ducks Unlimited to help with all wetland and grassland restorations. Emily Nelson, with the Associate Minnesota State Director with the Conservation Fund, is unable to be here today to testify, but she will continue to work with us on the real estate side of each transaction. Jake Cronister is here with me, Regional Biologist with Ducks Unlimited. Our partnership continues to work well with the Minnesota DNR to add important WMA additions to the existing Martin County habitat complexes. Currently, Minnesota DNR owns less than 3% of land in Martin County. Our partnership has worked with the DNR to proactively identify the most ideal additions to current complexes. As a local grassroots organization, our strength is knowing the local landowners and our county habitat. We will have county support of any land acquisition we pursue within our identified complexes. Fox Lake Conservation League is a local club with about 400 members, and we've been very active in land acquisition through 7 separate phases. Even though we have unspent dollars in a couple of our appropriations, I am thoroughly confident that we will be able to use these funds. My inbox is full and I have 3 parcels in the appraisal stage waiting for DNR approval for another large lake basin just west of Fairmont. So I really feel we will be able to spend the funds we have. The additions of these public lands have been a great boost to the Martin County public recreation lands. We have had great support from our county. Our board supports an annual gun safety class, supports multiple shooting sports teams, and currently working on an additional land public access on Fox Lake on the former Interstate Power Plant property. I would like to thank the council for the past funding and continued support of our projects. We are truly making a difference in Martin County conservation. Here next to testify is Jake with Ducks Unlimited.
Good morning, Chairman and council members. As a biologist for Ducks Unlimited, I facilitate the restoration to prairie and wetlands for this partnership. As a leader in wetlands conservation and restoration, you can rest easy knowing quality wetlands are being returned to the landscape in Martin County. I'd like to direct your attention to our handout for a quick update from our program. So the front page has our title and the large landscape photo. This spring and summer, our partnership completed restoration on 2 large projects and secured contracts to restore 2 more this fall. These projects span across most open appropriations. The front page of the handout you're now looking at shows the before and after restoration work completed at Gleam WMA. With your partnership, this group acquired 232 acres adjacent to the existing Gleam WMA in 2019. And after a long process of amending a 1960s drainage agreement, we finally spent down phase 2 by restoring 36 acres of wetlands and 195 acres back to grasslands. Beginning after the upcoming holiday weekend, the same contractor is set to remove tile and sediment from an additional 8 acres of wetlands on an adjacent 35-acre tract, which was acquired this winter. In early May, we wrapped up restoration work at Perch Creek WMA, restoring 19 wetland basins totaling 35 acres. This completed restoration can be seen on the back side of your handout in the upper right photo. Among many other benefits, these 2 tracts are key habitat to the state-threatened Blandings turtle. The Wyndham Area DNR helped to reseed 181 acres of this back to prairie grasslands, which finalized the 290 acre addition to Perch Creek. This project spent down funds from phase 4 and phase 5. This summer, we completed design, permitting, and signed contracts for restoration work at Karen WMA, which has actually begun this week. The selected contractor will remove tile and sediment from 2 wetland basins and install a water control structure, which will allow the Minnesota DNR to manage the 30-acre wetland for long-term success. The uplands of these 2 tracts were seeded in 2022 and add to the habitat complex, which is now over 1,600 contiguous acres. This project will spend down remaining funds from phase 3 and wrap up our spending of phase 4. Thanks for your partnership and your patience bringing these excellent projects to life. As for the growing interest in neonicotinoid use, the only time we use agricultural crops is to prepare the seed bed for prairie seeding. We work with local agricultural producers who agree to plant soybeans free of neonicotinoids or any other pesticide and fungicide. We further limit them to only using foliage reactant herbicides such as glyphosate or 2,4-D, which have no carryover in the soil. We do not use corn or plant food plots as part of restoration. Untreated soybeans are readily available from seed companies, and we've had 0 complaints from farmers with these requirements. Some of our producers even run organic crop operations of their own. Therefore, we have no reason to assume neonicotinoids are being used on lands in this program. Moving forward, we will also require seed bag tags with legible, identifiable information such as lot and batch number. Seed companies keep samples of every batch of seed that they process, and they test each and every one of them. And these test results can be acquired upon request, which will tell us exactly what was on the seed and what went in the ground. Thank you for your time today, and we welcome any questions.
Questions? Suzanne?
I'm coming back to, you've talked a lot about the restoration activities that are going on. The proposal talks about protect and restore. The proposal to restore 160 acres of prairies, but nowhere in your outcomes is there any discussion of any numbers related to the restoration activities. And it's all about fee title acquisition is all that I see here is where the money is coming from. Or this money will go to.
Yes.
Can you clarify that?
Yes, thank you, Chair and Council, for the question. I think that's another artifact of the autofill. Our acres are counted as acquisition, even though we restore them. So it's not a double counting in the outcomes table.
So if we purchase 160 acres, it's going to be restored 160 acres when we're done and transferred to the DNR. It's just you can't buy them and restore them. You got to count them one side or the other.
Okay, all right. This is starting to soak in now, so.
Okay, thank you for your question.
Other questions?
I do.
Ron?
Thank you. Just curious, you have quite a bit of money left unspent. Not counting 23, but from 22, 21, 20, 19, over 5 million.
There has been one acquisition since the June update of a small $400,000 tract off of the 21. So 22 and 23, or excuse me, 22, 23 and 24 are unspent at this point. But I do have 3 appraisals in process, Ron, right now that I feel that we have a lot of activity happening right now. With the heavy spring rains, there's a lot of flooded fields and the interest is great.
Well, just so you know, we've had conversations here about all the money sitting in a bank somewhere and not working on the land, so do what you can.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we're going to go to PA06, Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program, Phase 14. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair and council members, first of all, thank you for being a little flexible with your schedule. Sorry, I stepped out a moment ago. I am Liz Beery, the Associate Director of Grasslands in Minnesota for the Nature Conservancy and the new Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program Manager. Thank you for inviting me to present on behalf of the Nature Conservancy, and thank you for your past investments in the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program and your ongoing commitment to prairie conservation. Some of you may remember hearing from Neil Feakin in the past about our program. For those of you that have not heard about our program before, I'm going to provide an overview of the work that we've done and the reason why we do the work. And then I'll dive into the details of our Phase 14 proposal. The goal of the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program is to maintain key areas as functional prairie systems that provide wildlife habitat for both game and non-game species. Healthy grasslands mean clean water for the surrounding ecosystems and communities. Intact habitat helps us sustain the plant and wildlife diversity that are trademarks of prairie in our state. Increasing habitat connectivity and improving habitat quality are high priorities due to the increasingly noticeable impacts of climate change across the state. The work within the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program spans across much of Minnesota's prairie region. We have 4 priority landscapes identified based on the Minnesota Prairie Conservation Plan, where our dedicated staff implement restoration and enhancement projects. These focal areas include the tallgrass aspen parklands and Agassiz Beach Ridges landscapes of northwest Minnesota, and the upper Minnesota River Valley and Ordway Glacial Lakes landscapes of west central Minnesota. Within these focal areas, our staff closely collaborate with federal and state partners to implement prairie protection, restoration, and enhancement. We accomplish that critical work through limited and targeted acquisition in existing prairie complexes. For phase 14 of our program, we are requesting funds to protect 400 acres of prairies, grasslands, and wetlands. In general, acquisitions adjacent or very close to TNC preserves will stay in TNC ownership. Lands adjacent to DNR tracts or separate from existing conservation tracts will be transferred to DNR ownership in collaboration with DNR staff. We also accomplish our work through accelerated enhancement of permanently protected lands, primarily state and federal public lands. We are requesting funds for an additional 20,000 acres of prairie enhancement. We utilize tools such as prescribed fire, invasive species control, woody removal, conservation grazing, and interseeding. We also complete very diverse prairie restorations of key parcels within these habitat complexes. We are requesting funds for an additional 250 acres of prairie and wetland restoration. And through all of this protection, enhancement, and restoration work, we will sequester approximately 135,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Now, I'll also mention that with our restoration work, the Nature Conservancy, Fish and Wildlife Service, and DNR occasionally use farming to prepare for prairie restorations. We will ensure that there is language in all of our farming agreements that prohibits neonicotinoid use, and we will also enforce this policy by requiring cooperators to submit seed tags prior to planting so we can ensure that they are using neonicotinoid-free seed. Previous phases of the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program are indicative of the Outdoor Heritage Council's impact of scaled-up prairie conservation in Minnesota and the Nature Conservancy's commitment to stewarding public dollars well. Through June 30th, 2024, we have protected 7,941 acres of prairies, wetlands, grasslands, and oak savannas. All of these protected acres are open to public hunting access. We have enhanced almost 200,000 acres, and we have restored 2,663 acres. Additionally, with all of that work, we have sequestered approximately 1.5 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, and we will continue to hold that carbon in the soil perpetually. All of this work happens through a team of prairie recovery biologists who are dedicated to this program. They are co-located in agency offices in core areas, and their success is predicated on strong collaboration and partnerships with the staff in those areas. At this time, I would like to point out that we did not submit a Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program funding proposal last year because we still had sufficient funds available to continue our work. For phase 14, we are requesting $10,106,000 to protect 400 acres, enhance 20,000 acres, and restore 250 acres. Since the Nature Conservancy has been applying prevailing wage rate requirements to all of our contracts for over a year, we already accounted for that in our phase 14's contract budget and acreage goals. TNC staff would like to continue partnering with LSOHC, DLI, and other program managers here to navigate changes related to prevailing wage and our work. I would like to share a few acquisition budget updates. Due to the cyclic nature of property values and landowner interest, we have experienced a dip in land protection in 2022 and 2023, but we are now working with 7 different landowners around the state to permanently protect their land and fee title, and that would be held in ownership by the Nature Conservancy. All 7 tracts are adjacent or nearly adjacent to existing TNC preserves. These lands would, of course, be open to public hunting. If all of these potential acquisitions move forward, we will spend down our acquisition funding across Prairie Recovery Phases 11, 12, and 13, or ML 21, 22, and 23. We currently have about $5 million available in our acquisition funding for fee acquisition without PILT. or actually in fee acquisitions total, and 3.6 million for fee acquisition without PILT. However, these 7 new fee acquisitions without PILT will be over $4.6 million. So we would run short of our funding availability if all of these tracks were to go through. Therefore, our urgency to request additional prairie recovery funds at this time is to ensure that we have dollars available to protect these key parcels while there is a surge of interested landowners around the state, and hopefully to continue the program moving forward as future landowners indicate interest with our land protection staff. Also, we recently experienced some staff turnover, as did many other organizations in the last couple of years, which caused a very short slowdown in our enhancement work and contract spending. We are now fully staffed and our contract spending is accelerating again. And prevailing wage rates will cause that spending pace to further increase since each project costs more than it did before. At this time, we still anticipate being able to meet our acreage goals in all of our open phases despite prevailing wage rates, but we will of course work with LSOHC staff if that changes. Before closing, I would like to highlight that a recent success story from the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program includes the reasoning behind why we have so many dedicated staff to our program. We have long maintained that our 4 full-time prairie recovery biologists and seasonal staff are critical to our success across the types of prairie enhancement work that we do in such a wide geography of Minnesota. With this model, we accomplished over 10,000 acres of prescribed fire this spring, with TNC-led burn crews and TNC staff assisting with DNR and Fish and Wildlife Service burns. With our agency partners often facing staffing shortages during this busy burn season, our additional capacity enables us to both run independent burn crews to accomplish our fire objectives and to also have staff available to assist partners, which can often make or break the ability for a burn to happen in a given day. There are minimum staffing requirements for prescribed fire operations. This partnership is especially important as we face a changing climate, and that also impacts our ability to complete prescribed fires in the spring and fall, because we are seeing more rain events, more high wind days, and combinations thereof, especially in western Minnesota, which reduces the number of days where safe fire operations are allowed. Prescribed fire is a critically important tool that helps us maintain and improve biodiversity on native prairies and restored prairies that we've completed through this funding. It boosts flower production, which benefits pollinators and birds, improves the sequestration of carbon, and reduces that thick, dead, thatchy grass that limits the movement of small wildlife. With all of that, as an example, I would also love to coordinate a field trip for Mr. Hartwell and council members here in order to demonstrate how TNC implements prescribed fire on the landscape.
Only because I called you early, right?
Oh yeah, of course, that's the bonus. But with that, thank you, Mr. Chair and council members, for your time and consideration, and I welcome any questions you have about our program.
Questions? Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question on the protection side. We've got identified 400 acres, 200 PILT payment, 200 non-PILT. How do you prioritize which lands you're gonna keep and maintain under the TNC umbrella versus transfer over?
Generally, it's just based on where they're located in the landscape. Lands that are adjacent or very close to the Nature Conservancy's existing tracts, it just makes more sense for us to add that complex, expand that complex, rather than having, a conservation partner own and manage that land and then, having to constantly work with them on the management of that unit, especially when we're looking at future management needs such as prescribed fire, grazing, the way that we manage invasive species and other priorities like that. So lands that aren't adjacent to our complexes would often make more sense for us to transfer to the Minnesota DNR.
And glad you mentioned your previous balance, your holding balance. You are sitting on a lot of cash.
Yes, Mr. Chair and council members, we are sitting on a fair amount of funds. However, quite a few of those are already obligated in contract dollars where the work is currently in progress or will soon be completed. And we did explain that there's quite a few different acquisition projects where we have funding allocated to those at the moment. And we're continuing conversations with other landowners in the meantime to just, maintain a list of interest. But we anticipate scaling up the pace of our contract spending, like I mentioned, with prevailing wage, increasing the cost of each project, and having a fully staffed program moving forward.
Other questions? Andrew?
How much of that? Good, I'm looking, I think I'm probably looking at the same chart Mark is here, but it looks like 4 years ago, you're up to 70% 4 years. And it looks like it's 100% to Lynn, but then it falls off in a quick hurry. And 3 years ago, 2 years ago, I haven't spent any money. So you're sitting on 2 years worth of budgetary cycles prior to this application. So that seems a little far removed. So if we've spent 98% of that money, we just can't show it on here, that means something to the council. If it's 3% of it, so that my question is how much?
Yeah, it's certainly not 90% spent, that's for sure. We of course want to create a cushion so that we, can maintain our program integrity and, working with our Nature Conservancy finance staff to ensure that we have continuity of our budget. If for some reason, we aren't allocated funds the next year, we can continue meeting the needs of the program as long as we have, the acquisition and contracts funding available. However, like I mentioned, we're basically moving forward at a fast pace with the way that we are spending dollars. So we're just trying to plan ahead and ensure that we have the funding available when we need to use it, since there, is of course a lag between when we submit a proposal for funding and when we actually can utilize that funding.
So I didn't get an answer.
No, you didn't.
Sorry,
So
I'll try
the
again.
point is, we have, looks like $160 million this year, which is a heck of a big number for us. And the question I, as a council member, ask myself as I look at all these projects, and there's some projects that we could probably fund fully. Your continual phase, whatever, if you have that much money sitting there where you can get a couple years and we can fund a project fully, I think that makes sense. So that's why I'm asking you how much of the, let's see, what do you have? 3.8 last year, 4.5, 2.7, 2.8. And then probably about another million. So you're sitting on 10, give or take, right?
Sure, right.
I assume. So that's what I'm asking. Have you said 8 of that's already spoken for? We just haven't been able to show it? Or is it very little?
I can pull those numbers together. A quick tally in my mind, I want to say, 10 to 25% is already allocated. I'd have to pull those numbers together and send it to you later.
Because obviously, we as a council have said there is value in your project.
Right.
And we have continually funded you. Now, do you need that money this year? That's the question, or you're just coming back from, keep stacking to the pile and then we'll work on it, sure. But as a council, we look at it and go, there's a lot of money hanging out there. And you're not the only one. There's several that I've written down. They have 12, 14 million hanging. Is it something where we can fully fund a project and skip a couple phases?
I had the same question, and you're saying we want money in the bank so that if you don't give us money one year, we still have money, is not compelling.
Well, and
We allocate based on projects ready to go, on good projects ready to go, and I don't want anyone holding off money in the bank in case we decide one year not to do it. That's shorting everybody else who could put that money in the ground.
Mr. Chair and members, I fully understand and appreciate your concern there. Perhaps I just phrased that poorly, but.
You won't again.
But like I mentioned, we did have staff turnover, and in that time, we also started to absorb the prevailing wage rate requirements into our contracts. So there's many contracts that we have started to allocate and set up in our contracting program that are still being spent or have not even been spent yet, but we're seeing the cost of those projects increasing to the point where we know we'll be spending dollars down much faster than we did before. So just to add a little more context to that, it's just us estimating, within the next year to 2 years, we'll be spending a lot of our contract dollars, we'll be spending down a lot of our acquisition dollars. So just trying to plan ahead for all of that.
Any other questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you for your time.
We will move on to PAO2, Prairie Chicken Habitat Partnership of the Southern Red River Valley, Phase 11. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Sabin Adams. I'm the Minnesota State Coordinator with Pheasants Forever. And with me today, a face that you probably all recognize, Mr. Neil Feakin is representing the Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society as a volunteer. And today we are presenting the Prairie Chicken Habitat Partnership of the Southern Red River Valley, Phase 11. This program acquires, restores, and then transfers properties to the Minnesota DNR as wildlife management areas, as well as to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as waterfowl production areas. Take it away, Neil.
Sure, thanks. I'm going to have to think and very deliberately go through my introduction here today. My name is Neil Feakin. I am representing the board of the Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society. As Sabin said, I'm a volunteer board member for them. And I very much want to express our board's appreciation for the support that the council has given to this project in the past, as well as our thanks and appreciation for Pheasants Forever for helping us implement this program. As many of you know, the Prairie Chicken Society is a small volunteer member-run organization, and without the support of both Pheasants Forever and this council, we would not be able to get this prairie chicken habitat protected nearly as rapidly as what we've done in the last 10 years. If you'll indulge me just for a second, I'm going to run through a quick natural history of prairie chickens that some of you, or maybe most of you, already know, but they are a native bird to the state of Minnesota. Once they were extremely abundant across the prairie portions of our state. Ironically, they actually benefited from agriculture early on. So in the early 1900s, late 1800s, they rapidly expanded in numbers and range when grasslands got broken into small diversified farms. Unfortunately, in the 1970s, with the intensification of agriculture and the loss of much of our grassland habitat across the state, we saw precipitous declines in those numbers. We saw an increase again in the late 90s, early 2000s when CRP was at its height. And we had the most numbers of prairie chickens in Minnesota that we'd had for decades. Unfortunately, 2007 was another watershed moment in our state. CRP started coming off the land, particularly in the prairie chicken range of west central and northwestern Minnesota. And once again, we found that prairie chickens are extremely responsive to grassland on the landscape. And today we've lost a large portion of our population. We're down to about 5,000 birds across the entire prairie chicken range. Science shows us that we need about 4,000 acres out of a 10,000 acre block in grass in order to support local prairie chicken populations. And we were finding that we had that when we had high rates of CRP enrollment. Now that we've lost many of those USDA acres, we're kind of struggling to find those grassland acres. The real value that I see that the council has provided to this project and to the continuation of our prairie chicken populations is to stem that loss. And by permanently buying, protecting, and restoring grasslands, we take some of that variation that we saw with Farm Bill programs, in program, out of the program, in the program, out of the program. We take that out of the equation. And so what we've been able to do with your funds to date is really establish those core areas for prairie chickens. In observations that happened in 2024, we've got 53 leks across about a 7-county area. We want more. Obviously, we want more, but we feel like we're on the right trajectory so that we're going to be able to solidify and to stabilize these populations as we move forward. With that, I'd like to turn it back to Saban for some details about the project to date.
Thanks, Neil. So if you look at the handout that we provided, as you can see, the previous phases of this program have been very successful. Phases 1, 2, 3, and 5 are currently closed. Phase 4 was hung up by a particularly difficult restoration project. It's actually the project that is provided in the illustration from the proposal. There was a remeandering of a stream that we did on that property, and that is a particularly intense restoration practice, and it took a significant amount of time, but that restoration work is getting wrapped up this fall, and we anticipate that we will be submitting a final report with that soon. Phases 6, 7, and 8 of the program, all of the acquisitions are done. We've acquired every acre that we are going to acquire. And then the phase 9, we've spent some of that money. We have $1.3 million of it legally obligated, as in we have a purchase agreement signed where we are going to spend $1.3 million. And then the last phase we just got on July 1st. But just recently looking at the numbers, there's a bit of a difference between legally obligated funds and planned funds. We have 1.36 million tied up in purchase agreements, but we have active acquisitions that we are pursuing that if they all get to that purchase agreement stage, all of this money will be spent out. So we have a plan to spend out that money, and that's why we are back to the council requesting another year to continue this program and continue to acquire land to support the Prairie chicken. So with that, we'll give you back a little bit of time, hopefully, and ask for some questions.
Questions?
You said the 1.3 went, you said by phase, but what year is that?
It's in the note there. That is ML 2023. It's the 1.36 million that is in purchase agreements, if that's what you're asking.
And then further back than that, goes back to 2021. It looks like you've only spent 15% of the money back 3 years from 2021, only 60% from 2020. So is there any of that that's obligated as well? I'm kind of asking you the same question that we asked prior. There's a almost 13 million hanging. Of that 13 million, how much has been?
So I think the really important distinction that needs to be made with these projects is some of the money, the bulk of the money is for acquisition of land. The rest of the money is primarily for the restoration of that property. And so if we did not acquire the land, then we wouldn't spend any of the rest of that money. And so it would be, we wouldn't accomplish anything, or we'd have all of that money waiting for us to spend it. So when it shows that we've spent 67% of the funds to date, the funds that are remaining are being spent on the restoration of the properties that we acquired. And I could put together a budget of all of the anticipated restoration activities, but it will never go over 100% of OHF funds because there isn't money there. But it's likely to be that we will turn back money because we didn't spend all of the contract dollars in restoring those properties. We have a plan to restore all of those properties. It's just not reflected as a, a legally obligated balance, because it's not tied up in a purchase agreement per se. We have a plan to plant prairie on that property. If that makes sense.
And realistically, a full, complete restoration is anywhere from a 5 to 7 year proposition. So the tails of some of these, we're gonna continue to linger as we continue to spend down those restoration dollars.
So any of those where it says acquisition is done, we are not acquiring any more lands. The dollars that are remaining there are just being spent on restoring those properties that we have already acquired.
So you mentioned that there's 5,000 prairie chickens, is that what you said?
Approximately.
Total?
Total.
What are we doing wrong? If we're spending $4,000 a bird to make habitat for them, what, are we doing the right things? That seems an awful low number.
I think we're doing the right things. One of the interesting slides I've seen over time is the in this change, as Neil mentioned, we can't compete with CRP, the biggest conservation program in the world, essentially. And as the numbers in Minnesota have absolutely plummeted since 2007, we've lost on average 48,000 acres of grass just in the CRP program, not to mention pastures and other things not enrolled, but on average 48,000 acres of grass in Minnesota per year since 2007. We can't hold a candle to that. But what we can do, as Neil mentioned, is these are permanently protected parcels. And so we're not going to see these fluctuations as farm bills come and go and we lose acres and gain acres. We are protecting these core areas. And so it would be our hope, Prairie Chicken Society and Pheasants Forever, that 5,000 birds is based around a core of permanently protected habitat, and we're not going to see that number do these severe swings as we see money come and go from the farm bill.
So I'm confused, following up on Andrew's thing, because if I look at your proposal, the amount of funds remaining is over $12 million. If I look at this one, and I just look at funds remaining from phase 7, 8, 9, and 10, 297,720,000, 2.00088, and 3.8 million. That's $7 million.
I can, Mr. Chair, I can address.
Total
this.
is 3 million at the bottom of that chart, which doesn't add up.
I was sitting over there with my colleague beforehand, and it was simply a matter of that when we added the last year's appropriation to the handout, the Excel equation didn't add one more row. So the one that's missing is the 3.794 that we just received on July 1st being added. The difference between the totals in the proposal is you're adding up appropriations that are already closed. And so if you look at phases 1, 2, 3, and 5, all of that money we've handed back to the state because those appropriations are closed. So we are just adding up the totals of funds actually still open. And then I apologize for the error where we didn't catch the last one on the bottom didn't get included.
On your proposal, not to disagree with you, but I'm going to, 2020, is 2020 closed or not?
Let me look at the proposal here. ML 20 is not closed.
So there's 588,000 left in your funding remaining on the proposal.
There is another, I apologize, there's another caveat to this. The handout was made a few weeks ago with current numbers. The proposal was made in May. We acquired over, Jake, you were telling me these numbers. We acquired a couple $1 million of property since putting in the proposal and building the handout.
All right, so if I just use your new numbers, it's still $7 million that
Correct.
you've got left in the bank. How much of that do you have proposals out, or purchase agreements outstanding for that have not been spent? Projects that are ready to go that you haven't spent the money on, not things that might close in 2 years that's out floating. How much is committed because you have a deal?
And I'll answer that question, but I need to differentiate the fee title acquisition versus the restoration costs.
I understand.
We will spend, including the ones, so just the purchase agreements, 1.36 million is going. And then we have other projects in the works that will spend the rest of the fee title dollars. So of that 7 million.
How soon?
Probably within the next, honestly, probably within the next year and a half. By the time that we got this funds, it's very likely that we will not have any fee dollars available to acquire the next property.
Wait a second, you just said a year and a half. And if you got funds for this, it's less than a year until you get the funds. It's
I
not
apologize,
adding
yeah,
up.
that's July 1st of 2025. Yeah, so I would anticipate by July 1st of 2025, we won't have fee title dollars available. I can't anticipate with 100% accuracy that we're going to acquire every one of them. But if I look at our previous track record, last year, we spent, in the last 9 months, we spent $7.5 million on land acquisitions in this program alone. If we repeated that in the next 9 months, well, we'd be in the hole because we don't have $7 million for fee title acquisition. And so I think the easiest way, not to confuse the numbers, the easiest way is that I would anticipate if we don't get new funding, we won't have any more dollars to acquire land in the Prairie Chicken Range.
Okay. Other questions? Dudley, your hand is up.
Yes, sir. Back to Andrew's question about what we're doing wrong. I was curious if there's still hunting allowed of the prairie chicken in these habitats that we're restoring and protecting.
Yes, hunting is still allowed in those areas. The Minnesota DNR does a lottery system where you have to apply to get a permit in a particular area, and then they allocate only so many permits to certain areas. So I could get these numbers wrong, but I believe it's around 150 prairie chickens are harvested per year. Or that's how many they allocate. That doesn't mean they're actually harvested. Many of them go, the licenses go without anybody harvesting a prairie chicken. But yes, these properties are purchased and then transferred to the Minnesota DNR or to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to be managed as part of all of their other properties and are not differentiated to disallow prairie chicken hunting.
Yeah, so my question and my whatever probably sounds silly to many people, but I don't understand how allowing hunting of a species we're trying to restore helps that species, grow its numbers. It makes no sense to me. And if, if I'm stupid, that's fine, but I don't understand how, allowing people to kill breeding adult prairie chickens is helping increase the number of prairie chickens. Explain that to me.
Well, Mr. Chair and council members, that's a topic that could take up a heck of a lot of time, but I'll do my best to be brief on it. When harvesting these birds, you are looking at, in essence, a surplus of birds. That population is going to be habitat dependent and is going to be limited by a lot of conditions such as weather and predators. Those 150 birds, let's just say that's the number, are going to come out of that population probably one way or another, whether it's humans doing it or predators or winter or disease. And so the harvest of a sustainable number of those birds is not impacting the overall population. And conversely, it is bringing attention to that bird. Hunters are buying licenses, hunters are supporting the prairie chicken. I would surmise that a majority of the Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society's members and Pheasants Forever's members, to that matter, are hunters and are putting in tremendous efforts because they care about those species to bring them back. And so having a hunting season gives it the publicity to bring support to that bird, while the actual season and harvest itself is not scientifically proven, is not detrimental to that population.
Yeah, and I guess it almost sounds like you're paying to play. It's like, well, you buy a hunting license and you're a hunter, so that gives you the right to harvest the birds. And to me, it still doesn't make a lot of sense. But what I see is you're compounding the problem by, there's natural predation and weather issues, and then you compound that with allowing people to harvest birds. So to me, the hunting piece only adds to the plight of the birds. It certainly doesn't help them to justify hunting by saying, well, we're going to lose birds anyway to goshawks and Cooper's hawks and bad winters. But then you add on top of that hunters blasting birds. That it still makes no sense to me. But that's okay. It's just something I guess I'll never understand. So, but Sabin, thank you for the answer. And I don't want you to feel like I'm picking on you. I just don't understand when we allow harvesting of animals that we're trying to protect, how that helps that animal increase its population. It's a head scratcher for me, but thank you.
All right, thank you. So I just reiterate the invitation Liz made. Anybody who hasn't spent time in a prairie chicken blind watching a lek in the spring is really missing out. And there's a number of blinds hosted by Minnesota DNR, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Nature Conservancy. Anybody in the Prairie Chicken Society would be happy to take folks out into those blinds. It's just really a tremendous, powerful spiritual experience, in my opinion. So,
And having done it, I would agree. It's really cool. Next is PA03 Rim Grassland Preserve Phase 6.
I'm not talking, I'm just the face in the room, so I really hope John Vaz is online.
Yes.
Go ahead.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Wonderful. My name is John Vaz. I'm a easement program coordinator for the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources. And today I'm going to be talking about the Rim Grassland Reserve Phase 6. Since the inception of the program in 2019, we've done some very remarkable things. We've protected approximately 2,890 acres of remnant prairie and 43 individual easements with private landowners. It's important to stress that the uniqueness about this program is that it captures landowners that want to participate in a program that typically is not available to them. And the reason I say that is there are other programs, particularly the DNR Native Prairie Bank program, that does the same similar easement process, but they target high priority remnant wetlands and typically do not enroll moderate quality remnants. So we're basically missing the protection on many remnant prairies that exist in the state of Minnesota. This program is statewide. Over the years, I've been pleasantly surprised at some of the quality wetlands or remnant prairies that are available out there. We recently had a great acquisition down in Rock County for 320 acres that was directly adjacent to Blue Mound State Park. That was a surprise. It was a great application. We continue to work with the 11 technical LTTs, local technical teams, scattered throughout the state. They're all located within the Prairie core areas that was identified in the Minnesota Prairie Plan. And we rely on them to do outreach, talk to landowners. And again, our focus is moderate quality. So a lot of times people apply for the Native Prairie Bank program. They're not able to get in, and we then work with them and determine if this moderate remnant prairie is savable and if it's worth protecting. And then through restoration, we do hand cutting of trees. We encourage prescribed burning and to increase the quality of the moderate remnant prairie and basically improve it and make it thrive. So I know there's a lot of discussion on budget and how much dollars are remaining. So last year we determined that we would not approach the Lessard Council because we had sufficient dollars, budget dollars. But to date, we have spent $14.9 million from phase 1 to the present. We have $2.6 million remaining, and that is a figure from May. and we've already started to spend down that money. So by the time, if we're in process of collecting applications, we anticipate by July 1st of next year, we will be at $0. So anything that we can obtain from Lessard Council would be greatly needed because we will be at $0. Another thing that I should note, I did see some of the comments that there was a discrepancy in our proposal. The real number should have been 1,260 acres rather than the 900. So some council members did the math, and they were concerned that the per acre charge or per acre cost was too high. We are going through some fairly dramatic crop increases, and being that this is a statewide program, we were surprised that we were getting landowner interest in Southwest Minnesota. If you've seen some of the cropland prices or land prices, Southwest Minnesota is very high right now. So if you do the math, that's about $6,300 per acre. So that was the discrepancy, and I apologize for that in the proposal. Again, we are protecting and focusing on these non-crop areas, which is kind of a new concept for folks. Generally, everything is based on crop acres. CRP is crop. Over the years, I have noticed that landowners have physically broken land just to get crop history, and then so they can enter into the CRP program. Well, we definitely don't want to encourage or see that happening. We don't want to see remnant prairies being broken, because once they are lost, there's no going back. I mean, they are such a unique ecosystem that it's impossible basically to go back and reconstruct a remnant prairie. So I will be brief, as I know we're a little bit behind schedule. I will entertain any questions that the council may have.
Questions? I'm going to ask my neonicotinoid question, which is, what are you going to do to make sure your food plots that do get used do not have neonicotinoids in them?
Well, obviously, Chair Hartwell and members, we are not going to allow food plots on remnant prairie. There may be cases in the buffer area that were past cropped acres that we would allow food plots, but between 2 and 4% of all of the rim ground in Minnesota is food plots. So they're very, very small percentage.
I understand that. I'm saying on that 2 or 4%, what are you doing to make sure no neonicotinoids are going to be used? Because as we passed out, there's evidence that while the rules are don't, it's not being followed. So I'm asking what you're going to do to make sure the rules are followed.
Chair Hartwell, I'll step in and answer that one. The same answer as Kevin Roth presented yesterday morning for about all of our materials and guidance to landowners says it's not allowed. What we are lacking right now is that enforcement and follow-up and ensuring that that is not happening, which we will start doing by collecting seed takes.
Okay. Other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on to PA04, rim buffers for wildlife and water, phase 11.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members and staff. My name is Dusty Anthony. I am a easement programs coordinator with the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources and program manager of the Rim Buffers program. Thank you for your prior support of the Rim Buffers and for Wildlife and Water program and the opportunity to speak with you today about PA 04 Phase 11. This request is a $10 million request to continue the rim-only buffers easement program that was restarted with phases 9 and 10. It's similar to the program we had with phases 1 and 4 that were very successful. Just as a reminder, phases 5 through 8 of this rim buffers program are being utilized for the Minnesota Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, CREP, which is a partnership with the federal government through the Conservation Reserve Program. The goal of phase 11 of this program is to restore and protect riparian and floodplain areas across the state to improve and enhance wildlife habitat and water quality. This will be accomplished by permanently protecting approximately 823 acres on 14 rim easements across the state. The number of easements and acres funded with this phase will be dependent on the size and location of the applications received. The land eligible for this program is existing row crop parcels experiencing flooding, erosion, sedimentation, resulting in marginal agricultural production. Existing CRP acres are also eligible. Enrolling these parcels in the Rim Buffers program will help create corridors for wildlife that are critical to linking larger habitat complexes while maintaining agricultural landscapes and improving water quality. The average width requirement for the easements enrolled under this phase would be between 300 and 1,000 feet minimum, depending on the water source to be protected and the extent of the floodplain. The average width requirement could be less than that depending on certain situations. Crop cessation will be the main form of floodplain wetland restoration in this program. A small amount of funding was budgeted for engineering to restore altered hydrology. That would mostly be through tile breaks or ditch plugs. Extensive depressional wetland restorations will not take place through this program and are better suited for our Rim Wetlands program, which you will be hearing more about this afternoon. That project is WA03 for reference. This phase will continue utilizing a ranking and selection process and be implemented locally, working with local soil and water conservation district staff who work directly with interested landowners throughout the state. If you could turn to the handout provided for this hearing, I'll go through both sides of that here. So page 1 of that handout is the page with the pie charts. The pie charts you'll see there are highlighting the 4 categories the Bowser easement section uses when talking about funds budgeted for easement payments, as easement applications are received and easements recorded. I should note that the pie charts here are strictly for the easement payment portion of our budgets, as that typically accounts for around 90% of the budget. On the top left pie chart, Minnesota Law 2015, that is phase 5, 2016 would be phase 6, 2017, 7, and so on. Minnesota Law 2021 would be phase 9, and 10 would be 2022. I'll describe the 4 categories briefly here, but the main category I want you to focus on would be the available category. As you can see, based on the Minnesota law year, we did take a break from requesting funds between phases 8 and 9, and between phase 10 and now phase 11 request. The committed category in this pie chart represents funds committed to specific easements that have not been encumbered within the state's financial system. The encumbered category would be representing funds that are encumbered for a specific easement. Those 2 categories would be our in-process easements that are working through to recording. The paid category are payments that have been made directly to landowners for easements that have been recorded. And the available category there represents funds available for easement payments to landowners. You'll notice the pie charts for Minnesota Law 2015 through 2017 have 0% available for easement payments. Minnesota Law 2018 is showing 7% available for easement payments. However, those will remain unspent as we have reached deadlines within the appropriation. A reminder again that Minnesota Law 2015 through 2018 are being utilized for the Minnesota CREP program. Minnesota Law 2021, which is phase 9, has 3% available for easement payments, and Minnesota Law 2022, phase 10, has 58% available for easement payments. The numbers here on both sides of this handout are current as of August 12th. This program operates on batching periods where landowners can submit applications. The 3 batching periods have been held so far, utilizing Minnesota Law 2021 and Minnesota Law 2022. During that time frame, $8.16 million in applications have been received. With interest in the program increasing and impacts of recent weather events, we anticipate committing the remaining funds for easement payments from phases 9 and 10 before the end of calendar year 2024, with applications that were received last month in July and applications we expect to be submitted in October. Bowser has received funding from the Clean Water Fund for rim buffers. It was not included in the proposal as in the budget proposal. It was included in the narrative as text. Much like phases 9 and 10, the original intent for phase 11 is to continue a rim-only program not tied to Minnesota CREP. However, if interest of the council, some funds could be used to leverage federal funding through Minnesota CREP. With this being phase 11 of the rim buffers program, I wanted to provide you with an update on the acres of the previous 10 phases. This can be found on the back page of the handout with the table. While page 1 focused on phases that are open, page 2 includes the rim buffer program as a whole, including phases that have been closed. Buffers phases 1 through 4, so that would be Minnesota Law 2011 through 2014, protected over 1,600 acres through the Outdoor Heritage Fund and over 4,700 acres through all funding sources. Phases 1 through 4 are closed and no longer funding easements. Buffers phases 5 through 8, so Minnesota Law 2015 through 18 are being utilized for CREP. Over 4,300 acres have been funded through OHF and over 8,400 acres funded through all funding sources. Final reports will soon be prepared for phases 5, 6, and 8, and phase 7 received an extension through 2025, and a final report will be prepared in the near future. So Sandy and I can both check those off the list of status updates. Phases 9 and 10, so Minnesota Law 2021 and 22, we have funded 572 acres as of August 12th. As you can see from the table, those 2 phases have around $2.25 million available for landowner payments. And we expect to commit that to applications that were received in July and expected in October. Just to put that 2.25 in reference, during the batching period that ended in July, just over $3 million in applications were received and are not accounted for in the handout. Funding decisions were not made at the time the handout was prepared. I know there's been talk about public access and easements, and just to point that out here, the local soil and water conservation districts are the ones working with the landowners directly to enroll acreage in this program. And the local soil and water conservation districts are also the staff who often enroll acres into the walk-in access program. So that connection they have with those landowners and those programs can be relayed to the landowner at the time of application. In closing, feedback received from local soil and water conservation district staff regarding the need for a continued rim-only buffers program allows us to be confident that Phase 11 would be utilized in a timely manner as a result of landowner interest and the recent weather events. Again, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here and would take any questions you may have.
Questions? Jamie?
Just a clarification question in regards to the appropriation year 2018. I think you had said that there was still 7% unspent and that would stay that way because the cycle has ended. Will that 7% then be returned back?
Correct. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members, for the question. Correct, that amount would be returned to the fund.
But of course, we won't get accounting for that until December or January, just so you know. So if I heard you right, everything, up to 98% plus or minus something in ML 22 will be spent by July 1st of 2025.
Mr. Chair and members, thank you for the question. Yes, we are anticipating that to be spent with the applications that were received in July and what we are anticipating for October.
So just so the council knows, I've talked to Mark and suggested that the staff actually record these answers that we're hearing about commitments to spend, because I don't know about you, but my memory of what you're saying today, a year from now, might not be so good, but writing it down and tracking that so we can see if the commitments that are being made are being followed, I think will be helpful to us. And I'd like everyone to know that. Any other questions? Great, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to have us go for lunch now and come back at 25 after 1, so we can make up a little time. I got a little nervous yesterday that the food truck was going to disappear and there was going to be no food. We have we have 2 food trucks, so we'll adjourn until 1:25. Very good.
Came back. It's questionable at the moment, but
Mics are live. Mics are live. Are we streaming?
I've learned an enormous amount.
Okay.
So did you get something to eat?
Yeah, I brought a lunch,
Oh,
so I had some.
you didn't have any fish?
No, I didn't go down to the.
You had, but yesterday you had French.
Yes.
And I had them,
Well, I
and I
had
had
a
them
gyro
today.
and, I had a gyro and fries
Okay.
yesterday, so, and I was
That's
like,
a
okay, that's
big-
enough
that's
grease
a
for
big
my
eat.
weight. So, the gyro was actually really good.
Yeah,
The meat was really good. I
Yeah.
probably should have just stayed away from the fries.
yeah, yeah.
That's what I'm wondering, because
I ate the
They weren't too,
leftovers.
they weren't too bad, but you just didn't need them. I did put them on sandwiches, looked pretty good.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, after yesterday, I decided just bring a lunch.
who's next?
Sometimes limes is bad. If you catch it early, it's okay, but if it gets in there, I had a bad day. We put them on drugs finally and it got better, but it didn't look the same.
This is bad. This is limes. I don't know how they test them. It's supposed to be just a bag.
Well, we're missing
Yeah.
the senator.
But he's definitely,
Yesterday, he didn't come back.
he's had the tick-borne illnesses. Yes,
Huh?
All right, are we?
Oh, that, yeah. Otherwise, everybody's
I
here.
couldn't get him through the burn. I tried to have a battery of the antibiotics, and Senator get him through it.
It's been really helpful.
No.
Did it again.
So in the 30 days.
Got him through it.
Are we good, Tom?
I haven't heard back yet, so I'm just trying to check if they're due
That's why
this
we
still
started
happens.
using the last 2 weeks.
I would guess the senators did not.
Right, it has to be make big, it's not just one little off things, and so that was kind of the theory.
What's the other side?
Okay, we're good.
All right, I'm gonna call us back to order. Hello? Joe, you gotta sit down now, sorry.
Just reach out, appreciate it.
We're gonna go on to the next proposal, which is PA05, Accelerating the Wildlife Management Area Program, Phase 17.
17. Okay, let me find that one. 05.
Where's that?
It's, we're still on before lunch list.
Go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, Chair and council members. For the record, my name is Sabin Adams. I'm the state coordinator with Minnesota Pheasants Forever. And with me is Jake Granfers, our public lands manager. And we are presenting to you the Accelerating the Wildlife Management Area Program, Phase 17 PA05. So, if you look at the illustration that we provided in the proposal, you can see some of the high-level numbers there. We have, since the beginning of this program, we have acquired 115 parcels covering more than 16,273 acres. And as I mentioned earlier, there's a lag between when we put the proposal together and when we actually are up here presenting. And so those numbers have increased since we put the proposal together. And additionally, I'd like to call out that we've been able to bring in over $14 million in leverage, non-state leverage. That primarily comes from the proposals that we put together through the North American Wetlands Conservation Act, NACA. It's a very similar process to this. We put together proposals, it goes to their council, they award funding, and they're always very happy to see and hear the amount of state dollars that are being matched to their program and vice versa. If you look at the second page of that illustration, you can see one of the incredible pieces that we were able to accomplish in this last year. The southeast corner of the map there is the Seconics Wildlife Management Area. This is in Wright County in the metro region. And the northwest corner of the map is the Veterans WMA, which was funded, I believe, in law year 14. So quite a while ago, this council and Pheasants Forever acquired that property, highlighted in green on the illustration. And we were able to close on that Seconics WMA that you can see in red there, connecting those parcels and adding over 200 acres of permanently protected public access in the metro region. And just showing the high level of focus that we have on the parcels that we're acquiring and putting them in the places where we can have the greatest amount of impact. With that, I'll let Jake speak to some of the numbers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members. I wanted to walk you guys through our handout. It's the Excel table, not the one from the proposal, rather the handout that was provided. On there, as you can see, the first 10 phases of this have been closed out. 10 appropriations have been closed out. Money spent and acre goals met. Starting ML 19 through 22, we have all of our acquisition work done. I mean, no more acquisitions being bought out of those appropriations, and restoration work is still in progress on those. In ML 23, I wanted to expand a little bit more on the budget here. We spent to date a little over $1 million on properties, and we're about to close on another property valued at $216,000. In addition to that, since this handout was even made, we've added 3 more purchase agreements for $1.2 million. So that's legally obligated now. And then there's an additional 2 properties that we're very close to getting a purchase agreement on. We've got the survey work done, title work done, and that will account for another $2 million, which will essentially spend that appropriation ML 23 out. Looking at ML 24, which we just got in July, it's a similar story. It's just we're a little bit behind on the project. So we have 4 acquisitions in progress. We've started the appraisal. One of them has a survey done. We just don't have purchase agreements, so it doesn't show up on this handout as legally obligated at all. But those 4 properties will essentially use out all the money except for $252,000 some change. So with that, even in the last 2 months, we've turned down five different projects from DNR, requesting we take them on, because in our internal budgets, what we're proposing, or what we know is in process, we can't take on any more projects without going in the hole. So we need, I know on the handout and everything, it looks like we have a lot of money remaining, but a lot of that is tied up into acquisitions in progress. It just doesn't get captured on as legally obligated yet. So this next phase is crucial for us to continue our work on acquiring WMAs in the state. With that, I will turn it over for any questions.
Questions? We're gonna make up time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on.
All right. Next, EA07, Northern Tallgrass Prairie National Wildlife Refuge, Phase 15.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris McGrath, and I'm the Associate Director of Protection and the Northern Tallgrass Prairie National Wildlife Refuge Program Manager for the Nature Conservancy in Minnesota. Joining me today is Mike Budd, and he's the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Project Leader for the Northern Tallgrass Prairie National Wildlife Refuge. And joining on Zoom is Rich Biskey, who's the Director of Water and Land Protection for the Nature Conservancy in Minnesota. Thank you, Chair Hartwell and council members for your time today and for considering our Minnesota Law 2025 proposal for the Northern Tallgrass Prairie National Wildlife Refuge Program, which I'll refer to in this presentation as NTP NWR, or just simply the refuge. So a little bit of background. The refuge was established by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the year 2000 to address the loss of America's native grasslands and the decline of grassland wildlife. The refuge is authorized to work in the prairie landscapes of western Minnesota and northwestern Iowa, including 49 counties in the state of Minnesota. The Nature Conservancy and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service have partnered in the state of Minnesota to acquire, restore, enhance, and manage native grasslands. The program's work is targeted at protecting high-quality native habitat in areas with existing concentrations of native prairie, wetlands, and protected lands. And the long-term goal for the refuge is to protect 77,000 acres through conservation easements and fee title acquisitions. To date, the refuge has protected 14,199 acres, and 60% of it, which is 8,578 acres, have been added to the refuge with OHF funding. Of these, 5,258 acres are classified as untilled native prairie, which is 61% of the OHF funded total. Additional habitat protected in the refuge with OHF funding includes 691 acres of wetlands, more than 2.5 miles of lakefront, and 28 miles of stream frontage. The original tallgrass prairie in Minnesota covered approximately 18 million acres. Now there's about 250,000 acres left, which is less than 1.4%. And that less than 1.4% is under threat. Land values, especially cropland values, have risen exponentially over the past 3 years, making undisturbed native prairie a prime candidate for conversion to row crop agriculture. Although the Nature Conservancy supports renewable energy, when wind and solar energy leases, easements, and infrastructure development in western and southwestern Minnesota occurs on land containing native prairie, it reduces the available amount of remaining native prairie that we can permanently protect. And today there's a major effort by wind utilities to secure leases and easements in southwestern and western Minnesota in particular. We've appreciated the partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and the continued support of the council since the beginning of this OHF funded program in 2010. We've spent just over 99% of the available funds for closed appropriations while achieving 114% of our permanently protected acreage goals. And we're continuing to spend down appropriations with available financing for acquisitions, restoration, and enhancement. The overall funding availability for all open appropriations is $12 million. Other than the two appropriations affected by COVID and rapidly rising land values from 2020 through 2023, which will end up having a spend down percentage of approximately 75% once those two appropriations close, it is highly likely that we will spend down over 99% of 12 out of the 14 appropriations. For ML 2025's proposal, if funded, the Nature Conservancy and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will cooperate on protecting an additional 2,250 acres of native prairie and associated habitat. Of that, we expect 2,100 acres to be conservation easements and approximately 150 acres be title acquisitions. Phase 15's acquisition work will be guided by the same focus on high quality, diverse habitat benefiting a wide range of species. As we successfully continue with the program to protect the last remaining native prairie in Minnesota, we are seeing climate resiliency benefits resulting from increased enhancement and restoration investments. To that end, this proposal includes an increase in requested funding for enhancement and restoration. Land protection, restoration, and enhancement takes the time of quality personnel to do it effectively. Phase 15's proposal includes an increase in restoration and enhancement and personnel time and expense that are primarily due to the opportunity we have to leverage federal funding dollars which are being used to fund two full-time prairie biologists who are primarily engaged in our restoration and enhancement work, which has increased measurably over the past few years. The two biologists are also actively working with landowners on new proposals for conservation easement and fee acquisitions. Mike will talk more about this after my portion of the presentation. The restoration and enhancement increase also takes into consideration the prevailing wage requirements of the Minnesota Department of Labor and Industry, which has resulted in an increase in the cost of restoration and enhancement contract work. The personnel increase is also due to the additional time involved with the exponential increase in habitat protection acquisitions that we've experienced over the past 18 months to 2 years, a trend that's expected to continue throughout the funding availability timeframe for Minnesota Law 2025. I mentioned that we have experienced an exponential increase in conservation easement acquisitions over the past 18 months to 2 years. So we expect that trend to continue based on the long list of interested landowners we're working with. We also anticipate that fee acquisition interest will slowly resume after a 2-year lull, which was primarily due to rapidly rising land values during that time. That said, the majority of our acquisitions are conservation easements, and we expect that trend to continue throughout ML 2025's funding cycle. The Council's consistent support of the Northern Tallgrass Prairie National Wildlife Refuge Program and our highly effective partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has resulted in a program that's in full stride, one that is protecting more native prairie today than at any time during the 14 years of our partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We appreciate your continued support of this highly effective native prairie protection and restoration program, especially considering the increasing crop ground conversion pressures and the limited amount of native prairie is under. So over the past 12 months, we've closed just over $2 million of acquisitions, and we've signed and therefore committed with signed purchase agreements an additional $2.6 million. We are working on an additional $5.9 million of proposed conservation easement acquisitions. Now, taking into consideration that we close an average of 68% of proposed conservation easement acquisitions, which totals $4 million out of the $5.9 million. The combination of this $4 million and the $2.6 million of signed purchase agreement conservation easement acquisitions is $6.6 million. Subtracting this amount from the $7.9 million of available acquisition dollars in all remaining appropriations, we have $1.3 million remaining for acquisitions. At our current rate of success, with $2 million closed in the past 12 months and an additional $2.6 million signed, the remaining $1.3 million for acquisitions will most likely be fully committed in less than 8 months, even though we have until June 30th, 2028, nearly 4 more years to spend down acquisitions in our most current appropriation, which is Minnesota Law 2024. Our proposal requests that the Council will continue to support the successful and impactful Northern Tallgrass Prairie National Wildlife Refuge Program by funding Phase 15 so that we can continue the laser-focused work of this program on protecting the last remaining native prairie in the state of Minnesota. Now, for the last couple of minutes, or minute and a half of our presentation time, I'll turn it over to Mike Budd, our partner at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Okay. Thank you, Chris. And to build off what Chris said, the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Nature Conservancy have expanded our partnership this past year by jointly funding 2 new biologist positions. These biologists started around 6 months ago, and they have been busy preparing outreach materials to mail to landowners within our focus areas. These packets will inform landowners of our easement options and hopefully entice them into an easement. We are scheduled to mail the packets out this fall and winter, and we are optimistic that we'll have several interested landowners to meet with in the spring of 2025. This will replicate the recent success of our Windham Wetland Management District, where their focused efforts in 2022 nearly tripled their average number of proposed Northern Tallgrass Prairie acquisitions. I also briefly want to mention that we're adding another position in October to help conserve remnant prairie. This biologist will be responsible for overseeing summer field crews who will monitor our remnant prairies and rapidly respond to invasive species. This shows our commitment to protecting the investment. Through this team effort and with the continued support of the Council, we will help protect the remaining 1% of Minnesota's remnant prairies. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your partnership with the Nature Conservancy.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Chair Hartwell and Council members for your time. And that concludes our presentation. Now it's time for questions.
Questions? So I have a question. Actually, 2 questions. One is my neonicotinoid question. How are you going to make sure that what is supposed to be standard practice actually is complied with?
Yeah, and I've had the benefit of hearing from my colleague Liz Bury, who runs the Prairie Recovery Program. You know, we talked about this before. We're gonna do what others have suggested and require seed tags. You know, we don't do a lot of crop ground restoration because the vast majority of our work are conservation easement acquisitions. And usually that is mostly native grasslands and not crop ground conversion, but we do some crop ground conversion. We do plant beans for a couple of years to get rid of the carryover from previous chemical use. And then, but we haven't followed up with obtaining seed tags, and that's what we intend to do. I think that's a great idea that was, I think, first expressed yesterday, and Liz and I plan to do it with our respective programs.
Glad to know you're doing it. My second question is just, and I don't have exact figures, so you'll have to live with my rounding, but I've been told that the federal prevailing wage rate is a third what the state prevailing wage rate that everyone's talking about is. Is there a way for the feds to do the restoration work so that you're paying federal prevailing wage instead of state prevailing wage with federal money instead of, and stretching the dollars?
I don't know, but I'll find out.
Okay, it's a suggestion. Any other questions? Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our list is PA 08, DNR and WMA and SNA, DNR, WMA and SNA acquisition, phase 17. Go ahead.
Chair Hartwell and members, thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm honored to be here. I'm Jeff Tillman with the Minnesota DNR Fish and Wildlife Division, and I deal primarily with land acquisition for WMAs and help to coordinate WMA partner acquisitions that will be conveyed to the DNR. I'm here today in support of our DNR WMA SNA acquisition proposal. This is phase 17 of our ongoing and successful program, and since 2010, we've acquired over 12,000 acres. We're asking you to fund another phase of our program because our work clearly fits within the constitutional intent of the Outdoor Heritage Fund, and we've been successful in utilizing our past Outdoor Heritage Fund appropriations. Continue our work as outlined in our proposal. We're seeking $3 million to acquire an additional 300 acres, WMAs or SNAs. It's important to note that the funds that the council, that we've outlined in our proposal, that the council will hopefully fund, does not supplant our existing funding. It allows us to acquire additional acres that we couldn't do with our internal funding. We're focused in the prairie planning section where the need for habitat and recreational opportunities is greatest. Most counties in southwest Minnesota have less than 1% of the land in public ownership. Prairie and wetland habitats as well as recreational opportunities are in short supply. Wildlife management areas are extremely popular in southwest Minnesota, especially in the fall, as hunters often compete with one another looking for a place to go. Our proposal, along with many of our partners, is aimed at expanding these increasingly rare habitats and increasing recreational opportunities. We select high priority parcels based on criteria that emphasizes native prairie, restorable wetlands that improve waterfall habitat and water quality, distance to larger cities so that those parcels are accessible to more Minnesotans, and how the property fits within conservation strategies such as pheasant complexes, duck plans, pheasant plans, prairie plans that help guide conservation in Minnesota. We're working very hard to build upon habitat complexes that include WMAs, waterfowl production areas, and conservation easements. The larger the parcel of the complex, the more habitat we can provide for wildlife throughout their life history and seasons throughout the year. It's nearly impossible to provide overwintering habitat, nesting habitat, brood rearing habitat, and adult habitat for multiple species on a single parcel. However, by increasing our blocks of habitat, we can provide for more wildlife needs as well as greater recreational opportunities. Building on complexes also increases our management efficiency, especially for managing prairie through disturbance. Mowing, grazing, or burning helps to mimic that natural disturbance that's needed for maintaining a diverse plant community. Larger complexes also improve our ability to restore wetlands. Oftentimes, a large basin crosses over into a neighboring property, and we're only able to restore a portion of that wetland basin. For scientific and natural areas, we're looking for sites of biological significance and contain those unique, rare plant and animal species, sites that are undisturbed and are representative of a specific ecoregion, public access and connectivity to other conservation areas, and for OHF-funded parcels are compatible with hunting and fishing. We work with willing sellers, with many conservation-minded landowners contacting the DNR directly to work with us on acquisition. We seek county board approval for all our acquisitions, and we pay PILT to honor all our acquisitions. There are several proposals that also seek to acquire property to be added to the WMA system. This collaboration between the DNR and our conservation partners has been very effective at increasing habitat. Partners have their own specific landscapes that they're working in, whether it's waterfowl and wetlands, pheasants, prairie chickens, or native prairie. The DNR is working towards many of those same goals, as well as others that may be administrative, like acquiring a small parcel for a water control structure, or buying properties that have a portion in a conservation easement. Some landowners are just more comfortable working with the DNR. And key smaller parcels that don't quite fit with partner objectives. Think of turkey habitat or deer habitat in the prairie. I want to emphasize that while the DNR partners each have our own acquisition proposals, we all work collectively, and I encourage the council to support all proposals that seek to acquire prairie habitat. And you heard Jake from PF mention that a lot of they have more parcels available than they can acquire, and I think the same is true for many of the other partners. So I really encourage the council to fund those proposals that seek to acquire prairie. I'm happy to report that since our proposal in May, we've made significant progress on our past appropriations and have options or have closed on properties that should meet or exceed our accomplishment plan goals. With the minutes remaining, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Questions? Mark.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I don't know if it's because of the volume that you have of remaining funds, but this seems like a pretty conservative ask this year.
Yeah, you know, we're asking for $3 million. We're not asking for 6 million, hoping to get 3. And so we are reducing our ask to be more realistic with what we want to spend. We've also had some RIM funds recently appropriated by the legislature. So we're working on using our own internal budgets as well. And so, yes, this is a more conservative ask than we've had in the past.
You don't break out your acquisition dollars or from your restoration dollars, but yet you still talk about bringing them to the minimum standards.
Yeah. I mean, I guess I'm not sure I understand the question.
You only reference the dollars from an acquisition side. You don't acknowledge anything on restoration.
We do restore the properties that we acquire.
Within the 3 million. You'll acquire the 3 and do the restoration within the 3.
Yes, that's correct.
What about neonics?
I'm going to piggyback on what Greg Hogue shared, which is that since 2017, we've not prohibited neonics on our WMAs, and that we're going to look into a program of requiring seed tags for cooperative farmers to verify that they're not using them.
I think looking into it is not comforting.
That's our plan.
That's a much better way of putting it.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Good enough, thank you.
Appreciate it, thank you.
Next is PRE 01, Enhanced Public Land Grasslands, Phase 8.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm Becca Clute. I'm the Minnesota Restoration Manager for Pheasants Forever. You all have met Saban Adams, our state coordinator, and we'd like to thank you for taking the time this afternoon to listen to our proposal for the 8th phase of the Enhanced Public Lands Grasslands Program. We're requesting $6.3 million to enhance or restore 8,400 acres of wetland and prairie habitat in the metro prairie and the border prairie transition region of Minnesota. The properties that we'll be working on include WMAs, WPAs, and National Wildlife Refuges open to public hunting. The way that we go about this is every year we send out a request for proposals to our agency partners for activities like wetland restoration and enhancement, upland enhancement, prescribed fire, conservation grazing, and tree removal. Upon receiving those proposals, Pheasants Forever staff will evaluate them and select them based on the funding that's available for that particular year. The Pheasants Forever restoration staff will then work with those agency partners to put together scopes of work, and then Pheasants Forever will put that together into a bid packet and solicit those to local area contractors for those projects to be completed. So at this point, I'm going to pass it over to Saban so that he can explain to you guys one of the projects that we've been working on.
Hello, Mr. Chair and council members. I'd like to draw your attention to the illustration that we provided in the proposal. So one of the projects that we've been working on for some time is in Traverse County, which is on the border with South Dakota. And this has been a very exciting project for us to work on. It has overlapped multiple programs that we share with the council. And so if you can see in that or in the proposal illustration, the first restoration enhancement project we did on this property, the letter A there, was in 2019. We worked with the Fish and Wildlife Service to install a grazing system on this property so that we could have grazing as a management activity in the prairie on this site. And then in 2021, we did a tree and brush removal project to try and restore that prairie to the highest quality that we could. And one of the things that we frequently talk about with these is it's very hard to get real world results, things that we enjoy seeing, things that the wildlife enthusiasts like to see. And so this was a project that we were very excited about. Our friends over at the Minnesota Sharp-tailed Grouse Society have had volunteers going to this site this past fall and spring. And you can see in those numbers 1 through 7, those are all of the observations of sharp-tailed grouse and prairie chicken on this site. And as Neil spoke about earlier, sharp-tailed grouse and prairie chicken were once native to basically all of the prairie region of Minnesota and have since been extirpated from the southern 2/3 of the state, essentially. And so right now, there's basically not even a recognized population of either of those birds in the southern 2/3 of Minnesota. And I'd like to say, as a result of the work that Pheasants Forever and this council has accomplished in doing these projects, we're now starting to see those birds utilizing this habitat that we have restored. And then what you'll hear me talk about in a little bit later when we talk about our WPA program is that we have also acquired a large parcel, which is the letter C on this illustration. And we haven't even we've began the restoration, but it's not fully restored yet. And so we're all tremendously excited to see how these populations of these very impactful birds respond to all of the work that we're doing on this habitat complex.
All right, so at this point, I'd like to turn your attention to the handout that we supplied for you all today so that we can go over our past accomplishments and then talk about the appropriations that we still have ongoing.
And just to let everyone know, it was labeled PRE02, and it's really 01.
Oh, sorry. Thank you for the correction.
Wondering what's going on?
Thank you. So to date, we have spent approximately $9.2 million, and we have enhanced or restored about 54,000 acres. through all, it would be 6 phases of this program that we have had contracts on. So phases 1 through 3 are currently closed. Phase 4, we have a final report in dashboard, which will be completed in the next few weeks. For phases 5 and 6, I'd like to turn your attention to the percent legally obligated and the percent spent to date columns. What you can see is that if you were to sum the percent spent to date and the percent legally obligated, that's 100% of the funds. So when we say that funds are legally obligated, we mean that we are under a legal agreement with a contractor to complete those funds. So for both phases 5 and 6, all of our funds have spoken for, and we can't take on any more restoration or enhancement work for those 2 appropriations. Construction is currently under progress too with those two appropriations. Phase 7, we just received those funds, and we have selected all the projects that we're gonna be taking on with that appropriation. However, we still have $2.8 million worth of projects that we don't have any funds for at this point. So with the funds that we're asking for today, we would like to complete those projects and then be able to put out another request for proposal to our agency partners as well. So with that, thank you again for your time, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Questions? And Dudley, I just want you to know I'm looking for you, just in case.
No, I
Thank you very much.
appreciate it.
What?
I said, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I learn. Good enough, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is, I have too much paper. PRE 02, Accelerating the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Habitat Conservation Easement Program, Phase 5.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Hartwell and members of the council. My name is Logan Shoup. I'm a regional biologist for Ducks Unlimited, based out of Fergus Falls, and I manage our easement programs in western Minnesota. With me today are 2 of our partners in this proposal. I'll go ahead and let them introduce themselves here.
Saban Adams again, Pheasants Forever.
Good afternoon, I'm Anne Marie Krumpetich. I'm with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as the Minnesota State Coordinator for the Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program.
All right, thank you. So with that, I'm happy to present Phase 5 of our partnership to accelerate the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Habitat Conservation Easement Program. This is Phase 5 of a program that's been ongoing since 2018 with the goals to restore and enhance native grasslands and wetlands. We do this through a variety of wetland restoration techniques, reseeding native grasslands, tree removal, prescribed fire, and a wide variety of other commonly accepted practices. The habitats we focus on are the prairie wetland complexes of western Minnesota. We've, to this point, worked as far north as Marshall County and as far south as Jackson County. These are extremely threatened ecosystems, as you probably know, some of the most impacted in both the nation and this state. However, when healthy and functioning, these are truly biodiversity hotspots. They support a broad range of grassland wildlife, including waterfowl, prairie nesting songbirds, pollinators, and many others. The easements we work on are U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service easements. The service has been protecting and restoring prairies and wetlands on private lands for decades through their habitat conservation easements. These easements maintain habitat while retaining private ownership. They're working land easements that allow the landowner to retain rights for haying after July 15th, as well as grazing rights. This allows for the long-term protection of the habitat while keeping the land managed and productive from a producer and a local economy standpoint. Additionally, it also protects these lands from threats such as row crop conversion and woody vegetation encroachment. Another great thing about working with the service on this is that the Fish and Wildlife Service enforces the terms of these easements in perpetuity. So with that, a little bit of program background. As I mentioned, this is Phase 5. Phases 1 through 3, we did protection, restoration, and enhancement. With our phase 4, we decided to focus that down a little bit and just do restoration and enhancement. To date, we have protected over 3,000 acres and restored and enhanced over 400 acres. Phase 1, we spent 89% of our allocated budget. We greatly exceeded our goals in that phase, and we will be doing our final wrap up on that this fall and then returning any unspent funds. Phase 2, we're currently sitting at 83% spent. Same thing, we've exceeded our goals, and any remaining funds on phase 2 are either under contract or shortly to be under contract. Phase 3, we're currently sitting at 64% spent. We've hit 75% of our goals in phase 3, and the remaining funds in that one are either under contract or budgeted to specific projects. Phase 4, which we were just awarded last year, we are currently sitting at 3% spent, but we've started rolling on those projects. We have about 10% of the funds directly under contract, and the majority of the rest of the funds are already allocated to specific projects. I'd also like to point out that we didn't have an ML24 ask, so we could make sure we worked on our phase 4 before we asked for more money. So with that, how is phase 5 gonna look? The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in Minnesota has Migratory Bird Conservation Fund dollars to spend on conservation easement acquisition, so they can strategically focus on private lands within existing habitat complexes and near existing permanently protected lands. However, these migratory bird dollars cannot be used for restoration or enhancement of these lands. So this has led to a backlog of purchase easements that are in need of restoration and enhancement. That's where phase 5 of this program comes in. Phase 5 will fill this need by restoring and enhancing critical grassland wetland complexes in the Prairie Pothole region of western Minnesota. The goals of the proposal are to restore and enhance 2,800 acres of prairie and 1,200 acres of wetlands, split evenly between the prairie and transition zones. So to summarize, we're proposing a phase 5 continuation of an existing program that is essential to the health of our prairie wetland complexes in western Minnesota. This program implements long-term conservation on protected working lands and makes our dollars go further by utilizing the service dollars for the easement acquisition. With that, I'd like to thank you for your time hearing our proposal and open it up to questions.
Questions? Any neonics that you want to talk about? Do you want to handle that? Or?
I'd be happy to handle that. Thank you for your question, and I just want to say thank you to the partners here that are helping to support this work on our conservation easements at Fish and Wildlife Service. Of course, our policy has been withstanding that we don't use neonics, do not have food plots on our conservation easements, and moving forward, we will be verifying with seed tags that we are neonic free.
I'm so happy to hear it. No other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
WA02 Shallow Lake and Wetland Protection Restoration Program, Phase 14. Did I screw it up? Yeah. Oh. Okay. What did I do? What did you do? Yeah, we're at WA01, Wetland Habitat Protection and Restoration Post. Sorry about that. Go for it.
Chair Hartwell and council members, I'm Kathy Varble. This is Amelia Kino. We're the Wetlands Protection and Restoration Program Managers at the Minnesota Land Trust, and this is Anne-Marie Krumpetich, the State Coordinator for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program. We want to thank the council for your generous support of the Minnesota Land Trust's Wetland Habitat and Protection and Restoration Program. The program you have assisted building is something we can truly both be proud of. This program is centered within the Prairie Pothole region of West Central Minnesota. Here, wetlands, shallow lakes, and associated upland habitat are essential for waterfowl populations and many other native species. Our program targets high-quality areas with an emphasis on building large-scale habitat complexes and completes restoration and enhancement through a partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. On the back of our hearing handout, you'll see our program's results to date table. This table details the funds that have been spent or the funds that have otherwise been obligated to specific projects. In total, across grant phases 1 through 5, we have significantly exceeded our proposed goals in both protection and restoration. The Wetland 6 funds for acquisition are fully committed with 4 projects set to close in the next 2 quarters. One of those projects is the Green Lake project on the handout. This project protects one of the largest blocks of habitat left so close to Green Lake, a lake of outstanding biological significance. This property is home to a calcareous fen and over 46 acres of wetlands. Within only a couple miles of this property, you can find 2 WMAs and 3 large conservation easements. This property, along with its neighbor, which is another easement that we will be closing this year, will protect an additional 270 acres in a very quickly developing area of the state. We're advancing a list of 11 high-quality projects for wetlands 7 and 8, including a 400-acre parcel touching Wrightstown WMA.
Chair Hartwell and council members, my name is Amelia Aquino and I am one of the restoration program managers with the Minnesota Land Trust. I would like to address the results to dates table in respect to restoration and enhancement. All 53 of the restoration and enhancement projects included on our active grants are either completed or scheduled for completion. 100% of the restoration enhancement project funds from previous phases have been expended or are committed to specific projects. Our projects are designed and implemented through a partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program, and typically extend 3 to 4 years due to the complexity, caliber, and required seasonally dependent activities. Because of this, we only report a project is completed once each activity is wrapped up, the final cleanup has occurred, the last of the disturbed ground is seeded, and any issues have been resolved. This typically being at the end of a grant period. The Land Trust has been remarkably successful in using allocated funds both effectively and efficiently to maximize our impact within this program area. Our work continues to be strongly supported by the landowners of the region who are eager to permanently protect and restore the habitat on their land. Now, before we get into the details of this proposal, we're happy to report that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has been able to provide this proposal with increased leverage for a second time. We will leverage the funding received from the Outdoor Heritage Fund with $1 million from the Migratory Bird Conservation Fund, as well as over $46,000 in-kind leverage from the Services Partners Program. We will also leverage OHF funds received with a $250,000 grant from the Inflation Reduction Act, and expect to have about $100,000 in landowner leverage through donations of easement value. In this proposal, we will continue our focus on the protection of private lands. Collaboration with partners such as the service and SWCDs has assisted in the expansion of our program. Additionally, landowners who have easements on their property are spreading the word about habitat protection, especially to their neighbors, and this has been helpful in building habitat complexes in the area. Our request in this round for easement acquisition is based on the level of interest we are seeing in this program and the quality of applications coming forward. We are requesting funds to protect 800 acres through this proposal, and this, along with the leverage from the Migratory Bird Conservation Fund, will result in over 1,300 acres of protection in the area. Also through this proposal, the Land Trust, in partnership with the Services Partners Program, will restore or enhance nearly 1,400 acres of habitat on 23 already identified parcels protected in easement by the Land Trust or the Service. This includes enhancing nearly 40 acres of remnant native prairie. This proposal seeks to build on the success demonstrated in our work to date. Because of that success, there's a significant waiting list of landowners eager to restore their lands. The priority in these projects will be restoring drain wetlands basins along with the restoration or enhancement of adjacent uplands, which together provide critical habitat for waterfowl, pollinators, and other wildlife. An example of some of this upland work can be found on the front page of our handout. These photos from the Gandred property in Polk County show the prairie landscape pre and post woody vegetation removal. This kind of work is truly remarkable, providing high quality habitat, again, for pollinators, grassland birds, and waterfowl alike. This wetlands program is truly a public-private partnership. Funding provided by the state of Minnesota, conservation easements procured and restored by the MLT and the service, and active participation of private landowners and local contractors to protect and restore these resources. I'll have Anne Marie expand a little bit on our partnership and her program.
I just want to again say on behalf of the Fish and Wildlife Service, thank you to MLT and to the council for supporting this proposal. We are at an unprecedented time in the Fish and Wildlife Service with just seeing at the landscape level what we can do and how we can move the needle. This program continues to gain in popularity, and the restoration need and backlog is quite substantial. And through the support of this partnership and all the local contractors, landowners that are waiting to participate, this really does help move the needle. And I hope you can find that in your handout, that we are moving the needle, and it's really a catalyst for being able to address just the interest in this program. And I guess before I close out, I'll just continue my comment on behalf of NeoNix. When it comes to Fish and Wildlife Service easements as part of this proposal, we do not allow food plots, and we'll be following up with seed tag requirements. And that's all I have. I think we'll open it up for questions.
Geez, I have no questions now. No fun. Questions? Andrew?
I was just looking at the spreadsheet here, and when you say committed funds, when we reference the application versus the handout, and when you say committed, those are all in contract, I'm assuming, or?
Some of the funds are under contract, some of them are earmarked essentially to be spent for a specific project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's quite different when you look at the application. It looks like there's about $11 million hanging out there, and when you look at this, it's like there's next to nothing.
So on the, are you looking at, the back page of the handout has some results to date tables, but you're speaking about the proposal itself?
Yeah, the proposal in particular. Let's see if I can get back there now. Yeah, it's like 10.9, and you know, like obviously, it goes back to about 2020 where the percentages are pretty low again. And looking at that, I said, okay, they have a bunch of money hanging. And I mean, that we've talked about that a few times today already, but I'm just making sure that this committed column in the budget totals.
I think what you're asking is sort of make it make sense for me. And I think I understand it, but it took me a while. When they get a landowner who says, I want to do an easement, they have to commit to buying it and an estimated value, but then they've got the negotiation of the terms, the appraisal, the survey, all of that stuff. Until that happens, they can't legally commit under contract. So there's the committed, there's the contract, and there's the completed. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
And that process can take up to 2 years.
Yeah.
From the time the landowner gets the So that's, and I think you guys could work on how to show that to us, because it is a concern when we look at this and see all this money sitting here. You may in your head think it's committed, and we look at it as money that's just sitting around not being used. And I think it would be helpful for you for anyone doing these projects that take a year or two, to be able to explain that better to us.
Yeah, it'd be nice to see landowner John Q. Smith for this project. I mean, I know that gets to a level of specificity. That gets detailed more than what we normally do, but I mean, I think we're probably just looking at this a little bit closer and trying to spend the dollars as wise as we can, so. I mean, for example, 2021, there's 1.3 that says it's committed. You know, of that 1.3, where are those parcels, you know? If there's $1 million for one parcel, obviously it goes away in a quick hurry, but if it's restoration work, if it's a match, I mean, all those things are just, we don't have that information in front of us, so.
We don't ask for it in a way that makes it clear, but if you could think about, with all our partners, how to maybe represent it clearer to us, you wouldn't have all these questions in our heads about, are you really efficiently doing the work?
Mr. Chairman, and Sandy, is there a way to build that into this table rather than us guessing? That we have maybe a separate column about, you know, amount that's committed versus spent, so that it's a little clearer? I don't know if that would help.
Twice a year, we get status updates and I review them and I look at this level of detail. And most recently, the updates did include specific parcel lists of things that have been completed. And I kind of summarize them and flag any that I think are issues.
Okay.
But I'm looking at, is the acquisition money spent? Yes or no? And if it is, then how much is left? And that's for restoration. And they provide what parcels they're working on, what do they have left, how much have they spent on those parcels? And that's the kind of detail that we look at twice a year as staff.
Okay, I'm just thinking in these proposals though, is there a better way of the applicants being able to, you know, versus this is just how much we've spent, when there's a whole lot of detail in the background that we keep asking about, then why not put it in a table?
And I would support that. The piece we'll also have to think about, Sandy's getting the updates from the time these proposals are drafted in April until the end of August. That's the field season, and there's a lot of money spent in that period. So we probably need an updated list from everybody, you know, like what we're seeing from some people, but with a little more detail that updates what we're looking at when we first look at the proposals.
And I think we have to be really cautious about asking them to tell us parcel by parcel, because then you get into privacy issues too, so I think we have to.
You could go parcel 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a.
we just don't want to put names and.
Well, we don't have HIPAA, but.
I would challenge both us to think about, as we're looking at next year's proposal, and our partners, how can we better communicate this to eliminate the confusion or the concern that there's money sitting around not being used?
Absolutely.
So that we then know when money's sitting around not being used and can make a decision based on that. Because right now, we're asking for answers and we're struggling through it and we're hoping that we're making the right decisions.
Yeah.
So let's both on our side, before we approve the request for proposal next year, have a better discussion about that.
Sure.
And Mark's writing it down, so we will. Sorry to pick on you. Any other questions?
How about the open to public? Is that question asked? I know we approached that too, but you guys haven't probably got that question asked to you yet about open to public hunting or public access. What percentage of projects would you lose? I mean, Minnesota Land Trust has been asked that question already today, but.
I'll leave it to the protection manager to answer it.
So we do ask all of our landowners if they'd like to have their land open to the public at all. Walk-in access is always an option. Generally, people are not interested in having their land open to the public, even in walk-in access, because they do have it for hunting for themselves. So it is a question that we always ask landowners, but generally outside of like camps or, other things like that, they are not open to the public.
Okay. Good enough, thank you. Next, we will be doing WA2 Shallow Lake and Wetland Restoration, Protection and Restoration Program Phase 14. I hope I didn't panic you, John, when I...
Not at all, Mr. Chairman. I was prepared for whatever you wanted us to do. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'm John Schneider, Senior Manager of Conservation Programs for Ducks Unlimited in Minnesota. With me today is Mr. Scott Gloop, who is of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's Litchfield Wetland Management District Project Leader. We partner with the service on this project along with the Minnesota DNR. For context and for this WAO2 proposal, which is phase 14 of our Shallow Lake and Wetland Protection Program, I want to first briefly just review Ducks Unlimited's mission and duck habitat needs in Minnesota so everyone understands what we're doing and why. Our mission is to conserve, restore, protect, and manage wetlands and associated habitats for North America's waterfowl. And while goose and swan populations are doing really well, duck populations always tend to be of concern because of their reliance on really small wetlands on the landscape. And this is really true in southern Minnesota where few wetlands remain. More than 20 species of ducks migrate through Minnesota each spring and fall, and some of them stop to breed here too. So we're really concerned about breeding habitat here in Minnesota, as well as migration habitat. Loss of small pothole wetlands for breeding and degradation of larger migration marshes are why we don't see more ducks in Minnesota than we did in the past, along with the loss of native prairie grasslands in which some species of ducks nest. Ducks Unlimited works to enhance the shallow lakes and marshes for migrating ducks, but for breeding ducks, we must strategically restore drained wetlands and add more breeding habitat to Minnesota's landscape. In forested northeast Minnesota, which you heard about this morning, most wetlands still remain, and so we're really in a protection mode there. And that was evident from all the proposals this morning, protecting relatively intact, pristine habitat. In southern Minnesota and central Minnesota, it's not quite the case. So Ducks Unlimited works in southern Minnesota, which is the Prairie pothole region, the duck factory of North America, part of the duck factory here. In the Dakotas, we're in much of a protection mode there where there's still intact habitat, but in Minnesota, it's very much a restoration mode, if you will. Most drained but restorable wetlands are currently located on private lands, so in order to be able to restore those, we either have to purchase easements or purchase the land and fee title. And you heard about our easement partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service 2 proposals ago from Logan Shoup. On private land, if the land is for sale, easements usually aren't an option to the landowner. They want to sell. We either buy it and restore wetlands or we don't, and it stays in private ownership and often in agricultural row crop production. And if we don't get to buy that parcel, then it's sort of a missed opportunity. But we're trying to be strategic about where we buy land. Almost always parcels are proximity and juxtaposition to existing patches of state and federal ownership is paramount in that decision. If it's close or adjoining to an existing parcel, it's high priority, and if it's isolated, it's usually not a priority unless it's a big patch that we can buy and restore. So this proposal is phase 14 of our ongoing acquisition and restoration program. And so far to date, we've purchased 70 parcels totaling over 7,100 acres through OHF grants, mostly through this program. The public lands, as I say, that we have in southern Minnesota are usually small fragmented patches of habitat that are surrounded by private lands with restoration potential. Most of the public lands are simply too small to function optimally for breeding ducks. The science we have indicates that at least 40% of 4 square mile area needs to be in idle grass and wetland habitat in the spring and summer for ducks to breed successfully at the level that overcomes natural predation on the landscape. And we'd like to see much bigger patches than even that township scale. In the Dakotas, they talk about township scale patches, big areas. Some of these public lands are managed shallow lakes with a thin ribbon of uplands, prairie habitat around them, and we obviously need to broaden that buffer, if you will, around those remaining shallow lakes and large wetlands. So DU strategically focuses on land adjacent to existing state and federal lands, WPAs and state wildlife areas with drained wetlands that we can buy and restore to make our existing public land patches bigger and better, with more pothole wetlands, more prairie grasslands to function for breeding wildlife, including waterfowl. And of course, these areas are open for public use as well. Through this program, Ducks Unlimited works with willing sellers, and we propose to protect 1,000 acres, including approximately 200 acres of wetlands and 800 acres of prairie grasslands. We work very closely with the Minnesota DNR Section of Wildlife and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to prioritize and pursue parcels for sale, never speculative on our own, always in partnership with the agencies, because they will then accept those lands from us. We provide written notification to both counties and townships, and I always strive to call county and township officials before they even get my email letter too, and have a conversation. We purchase lands directly, and then we immediately strive to transfer those lands to the state and federal agencies for multiple reasons, including liability for us, but also just to get them in the agency's hands for restoration. Most of the land is restored back to habitat, especially if it's been in cropland. Some of it is old CRP land that's either in a CRP contract that we make permanent, so we're protecting those acres that you heard about from Saban Adams earlier. The loss of CRP has been a significant issue with all grassland bird populations in Minnesota. So we're making those CRP grass acres permanent, and we're restoring the cropland that we buy back to habitat. Let's see. Importantly, because this land is embedded with drained wetlands, restoration is expensive. It often takes wetland engineering to design the restoration of subsurface tile, large ditches, often county drains. The counties demand restoration plans with a PE stamp on them, and we employ PEs and a whole team of engineering technicians to survey, design, and manage the construction work to restore those wetlands. That's our niche, that's our area of expertise. That's what we bring to the table. And we always strive to take the expense to buy the land and use that to leverage federal North American Wetland Conservation Act grants to help pay for the restoration work as well. Regarding past progress, DU has closed several grants early and spent nearly all of our grant funds since 2018, as you can see, exceeding our goals in most cases, and we only have a small amount left for restoration work. Importantly, I want to tell you that in July, we already spent $2.22 million of the Laws of 24 funding that was appropriated to us. We had a parcel under purchase agreement all spring, and thankfully a very patient landowner in Lincoln County that sold us 320 acres. We closed on July 31st. So we're already spending Laws of 2024 funding. I've got about 8 appraisals out under contract right now for additional parcels that we hope to buy. We will be turning back some 2019 money. We exceeded our goals and basically didn't need to spend it all. I just have to get the final report in, and then we'll turn that money back. Other than that, it's small amounts of restoration work to do things like go back and treat trees that were cut that are resprouting. We need to spray those again. Super quick, I'll address the neonicotinoid question. In our farm leases, we have the following sentence and have for the last few years: seed treated with neonicotinoids is expressly prohibited. We are adding a sentence to the effect of the lessee shall submit seed bag tags with readable details, including lot number, batch number, barcodes, and all other identifying details to Ducks Unlimited. So we're addressing that, but I do want to say, you know, when we do site prep, it's soybeans. Non-treated soybean seed is readily available. I've had at least half our farmers tell us, oh yeah, that's what I plant anyway, it's no problem. The problem is corn. We don't do corn food plots on our land. If corn food plots are implemented, it's done after we transfer the land to the Minnesota DNR, and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service does not allow food plots on their federal waterfowl production areas, so it's not an issue for the service. With that, we're happy to take any questions.
I would just thank you because I know you were early in being willing to commit on the neonics, and appreciate your diligence in following through even with stronger measures. Questions? Andrew.
John, you mentioned the CRP. How much as a percentage of that have you guys been able to, and I'm assuming when you say it's probably all expired, so that 25 years is up, and how much as a percentage of property over the last few years are you guys able to acquire? I mean, I'm curious when that changes hands. I mean, a lot of that land is probably in good shape or prepped, or precisely what we in the council would probably like, but out of curiosity, and I know that Pheasants Forever had mentioned that in the past too, so if you could just.
Sure. Mr. Chair and members of the council, great question. I would estimate an educational guess at about 20% of the land we buy is in a CRP contract of some sort over time. That might even be a little heavy. It's not much more than 25%, might be less. Usually it's existing contracts. Once in a while they're expired contracts recently. Often it's towards the end of a contract and the landowner's trying to decide what to do with that land. So, and it's usually in pretty good shape. Right now we have a parcel that's 159 acres under purchase agreement in McLeod County that's right in the middle of a CRP contract, and there's a bunch of trees growing up out there that need to be cut, and we will do that as soon as we buy it. The prairie looks pretty good. The wetlands were restored by the NRCS, to their credit, looks great. We might find a little something here or there to do, but largely it's the trees on the prairie. If you don't manage prairie, it'll grow up in trees, as Scott can tell you. So once we close on that parcel in October, we'll go in and cut and treat the small, they're cottonwood trees.
Are you able to put some sort of a contract in place prior to the end of the CRP happening?
That will be our goal, for sure. If we can close in October, we would try to get those done. Even though we buy the land, the USDA Farm Services Administration CRP contract stays in effect, and we take it on. It has to transfer to Ducks Unlimited, and we voluntarily always assure the landowner we will do that, and then we inherit those, they call it mid-contract management requirements. So in that case, the landowner currently has till next September to get those trees cut, and we would take that responsibility on after we transferred the contract. So I would like to do it this fall. The fall and early winter is a much better time to cut trees than in the spring, especially a wet spring like this year.
Is there a limit to how far out you can go?
In terms of time-wise?
Yeah.
Again, the USDA would, their limit is September 30th of 2025 that we have to have the trees cut there. So it's usually halfway through the contract, they require, halfway through a 15-year contract, they would require some sort of mid-contract management on those acres, usually for tree control.
And I might add, if that land is transferred to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, since we're a federal agency, we have agreement with USDA, and then they will release the contract requirements. obviously, they aren't gonna pay another federal agency, an annual payment. And then they do allow us, to release the contract completely so we can do whatever we want.
And just to add to that, unfortunately, they won't do the same for the state, for what it's worth. And Ducks Unlimited just honors the contract. We have it transferred into our name, and then we pass it to the DNR when the land goes to DNR. And we don't accept the payments for a variety of reasons. And then the state doesn't accept the federal payments either. But we should talk some other time about why they won't release the contract to the state.
The only reason I'm asking is because there's 3 years left on a contract. Is it, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, Ducks Unlimited, Pheasant Forever, any of those groups could go out to a landowner and say, we know you're coming up on the end of your contract, what are your intentions? I know we don't spend that far into the future, but you might.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, your point about proactive outreach is what I really would like to respond to. I think that's where we need to go in the future. And more than just whether it's in grass or not, is the proximity to existing state or federal lands is what the agencies are focused on. If it's not close to an existing patch, the agencies are trying to minimize additional small patches that they're responsible for management, as Scott can elaborate on. And so it's really adjacency, and then we could look at whether it's in grass or not. CRP data laters are a little tricky to get at due to confidentiality. There's not an easy way to do that, but we can use remote sensing just to see if it's in grass or not, and then proximity to existing.
There's no list.
Patches, no. Scott, do you want to talk about?
There is a list. You just aren't going to see it.
Yeah.
Dudley, I know you've got your hand up.
Hey there. Yep, I'm back. So my question, or comments really are going to go back to the questions I originally was asking earlier about talking about the grouse and prairie chicken things and the hunting, and still just understanding that most of what you're doing is you're enhancing habitat, trying to grow populations of redhead, canvasback, et cetera. And again, that hunting question comes in for me, thinking that, again, you have potential breeding adult birds that could help grow that population. And so what I want to say is I'm not suggesting that we don't hunt these birds ever. What I'm saying is, what would be the harm in giving a 1, 3, 5 year break from hunting and continue collecting those licensing fees and using that money 100% for restoration, but allowing no access to hunting, and collecting data that would say, here's what happens in the years that natural predation and things happen, and then in addition to hunting, and then here's the years where nothing but the natural stuff happens, with the birds, and just seeing if that really affects the populations. I think that if hunters are truly interested in growing populations of these birds and they really care about them, they would, want to support something like that. I know it sounds crazy, because we're talking about nationally, statewide, but to me, looking at data collected from years of no hunting and data collected at years where there's both natural predation and deaths occurring to, predators and winter and everything, and just seeing if there's any difference in the population growth 1 year out, 3 years out, 5 years out. So that's kind of what I know it sounds insane, but to me, that's just what I'm looking at. We're funding the growth of these populations, but at the same time, we're allowing people to kill, potentially breeding adult birds that could grow those populations. And so, I just want to make sure that it's clear. I'm not saying no hunting. I'm just saying, what if we collected data on years where we didn't allow hunting and see if it makes a difference in growing those populations?
Mr. Chair and members of the council and Member Dudley, your question's a really good one, and it's actually something that waterfowl population managers have discussed ad nauseum over the last few decades. You're talking about compensatory mortality versus additive mortality, and in structuring waterfowl hunting regulations, everyone wrings their hands about that. And I think the scientists have come to the conclusion that basically you can't stockpile ducks long-term. Most of them are short-lived, canvasbacks being an exception, where they tend to live a little longer and have somewhat of a delayed breeding effort. Many don't breed in their first year. Otherwise, blue-winged teal are very prolific breeders, and they're very short-lived. That's the other end of the spectrum. And so one of the challenges, if we do shut the season down, there isn't any license revenue. People aren't going to buy duck stamps if there's no season. And then we also break traditions. So Ducks Unlimited focuses on the habitat. We're not in the regulatory arena, but that's the general conversation we've had. It's difficult to stockpile breeding ducks because they are short-lived, and it's really a habitat issue. And you know, in Minnesota, most of the ducks that are harvested come from outside the state, some years more than others, but it's a very dynamic continental situation. We manage waterfowl populations on a continental basis, and we have 4 administrative flyways that meet twice a year to discuss population status, habitat status, regulations, and it's super complex, and I'd welcome the opportunity to visit with you offline about all that. But the bottom line is, the good news, I guess, is duck populations are very resilient if we give them the habitat. If it rains this year, continentally mallard populations are up 8%, American widgeon are up 55%. Some of the diving duck populations are down slightly, but things are looking better this year than they did last year. And it varies by habitat, including water and grass. And so it's complex, and I'd welcome the opportunity to talk more about that with you one-on-one, as I'm sure Scott would, and experts from Minnesota DNR and U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We have the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service regional office in the state, as Member Baird knows, and they have extraordinary expertise there that could come in and speak to the council about the impacts of harvest, not just on waterfowl, but prairie chickens as well, and go through some of that.
So you're saying that regardless of how many breeding adults were out there, it's mostly habitat that would potentially help the populations grow more so than having, you know, like you said, stockpile extra breeding adults isn't going to turn the number like having more habitat would.
Chair, council members, yes, absolutely. Without a doubt, we know that. That's science proven that it's habitat drives duck populations. And I would say for many game bird species, that's true.
And I might add, I spent a lot of my early career in the Dakotas, and we have several million acres of land. When I say we, all of us, it's Fish and Wildlife Service, mostly protected by easements, but several million acres of breeding habitat protected using the duck stamp dollars. And anybody over age of 16 that wants to hunt waterfowl has to buy a duck stamp. And I'm quite confident, having spent a lot of my career enforcing those easements and those, you know, making sure that once they're violated, we get them restored. Much of the habitat would be gone right now had it not been protected with a Fish and Wildlife Service easement, which was paid for well over 95% by hunters in acquiring duck stamps. So waterfowl is a great example. If it wasn't for the consumptive user, we would really be in trouble. Because other than some birders and a few stamp collectors, no one else is buying those stamps hardly. It's supported on the backs of those people that are enjoying hunting those birds. So
And I totally agree. And I would happily buy a bird watcher stamp for $40 today if I knew that's where the money was going. In fact, I've actually been talking to the regional director for Fish and Wildlife out in Colorado, and he and I are trying to hatch this plan of creating a bird watcher stamp so that birders can do their part to contribute to conservation. But I agree that hunters have done an amazing job of keeping our wetlands and areas protected. And I appreciate that.
I would add that most duck hunters do a lot of bird watching.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is WA03, Rim Wetlands, Restoring the Most Productive Habitat in Minnesota. Yeah, and John's online, so look at the screen. John, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Everybody hearing me?
Yep.
So yes, I am going to be talking about the rim wetland, restoring the most productive habitat in Minnesota. I was on earlier this morning, but my name is John Vaz. I'm the program manager for the Rim Wetland program. I have been for several years, and I will tell you that when I say Bowser, the Rim Wetland Restoration Program is basically our flagship program. We have been restoring wetlands since '86. We're very good at it. People look to the RIM program when they want to join into an easement and restore wetlands. Since the inception of Lessard in 2010, we have restored 34,730 acres. It's a sizable amount. And I want to reiterate that we are spending our money. We do not sit on a pile of money. Just the last couple months since May, when we submitted the proposal, we have been very busy with final reports on appropriation and closing, many of them. Our open appropriations now are phase 10 through phase 12. We have approximately 8.9 million in those appropriations, and we have spent all of it except for 1%. That does not include the Lessard funding that we just received last month, July 1st, of $3.2 million. But we're basically out of money, and we could use any funding that you could provide to put directly into our easement machine. I would say that, well, to further explain what Rim Wetlands does, it is separate from our CREP program that we partner with CRP and FSA. Our uniqueness about this program is that we target existing CRP ground that is not eligible for the CREP program. The question on how many acres is actually enrolled in CRP, I would say almost all of our applications are existing CRP. The first thing we do is we assess the cover. Some of it is cool season grasses with very limited forbs, and it does not meet the standard. We promote high quality, forb plantings. So many times we basically reestablish the cover on some of these old CRPs. Another nice thing about the RIM program is that we have a very experienced engineering staff that has been doing this for many, many years. They provide the soil and water districts throughout the state with concept plans that help us identify where and how to restore these wetlands. Through our scoring process, we give points for applications that are adjacent to habitat complexes. Also, if they're adjacent to public water and have good benefits for water quality improvement. I will say that there is something magic about restoring or replacing water on habitat or property where the water has been absent or removed. Many landowners are excited and very appreciative when wetlands are restored. It's a historical reminder for many of our landowners that they think back to the time when they were probably hunting with their grandfather. But I think Minnesotans in general are very proud of their water and their water quality. And it really does show with all the interest that we've been having with the RIM program. Now, this is technically phase 13, and I did not want to mention that in our proposal, but we have been around for a long time. And the title of restoring the most productive habitat is true, because a wetland that is restored benefits many, many species of birds and insects. So it's a good target for Lessard, I believe, and it really fits into the scope of effect and the planning and targeting of the council. I'm going to keep it brief so we can keep on time, and I know that we can see the finish line. So I will open it up to any questions.
Questions? Susan?
Well, I appreciate the information, and I'm the one asking questions because I'm very unknowledgeable about some of these state programs. And so when I first started reading through these projects, I was really confused about the RIM program because I know very little about it, but I found it a little confusing that you have different proposals, whether it's restoring wetlands versus grasslands, and in many cases, aren't they on the same parcel? So my question is, are they two completely separate programs, the grassland program versus the wetland program? And that's why you're going after funding for them, okay.
RIM has about 17 different distinct programs because of appropriation language right now.
Okay, thank you. That helps.
In many cases, they're neighborly.
Okay. That's helpful, thank you.
I was just curious, and I wrote this down in my comments, sort of how many challenges have you had to have to easements? How many violations? How many have been resolved? How many are outstanding? And how many actually went to lawyers?
And I can.
In approximate numbers.
Yeah, I can take that and I can probably answer it pretty quickly. Litigation, never. We would use the AG's office with the state of Minnesota if we were ever to need to do that. We do our local inspections and our very primary enforcement with our soil and water conservation districts. They are the ones doing the first inspection. They are the ones with the relationship with the landowner. We ask them if they see something that is a potential violation to work with the landowner, notify us after the inspection. That is less than 1% currently in our system of easements that have been flagged for follow-up where the district said there might be a problem here. We'll work on it with the landowner. Just as a heads up, we maybe are gonna need to involve you. So less than 1%, many of those are resolved locally. We do have 2 staff in our office. If the district staff cannot get it resolved, it will come up to the 2 staff at the Bowser office in St. Paul. They will work with the landowner, but we've never had to go further than threatening litigation.
Great. All right, thank you both.
Thank you.
Next is WA04, Accelerating the Waterfowl Production Area Program, Phase 17.
Hello, Mr. Chair and council members. Again, for the record, my name is David Adams. This is the last time that you will see me today, thankfully. And with me again is Jake Granfers, our public lands manager. And we are presenting the Accelerating the Waterfowl Production Area Program, Phase 17, WA04. So I'd like to draw your attention to the illustration that we provided. And trying to get things loaded up here. I was gonna bring up the property that we had mentioned in the past. There it goes, I'll start at the top. So this proposal is requesting 17 million to add 1,905 acres to the waterfowl production area system. Since this program has started, we've acquired more than 140 parcels, totaling 17,322 acres. And I'm sure Jake's got the more up-to-date numbers, as was alluded to earlier today. This proposal was put together earlier in the year, and things have transpired since then, and we've acquired more properties and spent more of the funds. But the big thing I wanted to share, because I was excited about it, that I brought about with the our enhanced public lands proposal, the second page of our illustration there was an acquisition that we completed with this program in 2022, a 460 acre waterfowl production area adjacent to the existing Robin Hood WPA habitat complex. We just started restoration work on a portion of that property. It's large enough that it's a multi-year restoration project. But this was the site that as I mentioned, we're starting to see sharp-tailed grouse and prairie chickens populating this site, which is in the southern half of the state where they are not really known to exist anymore. And we're very excited to see, once we restore that entire property, wetlands and uplands at all, how the wildlife respond to it. And I think that just illustrates on a broad scale a lot of the things that Pheasants Forever, Fish and Wildlife Service, DNR, all of the partners are doing. You can look across some of these complexes and see where there's a WPA and a new acquisition and a Fish and Wildlife easement and a RIM easement, all working in conjunction to make a complex of protected habitat that's really growing and going to help these populations going forward. So with that, I'll hand it over to Jake to discuss some of the numbers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. So the handout is the table format with all the numbers on it that I'll be discussing. And again, from a number standpoint, I think it does a great job kind of highlighting our accomplishments and our ability to get stuff done on the ground. But as Saban just alluded to, and what really excites me and what I like about my job is the building these complexes, wildlife habitat, and seeing this wildlife response. So, and they're all open to the public to enjoy. So anyway, to the numbers. All phases prior to ML 2018 are closed. We met our acre goals or exceeded them. ML 18 through 22, all of our acquisition work is done. We are working on restorations at this time, and the one Saban talked about there in Traverse is in that mix of restorations in progress. And then that leaves us ML 23 and 24. So ML 23, we've spent $2.2 million to date. We have $1.2 million in legally obligated funds. And that project will actually be closing in probably the next 3 weeks. So that'll be OHF spent versus just obligated. And like I discussed earlier, we have, so we've closed on 4 properties. We have 1 more closing soon and two more in the works. We just don't have the purchase agreement yet. So what we do, how we operate is we get the appraisal, we get the survey, and we, usually the title work all back before we sign a purchase agreement, in case there's something that is gonna prevent us from acquiring that property. So that is why you don't see it in the legally obligated yet. We put hours and hours of work into these OHF dollars of appraisals, surveys, title, all that. And so with those 2 additional tracks that we have for ML23, we'll spend out our fee title dollars. There'll still be money in the appropriation for restoration, but ML24, we just got in July, great appropriation, $7 million, which is a reason why for this appropriation, we still have, we have $3.5 million of funding open. Now, part of that is we just went to auction on Monday for a $2 million property in Grant and Stevens County lost. That opened up a chunk of that money. So these projects can come up. I mean, auctions are usually a 2 to 3 month window. You find them and then the closing is expedited 30 to 60 days. So these projects can come up quick, but we have 4 tracks in progress. It'll spend essentially $3.5 million, leaving $3.5 million between now and until we spend that money out. So I know, again, it seems like we have a larger fund balance sitting out there, but as far as fee title dollars goes for this particular program, we do have $3.5 million right now to spend. Last year, between July 23 and now, we spent $8.8 million on waterfall production areas in the state. So that would have ate up our entire ML24 budget. So that was using up some of these older fee title dollars. So, like I said, I think it does a pretty darn good job of highlighting our accomplishments, where we're at in the appropriation, albeit some of the legally obligated stuff is, I think we're starting to wrap our head around it a little bit, but we're doing well, and we essentially need this next appropriation to keep this program going over time. With that, I'll open it up to questions.
I'm gonna mention one quick thing, because I know Hartwell loves to find the numbers and the errors I make. When you add a row to an Excel spreadsheet, if you don't drag the sum down, it doesn't add it. And so if you look at the column of OHF remaining, the total is not correct. It is missing ML24. And I thought I'd get ahead of that before the chair calls me out on it.
Gotta be good at something. Questions?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I may have missed this. You're acquiring these parcels, and some of them aren't going to be in real good shape. What happens after you acquire them?
That's a great question, Mr. Chair, council members. Oftentimes, they're in egg production or have been degraded over time for various reasons. So we work, before we turn them over to Fish and Wildlife, we do the restoration, we do the wetland restorations, replant the native grasses, do any tree removal that might be needed. We do the full restoration of that property that we buy before we turn it over. So that's why, like our ML 18 through 22, all of our acquisition dollars are spent, but now we're working on the restoration of those properties we acquired.
Who pays for the restoration? Is that part of this?
Oh, that's in the, yep.
That's the contracts line primarily.
Oh, I couldn't find it.
The budget, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I just have to tell you, I was absolutely amazed. Less than a month ago, I was in Idaho negotiating for a landowner with NRCS, and who does he bring along but a Pheasants Forever employee who's working on the program with him, where there are no pheasants at all. So you guys are doing amazing work all over the place. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good enough. Next, we will move to WRE 01 East Park WMA Nelson Slough Phase 3.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartwell, council members and staff. On behalf of myself, my board members at the Watershed District, and my team members at the project team, I thank you for the opportunity to give, that you gave us to present this great project. After 2 long days of listening to similar presentations, proposals, let me be a little bit different. So my name is Morteza Maher. I am the administrator of the Middle Snake Tamarack Rivers Watershed District. As my name kind of presents, I'm an immigrant, not through the southern border though. I came to study. I got my master's degree in leadership and organization development with a specialty in project management. My background was in civil engineering. Now I'm working as a Watershed District Administrator, trying to run the benefits of the United States. We moved up to the northwest of the state of Minnesota because of a reason, and that was to get our citizenship. That's the kind of policy from the United States immigration system. And my wife is a medical doctor, and I'm a civil engineer, project manager. She's taking care of the patients, but me, I cannot do nothing without resources. So give me the money, and you are invited for a great groundbreaking for this great project. Also, I should mention that I'm not that brave to be alone here. I have 2 team members. Tony Nordby is the engineer of the project, and he did a great job so far on this project. And Nick Brown, he is with DNR, a partner on this project, but essentially because of some DNR rules and regulations, he cannot testify, but he will be able to answer any questions. The council kindly saw the value of our project last year and gave us part of the money we asked. This year, although I was expecting to ask more due to the remobilization and inflation, I'm not. I'm just asking for the balance of the amount that I asked last year. And the reason for is that we didn't sit down and wait for this year. We worked with our engineer to make it better, more efficient. So the revised engineering ended up to kind of balance the inflation and remobilization. So if that happens, then we will do this project all at once instead of phasing it down. If we get the your blessing and get the funding this year. Now with that, I would close that interesting part of introductions and get to the specifics about the project. Nelson Slough makes up approximately 2,500 acres of the 10,500 acres East Park WMA. It was originally constructed in 1971 as a multi-purpose shallow lake within the East Park WMA. This project was initiated in 2013 through conversations between Marshall County DNR and the Watershed District. In 2016, an RCPP funding became available and helped us to speed up the planning process. Since then, we have completed the preliminary engineer's report, completed EAW process, drafted a new operation and maintenance plan, and a joint powers agreement between all partners. That took so long to work with the DNR though. Nearing completion of final construction plans, specs, and have all but one permit in hand. With this funding, our schedule for construction is in 2025 for the whole project as one phase. Project details, the East Park WMA is a tallgrass aspen parkland made up of mosaic upland and lowland brush, aspen, oaks, forests, open prairie, and important wetlands. It's near other large WMAs, enhancing the wildlife habitat value, and it is mentioned in the Minnesota Prairie Conservation Plan and Minnesota Wildlife Action Plan. That highlight high priority on habitat protection and enhancement be put on in this part of the state. Nelson Slough over the years has provided the public with multiple recreational benefits. Someone in this room can testify on that, including wildlife viewing and hunting, while approximately 600 acres of the north half of the impoundment is a wildlife sanctuary for waterfowl to rest and feed during September 1st to October 31st, when waterfowl hunting season is at its peak. So various water birds can be viewed at this site, including ducks, geese, loons, grips, etc., including rare birds such as sandhill cranes, American white pelicans, trumpeter swans, Franklin gulls, and yellow rails, to name a few. It is designed to have an approximate ratio of 50-50 water to emergent vegetation. The 50-plus years old site is past its expected lifespan, and deteriorations are now evident to this once pristine shallow lake. Invasive hybrid cattails growth has resulted over the years in a ratio closer to 25-75 open water to hybrid cattails, limiting public hunting to the shallow lake and its 3 water access and campsites. Nelson Slough was originally designed with a normal operating level for habitat purposes. However, the site often maintains a water surface elevation above the normal operating level due to the existing obsolete structure, outdated operation plan, invasion by the floating cattails, and the increasing annual precipitation. Water levels have been monitored over the past several years during non-freezing conditions. On average, the water surface elevation was found to be approximately 1.2 feet above the normal operating level for much of this time. This has decreased the habitat benefits of the site for overwater nesting birds that are negatively affected by bounce. Sheeted pondweed is a state endangered aquatic plant found within the impoundment. Currently, during the growing season, extended periods of high water limits the areas where the sheeted pondweed can grow. Also, the floating cattail bugs have shaded out those and negatively impacted them. With that, I think I will close my part and pass this to Tony to provide some more specific information. As Ms. Baird mentioned, some specifics was missing in our application.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, council members. The proposed Nelson Slough Improvement Project consists of constructing a new outlet structure in place of the existing, increasing the top levee elevation to meet current industry design standards, and stabilizing several miles of inlet and outlet channel. The new outlet structure will be designed with movable gates, a large secondary spillway to allow more flexibility to improve management of water levels within the site, stabilizing the original operating level during critical times of the year, especially for nesting waterfowl, shorebirds, and the rare aquatic plant communities. To reduce project costs, as Morty mentioned, the secondary weir was designed, which incorporates sheet pile instead of concrete, just due to the recent inflation and cost of concrete. That was one thing we looked at. So that's where Maury was talking about reducing this project cost to some degree. So replacement of this outlet structure will then allow, floodwaters to be passed downstream according to the operation and maintenance plan to alleviate threats caused by high water inside the impoundment. It's important to add that the O&M plan has specific terms for different seasons that will provide flexibility to optimize the shallow lakes benefits during either snowmelt or summer rainfall. Droughts are beneficial to shallow lakes to reset the system, but climate change is reducing times of drought. So the new outlet structure being able to provide improved management for full drawdowns when deemed necessary is crucial to consolidate sediments and remove unwanted fish that harm shallow lake ecosystems. As Maury also mentioned, Councilmember Susan Bard, in a comment, requested for more clarity on the length of the levee to justify the budget. The existing levee height, which currently does not meet freeboard requirements for dam design and climate resiliency, will be elevated by approximately 3.5 feet over a 5.3 mile stretch. So this impoundment covers a large area here. And that will be done to ensure public safety, a long-lasting facility for wildlife habitat and public recreation and flood damage reduction. This equates to approximately about 160,000 cubic yards of material, earth and material to be used for the levee enhancement during construction for that 3.5 feet over 5.3 miles. No change is being proposed to the normal operating level of the impoundment in the operation maintenance plan, but the new structure will allow that level to be maintained much more efficiently. The project has been designed to minimize the impacts to surrounding uplands and wetlands. The proposed dam is designed so the interior footprint of the existing dam is not going to be increased. Only a small increase in the exterior dam footprint is necessary to meet today's dam design criteria. Impacts to ground nesting birds will be minimal, while improvements to overwater nesting birds will be much greater. More efficient use of the interior of the impoundment should be realized post-project. Stabilization of the inlet and the outlet channel will provide the site with a stable outlet while reducing erosion and improving water quality downstream. So with that, we will end our presentation and open the floor to any questions.
Questions? So I'll point out that the proposal says this is not scalable. What happens if we don't fund it? You've got, partial funding, but you don't have the money to finish it. Does the whole thing go away?
No, definitely, Chair Hardwell, thank you for the question. No, definitely we will not let it go. We will chase the money as we have in the past. But the intention is to lock this project with a contractor for a lower cost than, wait time and, spend the time value of the money. So we will definitely pursue constructing the outlet as the previous phase got funded by your council. And definitely the cost share that we kind of promised. This will reduce the chance of, being hit by the inflation and any other sources of unknowns. So my intention as a project manager / administrator is to put the best use of the money, put this money in the best use of it. So if we wait and nothing will be changed in the whatever that we could, then we will be absorbing just inflation and unknown situations. God knows in international way which country does what, and that hits us in fuel charges and whatnot, and that will run our costs higher. So if I come back next year, I don't promise that I will be asking for less or something around the same number that I'm asking this year. I did my best to come back with the same ask as of last year. So,
okay. Jamie?
Just a question to clarify. Did you say, or how many miles of embankment height increase? I think it's 3.5 feet of embankment height increase. Correct. For freeboard. Is that over 3 miles?
Over 5.3 miles.
Wow.
Of levee length. Yep.
It's a long.
Suzanne.
Thank you, Chairman. I, have was not here when this was originally put up and approved from last year, so my question is, as I read this and hear about, increasing embankment, it sounds more to me like a flood project than it does a habitat restoration project. Can someone kind of clarify that for me? Should we be funding these types of flood control projects? Are there other resources that they can tap into for flood control here in the state to get funding for those kind of projects, or?
I think I will give them an opportunity to answer your question, but it certainly was discussed, and I don't think the reason they did not get full funding was because there isn't complete agreement on the council.
Okay, thank you.
But I'll let you answer why you think this fits habitat and not flood control.
Sure. Well, as many other kind of projects that we are working on, I would say that this is a kind of psychological challenge that I am facing with, as the watershed districts are being funded through the local tax money. And, up northwest of the state, most businesses are ag-related. And we are getting paid by their, tax money. And when you're talking to a farmer, they say that, well, this is a project within the DNR WMA. It has not provided any benefit to us as for the flood damage reduction in the past 50+ years. And this question is very, very similar to what I hear from them, kind of questioning the same thing. These projects are multi-purpose projects. I cannot say it is not flood damage reduction project. It is, originally in 1971, when they established it, before when I was born, this project was to provide both benefits. But should I be honest and upfront? Yes, I suppose. Locally, people are so unhappy with this project being run by DNR over the past decades. And that is because they didn't receive such a benefit. And that is why our board, the Watershed District Board, approved to pursue this one if we can gain leverage over this. And of course, we are chipping in money in it as well. So you're right, it is not one, pure natural resource enhancement project. It does provide benefits for the flood damage reduction, but it does have a bigger, higher priority on the natural resources and their protections. It is in the DNR, land. We cannot do nothing without their permission. As a matter of fact, we are in the process of getting an easement to the outlet structure to be able to maintain the water elevation during the seasons that we can. So yes, we do have both benefits, and also another evidence to prove that this project is more on the natural resource enhancement side rather than the flood damage reduction is the evaluation of the flood damage reduction work groups panel. They have a panel that reviews all projects for their natural resource enhancements. And we scored 73.3 out of 75. That is the highest score that you can get. So 7 out of 75, we got scored for 73.3. So it means that so much of the, so many professionals in the natural resource area, that is out of my profession, but they evaluated this project and scored it that high. So that is another evidence, and that is as an attachment in the application to your consideration.
They also did get leverage money they're showing.
Yeah.
That come from flood sources, if it gives you comfort.
Can I make a comment here?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I would just add for those, my colleagues here who have not been up that part of Minnesota, it's so flat the water doesn't know which way to run. It's, it's been drained considerably, but I would just add this. If you don't have any flood control, you also don't have any habitat. That simple.
Thank you, Ron. Also, Mr. Chair, I can also elaborate for you a little bit that the conflict between the landowners on a flood hazard mitigation perspective, flood hazard management, between the landowners, the counties, and the state DNR are legendary. To have this project get to this point, it has taken a very long time and a lot of energy and trust building between the two.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Hey, let me just check. No, Dudley doesn't have a question. We're good. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm going to suggest we take a break here and then do the final three projects. If you could be back at 20 of 4, that would be great. Yes, something like.
Mark.
Yeah, I think I've received the bank.
He should schedule.
Yes, I know. I don't, they used to have some banquets. I don't think it was always at the Horse and Hunt Club. It was.
Re-educate all
We have less than a dozen.
Oh, they've been since then.
I know. It's a lot.
That stuff never goes away.
Yeah, it's true. In 2000. That's the last time.
Yeah.
Oh, I remember seeing pictures.
I had forgotten more than
I don't think, for some reason, they.
Some good data sets.
I'll just say, I was coming to a. It's probably not relevant, but to have a document, to have Bowser come in, have to show like, compare wind, wetland versus US Fish and
Makes for long days.
Oh, that would be good.
Where's he? He's
Sitting those, that's just about exactly the same. Just,
yeah, you guys all came further than he did.
yeah.
He doesn't have an
Oh,
excuse.
I didn't like that.
It's nice to be here in person.
Well, those presume as a feature. Too much time on
It's a nice to have.
Chemistry.
You need it.
Yeah, you're like, really? Okay, you could probably.
I agree.
Yeah,
I
That's
sent
awesome.
Mark and Joe a message. What do you guys think of having an education session? Conservation funding one of those. Yes, so people probably have the question. It's so core to what we're doing. I don't know.
There's a, their whole task becomes more and more obvious. There's 2 classes. There's a huge, 10 million plus. Then you got one-shot deals. Nelson, Itasca County, there's probably.
do you think?
Well, it sounds like it's gotta get done. Think so? I mean, I
That's
don't-
where I'm at now. At first I was not really a fan of it last year.
No. I remember last year, thinking of Brooklyn, I don't know why I think it's so this year. They must have been smart enough to.
Hear what Ron's saying about too.
Yeah, I can get out here and see. Get out here, 5'5", 5'3". I'm getting shorter. Well, I don't know, what we're going to discuss it.
Just if there's anything today, I guess. I don't have anything.
Like I said, yeah, the engineers, particularly the ones that were talking about wetlands, it's one of the big fun. Yeah. I don't really get it.
That was part of the
Should be
those guys did a great job.
Well, yeah, I always appreciate it. There's only one place in Minnesota where it's got up in my area.
There's plenty of it in other states, but not
No,
well, there used to be, except for the stupid fog that we had. We used to have so much wilderness around us. Oh, yeah. My parents used to go others, so dad would talk about it.
well, I don't know those, so, have the cattails survived well?
Completely choked out all shallows.
Yeah, well, they're up there too. And the other thing is that, what's that yellow?
It's like a reed, grass. You got like a palm, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what
Pansy, Hansy.
I don't, we're talking about the same one. I don't know
Yeah,
what the combination
and I've heard, apparently it's right, that if you go out with a scythe or something, cut off the tops, they don't pop it.
Off the tops, really? I thought they were right, Ramazon.
Yeah, they don't, they don't,
I got lost in there once.
Hey, Mark, what's the yellow deal? Yellow deal. No, no. They're all over the place, all over. One of the shirts.
What did you say, Colin?
Well, it's a suppose I just, she knows. Oh, yeah. And I've heard that if you go on these country if they don't. I don't know. Well, we'll ask Ron. Well, what's that yellow stuff that's been growing, it's an invasive species?
The yellow flower.
Very soon.
Hi, Jacob, John Schneider, we've met before, but
Good to see you again anyway.
yeah, I appreciate your partnership.
I'm gonna call it.
A handoff.
Yeah, find out for us.
So you're a flower child.
Has gone well. The fact that we can communicate. Aaron was a little more.
Yeah, but that's just.
Some of that piece of
Don't throw the girl.
you do it arm's length, so you tell him down.
What is asking for, please?
Well,
Oh, yeah. It's on
It just
4,700.
is what cast this one.
Tansy. You have to look that one up.
Yeah, that's, I would guess 65.
That was what, the other, I'm not gonna call her back again, but I didn't ask her to spell it. I'm assuming it's T-A-N.
They did split them. I didn't know.
There?
Is that flower? Yellow flower?
Yeah?
Like that?
That's it.
Alright.
It's not a beautiful
Not to get in
flower.
the weeds, on the north one, on the usual top.
It's relatively ugly.
Curious how you
It just,
handle it.
it just comes up and,
But you gotta pay their part,
well,
their
it's about this high. The stems are, the stems are cut a little bit. It isn't like you're gonna do it with a weed whacker.
I don't know if we have that one.
You have any tansy down here? Tansy? Yellow tansy?
I'm not being critical, I was just curious.
Yeah, he says they got it down here, but not like a couple of grand.
Really?
It's all invasive.
Yeah.
From the restored
Hey, I met all the bitins that grow that kind of look like pansies because of the dog, they stick in the dog's hair.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you know, you don't see that many birds anymore. What do we used to call them? You'd run through the woods and you end up with a bird that direction.
About the size of a tick.
Yeah. I think the same as bitins.
That was a straight
They
sale.
have the two little spikes on them.
They might, these are, no, these are more like
Yeah, got all those. I know which ones you're talking about. And there's all the green ones and there's the black ones and there's the white ones. Every day, spend an hour and cut down, take a few
Lake, and the lake is full of both emergent and submerged vegetation. So when we visited that last summer, it was in drawdown. You can see those mud flats. The vegetation has responded well. The reflooding of those areas is now providing a good resource for ducks like the teal that are starting to migrate in. Through this proposal, DU will enhance 1,700 acres of shallow lakes and wetlands by engineering and installing water control structures used for temporary drawdowns to rid lakes of carp and rejuvenate their aquatic ecology. We'll also enhance smaller pothole wetlands and adjacent prairie by removing sediment and trees. And all this work is done by hiring local private contractors. Additionally, we propose to restore 200 acres of drained wetlands on federal waterfowl production areas, wildlife management areas that are managed by the state, and other permanently protected lands, and restore or enhance 600 acres of uplands on various types of protected lands. A newer and growing part of our wetlands program is our waterfowl production area small wetlands work. DU has partnered with the Fish and Wildlife Service and leveraged both federal Inflation Reduction Act money and North America's Wetland Conservation Act funding to enhance and restore small wetlands on existing waterfowl production areas in western Minnesota. For the better part of a century, the Fish and Wildlife Service has used the proceeds from federal duck stamp sales, and I'm gonna say Scott Gloop inadvertently stole some of my thunder with the message I'm trying to drive home here, but those duck stamp sales have allowed the service to conserve migratory bird habitat via fee title acquisition of threatened and productive habitat, and also, as Scott referenced, easement acquisition too. Many of these WPAs were acquired in the 50s, 60s, and 70s during the infancy of wetland restoration science. When these properties were acquired, there was a lack of funding and expertise to complete the restoration, and at no fault to them, the managers at the time did what they could with what they had. It's also important to note that these WPAs that are now 50 to 80 years old make up the backbone of some of the best remaining habitat complexes we have left in Minnesota for waterfowl. If they weren't protected, they would have likely been lost at some point. Now, in coordination with the Fish and Wildlife Service, we are systematically reassessing waterfowl production areas in the highest priority landscapes for breeding ducks and identifying areas where we can enhance and restore wetlands. 50 years ago, restoration work would have included embankments that were underbuilt, sediment that wasn't removed from wetland basins, and tile that wasn't checked for. Now, we can rebuild embankments using the appropriate materials such as clay cores to increase longevity. We can remove sediment to expose historic wetland seed banks, and we can check for tile and remove it if it is found to help restore hydrology to these basins. It's pretty amazing how frequently we think we have restored wetland and we start looking for tile and we find it. So that basin has been partially restored for the better part of a decade, and now we can fully restore that hydrology. For our phase 11 proposal, over 83% of our requested budget is for contracts with private construction contractors to build water control structures and fish barriers we design to move dirt and remove sediment, and trees to restore and enhance small wetlands. The remainder of our budget is for DU engineering and biologist staff time to plan, design, and manage field work, and some equipment and materials needed to do so. As noted in the handout, we've completed phases 1 through 5, working on the final reports for phases 6 and 7, and soon we will be wrapping up phase 8. To date, we've spent 81% of phase 8, 10% of phase 9 have started our new phase 10 grant. Over the last 3 years, this program has enhanced or restored 547 wetlands, totaling 2,129 acres. These range from the smallest prairie pothole, which is half the size of this room, to several hundred-acre shallow lakes. In a timely note, just yesterday, our engineering staff had a pre-construction meeting at Three Rivers Park District for a 35-acre wetland enhancement project. Today, as I was sitting over there, I got an email about bids being opened for construction on a replacement water control structure on Diamond Lake in Lessard County. And it's a similar story to Indian Lake. It's taken over a decade for us to get to the point where we're opening up bids and working with a contractor to replace a failed water control structure. Also today, I did not plan this, our engineering staff are on site with the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe for a pre-bid meeting for interested contractors on a 100+ acre shallow lake enhancement project on tribal land. In total, we have approximately $2.5 million in pending contracts or on work that is underway. We've also identified a large suite of projects that we'll be bidding out this winter for construction next spring and summer. This is just a small snapshot of our larger wetland enhancement and restoration program that currently has 150 plus active projects across 20 different partner offices. We're eager to continue delivering this work for waterfowl and other wetland dependent wildlife. Here to tell you more is Stacy Selville with the Fish and Wildlife Service.
Thanks, John. Good afternoon, Chair Hartwell and council members. I'm Stacy Salvavold. I'm a wildlife biologist with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. I've been working with Ducks Unlimited over the past 5 years to identify, prioritize, and implement projects to restore and enhance wetlands on high-priority waterfowl production areas throughout western Minnesota. As John stressed, we focus on restoring wetland hydrology to the most functional level that we can, and we're also considering the longevity in our restoration techniques so that we consider both the past and the future and plan for climate-related changes in weather that we're observing and will continue to observe happening in our landscape. To date, we've restored and enhanced over 500 wetlands on 30 waterfowl production areas in 3 different wetland management districts and a national wildlife refuge. Just to follow up on many of these projects, I like to go back out and just see what's happening a year or two following these restorations. And I visited Ridgeway Waterfowl Production Area this spring. We had finished our work on Ridgeway in July of 2022. We enhanced 35 wetlands on that 1,400-acre waterfowl production area, and I was excited. While I was visiting, I flushed an American bittern and a northern harrier, both non-game species that enjoy those prairie wetland areas, off of nests. They were successfully reproducing in the wetlands on that unit, and there were waterfowl pairs on nearly every pond that we had worked on. So it's fantastic for us to go back out there and see the fruits of our labor in action. As we were running around that unit, we were also seeing butterflies flying around, and the neat part about this area is it's wide open to the west, and as I said, 1,400 acres, so you can really perceive what the prairie used to look like as you look across 1,400 acres of open wetland and grassland area. What's unique about this project and why this WPA was a focus, in addition to its high priority location for wildlife, it also sits very high in the watershed, and so it has the ability to help start filtering our water that goes downstream through the Otter Tail River towards the Red and feeding into the Fargo-Moorhead metro area. Some of you might think of the Fargo-Moorhead area being referred to as metro is a little bit amusing, but it's a rapidly growing community, right? And so they get most of their drinking water from the Red River. So this is just another consideration as we are planning projects is we want to take into consideration all of the fantastic wildlife benefits, but this also extends to benefits for people. So I also wanted to stress that our projects are taking place on waterfowl production areas. And again, with regard to the neonicotinoid question, we do not allow food plots on waterfowl production areas in Minnesota, and we have not been using neonicotinoids on our lands by policy for the last 10 years. And if we were to permit any agricultural use on our properties, we do that through a special use permit that has parameters that would require the landowner or operator to provide seed tags for anything that they were using. So I appreciate your time very much and consideration of our proposal, and John and I welcome your questions.
Great, any questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
WRE 03, Big Swamp North Peatland Restoration Project.
Is that you?
You think it was learned.
Is that you?
After 2 days, I think I would learn.
Go ahead.
That's embarrassing.
It is.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartwell, council members and staff. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Big Swamp North Peatland Restoration Project to you today. My name is Tracy Halstensgaard. I'm the administrator for the Rosa River Watershed District. I have Eric Jones with me today from Houston Engineering. And online, we have from Roseau County, the highway engineer, Erica Halstensgaard, as well as County Commissioner Daryl Wickland. And Nick Brown is also on from the DNR, I believe, to help answer any questions that you guys may have. So the project we're bringing to you today, the Big Swamp, as we like to call it locally, is a wetland and peatland complex that was ditched and drained by the state to encourage settlement and agricultural production in the early 1900s. The complexes continue to be impacted today due to a series of lateral ditches which directly drain surface water, altering plant communities and accelerating peat degradation through groundwater drawdown. This project would restore more than 1,050 acres of habitat adjacent to those lateral ditches and will help to restore more than 2,400 acres of 4 drained public water basins. In addition, 3 miles of previously ditched and straightened Badger Creek would be rehabilitated. This project is proposed as part of a larger effort by multiple partners to identify issues and propose projects that best address those needs. The Roseau River Watershed District, along with Roseau County as the Drainage Authority and Minnesota DNR as the majority landowner, have worked with Two Rivers Watershed District and Kitson County through the project team process to develop the concept of the Big Swamp North project. Once funding is secured, the partners are committed to working together to design and implement a comprehensive multi-benefit project.
To restore the quality of the wetland and peatland habitat, the project will start by restoring the hydrology in the project area. This would be accomplished by going through the legal process to abandon the public drainage system lateral ditches, which Roseau County Board of Commissioners has agreed to undertake when the project receives funding. The project restoration work would refill those ditches of State Ditch 69 to eliminate the continued wetland drainage. Approximately 19.4 miles of public drainage ditches would be formally abandoned with the goal of restoring them to the natural ground level with appropriate fill material, ensuring subsurface groundwater movement through the restoration. Restoration activity will vary depending on whether the wetland is on mineral or peatland soils. Lateral ditches 1 and 3 of State Ditch 69 converted Badger Creek into a straightened ditch over 100 years ago. The Big Swamp project will utilize natural channel design principles to remeander more than 3 miles of Badger Creek. The Roseau River Watershed District will work closely with the DNR's River Ecology Unit on the design of the restoration, and Roseau County, since they are the ditch authority following Minnesota statutes. So what are we doing right now to advance the project in advance of any outdoor heritage grant funding? The project steering committee has been established and has been meeting over the last year and will be there to shepherd the project forward to hopefully expedite the implementation. With input from the project steering committee, we are starting the environmental review process this fall. Additional survey is being collected right now to further support plan development for the restoration work and the environmental review process. We have already completed additional analysis in the last few months to ensure that the project won't adversely affect private landowners outside the project area. Landowners are supportive of abandonment of the lateral ditches. We will also continue to explore additional funding sources. DNR recently applied for funding for restoration of the peatland areas on the WMA, and depending on some of the funding constraints, portions of the Big Swamp project may be eligible for some of that funding from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Northern Forests grant.
The Roseau River Watershed District has nearly 20 years of experience in partnering with the Minnesota DNR, Roseau County, and other agencies to plan, design, construct, and manage multi-purpose water management projects. Some of those include the Palmville Fen Restoration Project, which was completed in 2011, the Roseau River WMA Pool 3 Outlet Project, which was completed in 2017. Phase 1 of construction is nearly complete for the Roseau Lake Rehabilitation Project, with Phase 2 going out for bids this winter. We will also be putting Phase 1 of the Roseau River Restoration Project out for bids in the coming months. To recap, Some of the expected outcomes and benefits of the Big Swamp project include abandonment and restoration of 19.4 miles of legal drainage ditch, rehabilitation of 3 miles of Badger Creek through an ecologically supported re-meander project. The project will result in approximately 1,050 acres of wetland habitat restoration along existing ditch laterals and 2,400 acres of restoration of 4 public water basins in the Big Swamp WMA. In general, the project greatly reduces habitat fragmentation in the Rosal River WMA Big Swamp Habitat Complex. This area received high and medium rankings in the Minnesota DNR's Wildlife Action Network, which indicates that it should be prioritized for restoration efforts. The project is also identified as a core area within the Minnesota DNR's Prairie Plan. Chairman Hartwell and council members, thank you for the opportunity to present our project to you today. We look forward to working with you on this and other projects. With that, we would welcome any questions you may have.
Great, questions? Andrew?
Just on the funding side of it, I don't know what your initial ask was last year, but I'm assuming that the unspent portion is being held just to complete the project as a whole?
We didn't have a request last year.
Not for this project.
The 2020 it says.
Yeah.
And the,
That for the river restoration?
I don't know, I guess I didn't look.
Yeah, that would be.
Yeah, this is the first time we're coming to the council with this project proposal. The other projects that I mentioned are the ones that we have funding for currently, that we're working on, the river restoration project and the Rosal Lake rehabilitation project.
Okay, so that isn't actually part of,
No, they're adjacent, but they're not, they're different separable projects.
that's it.
Well, I have lots of questions. I'm sure you read my comments, but my first comment when I read this, or first question is, why fill the ditches? Why not just plug them? They'll fill themselves in over time, and it's a whole lot cheaper than filling all these ditches, which is what I understand, but I may be wrong, you want to do. So explain that thinking to me, or what I'm thinking wrong.
Yeah, so the thought there is, and this is a little bit outside of my wheelhouse, but when you're restoring peatland soils in order to ensure water movement, right now what you have are these ditches that all that material was thrown up to one side. And there's been compaction in those areas where they spoiled the material 100+ years ago. Some of that needs to be disturbed to allow kind of the movement of water through those areas. And depending on the type of area that you'd be working in, some of the material would be placed in the ditch. You'd take the material from the spoil bank that was created when the ditch was created. Some of that would go back into the ditch, try to get it back to just the natural ground. If it's more organic soils, some of those spoil banks no longer exist if it was through peatland. And so, in those areas, we might look at doing some brush fill, and that would all be harvested on site. The one thing about areas where you have existing spoil banks is it does affect the water movement and doesn't allow the water to necessarily get to adjacent areas, basically down gradient from where those spoil banks sit. They're in the way and they block some of that movement. And then the ditches being there, certainly you could address some of purely the hydrology part of it with some ditch plugs. And I'm not sure, I know Nick Brown's on, he maybe has more information regarding the restoration of peatland soils otherwise, but.
If you've got the spoil banks, and I've seen spoil banks, you've compacted the dirt. The only way to get anything natural is to take all of that out, I would think, because you have compacted it for 100 years. If you just take the top off, you're still got compacted soil underneath it.
Yeah.
So to restore the flow, the natural flow is to take it back to what it was pre-ditch is almost impossible.
And one of the things that we will be doing when we get when we get funding is to look at each one of those laterals and decide like how best to do that. We started out talking about just plugging them, to be honest with you. And in our just initial evaluations, the folks we have on our project team, when we develop these projects, didn't feel that that would likely be adequate. So it's still an answer or question to be answered as far as what will be the best practice to utilize in the different laterals and the different portions of them. And yeah, if Nick is on, if he has anything to add.
Unfortunately, hydrology is not my strong point.
So we will be defining that more as we move through the project development too.
So it sounds to me like the design isn't even done. This is a concept. And you're asking for construction money when you don't even have the plan.
Right. So we are working on the plan right now is one of the things that we're continuing to gather. And part of the reason we're coming to the council now is these dollars would be available, you know, a year and a half from the application process. So we feel that we have enough information and can utilize design and get through a lot of the environmental review and design within that time frame, by the time the dollars become available.
So none of the money you're asking for is construction money? It's all planning money?
No, it would be construction money.
So how
Some
do you know
design
how
and
much
some-
construction money you need if you don't even have the design done?
Yeah, so there's been some survey work that's been done out there, and we've used that to estimate how much volume of material would need to be placed into the ditch. We've looked at some preliminary information using LiDAR. LiDAR's aerial flown survey, and use that to estimate how much material would have to be moved for the sake of doing the stream restoration on Badger Creek. So it is high-level estimates at this point, for sure.
Okay. Then there was something in the write-up about the request using funds to reduce breakout flows over a county road. I don't care about a county road for habitat money. I mean, I may care about a county road if I have to drive down it, but this is habitat money. Why are you doing this in a county road?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. So the purpose of the project is not to do anything related to the county road. The county is planning to do some things related to the road to address, basically, you have on the schematic, you'll see, or the map that was included as the illustration, you have the Roseau River. Water breaks out from the Roseau River, follows down these ditch systems, and then goes over the ridge between, and it's not really a ridge, but over the drainage divide between the Roseau River and the Two Rivers watershed. That goes across Roseau County Road 7. But this project, just as a secondary benefit, would provide some reduction in the amount of flow that would break over that ridge, because right now you have open cuts that take water from the Roseau and send it down to the Two Rivers, even when water levels aren't that high on the Roseau River. But that wouldn't be the primary objective of what we're trying to do.
And when we do these projects, we also involve local landowners. And so the fact that a project like this can also support those other benefits, when we talk to our neighbors, those are things that matter, you know, in the bigger picture of a project. And we understand that for funding, that's not your primary concern, but they're benefits of the project that we also, you know, talk to those folks about.
Absolutely no leverage. You're looking for us for all the money for a project that isn't designed yet, that's a couple years out.
So
Seems like you need planning money more than you need anything else, and someone else ought to be
we do have.
partnering.
Yep, and we do have, so since we did the application, there have been some changes. We are utilizing flood damage reduction work group project team funding for the preliminary development through the Juneberry project team is what it's called. So that's where some of this initial funding has come from. The DNR has also acquired $1 million worth of peatland restoration money, which we'll be using to further the work that we'll be doing between, now and when and if the council agrees to fund it, that funding becomes available. So and that's federal dollars. So there has been recent changes to that leverage as well.
So $1 million, but it doesn't go to this project, but it,
No, it does, that does, yes.
so you need less from us,
Right, well.
assuming you knew what you were asking for.
And part of.
Mean to be
No, that's
Difficult,
fine.
but I'm really not understanding.
Yep, no, that's fine. I understand. No, when we put the application in and, fully understanding when we've come to the council before that it's usually funded in phases as well. So we will also try to, leverage other funding sources as well, wherever we can. So if the council chooses to fund at some level for the project, we will work to reduce those, investments from this part.
You're talking about phasing. What's your guesstimate budget for the project versus what I'm hearing is a phase one?
Well, I think there's different components. You have the restoration of the ditches, trying to obliterate them so that they don't exist on the landscape anymore. And then you have the stream restoration components. I think, based on what I know of the DNR's funding, they have some funding for the Big Swamp area, which is even bigger than what's on the map here. It would include areas even outside of that Ditch 69 laterals area. So the Big Swamp extends further to the south. It's a larger complex than just kind of what we're focusing on here for the sake of this application.
So would the $3 million finish what's on your map?
Yes.
And you got, I heard $1 million, does that go towards that? So you only need 2 instead of 3?
Yeah, I think that the devil's in the details. We're partnering with the DNR and trying to figure out which components they're gonna fund with that grant money. So I don't know that, I guess what I'm saying is, it's not as simple as saying, well, the DNR got $1 million, so take $1 million off of this request. Because some of that's gonna go towards potentially other components within the Big Swamp. Because I'll give you an example. So on the map, the illustration, it shows the lateral ditches. And right to the south of those lateral ditches are the state Ditch 72 system that looks very similar to the Ditch 69 system. Those are also part of the Big Swamp area. So
Those haven't been, we have more survey data and more information on the 69 system. We felt like that was the beginning of the dominoes for this larger project, was the 69 system. So we have invested more money and time and effort in gathering this initial data for that area instead of this, the stuff further to the south. So we're estimating the construction to cost about $3 million. That $1 million, at least a portion of it, will potentially reduce those costs overall for the project.
So I also wrote down that construction estimated in 2030. Did I miss that somewhere in the proposal?
yeah, we just said that it would be completed by 2030. So I think on the illustration, it talks about start construction fall of '27. And potentially that would be sooner, depending on how quickly things come together here.
I've taken enough of your time. I would suggest you get us a revised budget pretty quickly before anybody goes through an allocation process, because the fact you've got some matching money actually might mean something to someone.
Yeah.
Sure.
And that was very recent, so I apologize for not getting that to the council sooner.
Any other questions now that oh, Mark has a question. Sorry, I knew he had a question.
Yeah, if you could, looking at your parcel list, now these are restore and enhance parcels, so your estimated cost is for restoring and enhancing, but I see the fourth one down and the fifth one down. Fourth one down is 18 acres for $538,000. That's about $29,925,000 an acre to restore and enhance. And the one right below that, 28 acres for $833,000 is about 29,772 acres. Is there a typographical error there on the numbers, or is that actual? And if it's actual, why?
Yeah, so some of those acres are quite large parcels, but more importantly, they're along the Badger Creek restoration, which is probably, just rough numbers, about 2/3 of the overall budget is that component. So those large parcels that kind of sit along that alignment of Badger Creek.
So that's stream restoration?
That's stream restoration, yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
You might break out your information into stream restoration versus swamp restoration. Might be interesting.
Sure.
Other questions?
I just had one real quick, David. Thank you, Mr. Chair. You may have answered this, but based on this proposal in 2020, you got $3 million, but you've only spent 583 of it. Maybe you answered that. Can you explain that to me again?
Sure. So that's for the Rosa River Restoration Project, which is actually restoring just over 13 miles of the Rosa River, which is State Ditch 51 and dredged in the early 1900s, about the same time these ditches were constructed. So that's a separate project, which we have developed. We've are ready to go to bids on that one now.
So you still haven't spent any more than the 500-some thousand out of the 3 million you got
Correct,
since 2020?
correct.
What's taking so long?
It ended up being more complicated design-wise than we originally anticipated. And I can let Eric speak to it a little bit, but it really come down to being able to maintain the drainage benefits to the State Ditch 51 system, not sending more water downstream, and managing the breakout flows when water gets high in the river. And we also had recently some landowner pushback to that project that we didn't anticipate. That we would have been like to have been out for bids this spring, but we ended up having to hold additional landowner information meetings for that project.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to our last project, WRE-04, Accelerated Shallow Lakes and Wetland Enhancement Phase 17.
Chairman Hartwell and council members, thank you for letting us testify in front of you today. My name is Ricky Leon, and I have the pleasure of working with the DNR section of Wildlife Wetland Habitat Team. I'll let John introduce himself now.
John Miley, I am the Wetland Management Program Supervisor.
Appropriate to the proposals you've been hearing about this morning, I got an email from Ray Norgard, who some of you may remember as our longtime wetland specialist in the department. And he reminded me of the 2006 duck recovery plan, which is still our strategic plan for waterfowl. And he liked to summarize it as 1 million breeding ducks, 2 million acres, and $3 billion. That was in 2006 dollars. Well, that was a simple way of referring to it. He also pointed out to me that that meant an additional 64,000 basins, wetland basins, that were needed to obtain that goal. We are here to talk with you today about WRE-04, Shallow Lakes and Wetland Enhancement Phase 17. First, a thank you to the council for past funding that you have provided for DNR Shallow Lake and Wetland Program requests. I always want to explain that my request is programmatic. That is, a slate of individual shallow lake and wetland enhancement projects, plus the continuing habitat programs that effectively take advantage of OHF funding to implement the valuable wetland and shallow lake habitat work that would not otherwise get done. This programmatic approach is what DNR Commissioner Stroman referred to when a few weeks ago she sent you a memo that stated programmatic proposals have the benefits of building ongoing partnerships, community support, and financial leverage. These multi-year investments are the only way we, the DNR, can accomplish the highest impact outcomes. Our request is for $10.3 million. Almost 3/4 of this request is going to be targeted towards enhancing and restoring wetlands in the most impacted area of the state, the Prairie region. The largest component of our proposal is the request for funding to implement a variety of habitat projects statewide. This includes the annual funding needed to operate the helicopter that OHF funding helped us to equip to annually spray hybrid cattails, an effort that has now impacted 20,000 acres of wetlands and is just concluding its most ambitious year of over 3,500 acres of spraying. In addition to this spraying, there are 21 projects involving engineering, construction of infrastructure, and the restoration or management of wetland and shallow lakes. These projects range in size from 3 projects that are each 500 acres or larger that involve significant construction of dikes and water control structures, down to the smaller but critical small wetlands of the type that John's program specializes in. In total, these projects will enhance or restore over 14,000 acres of wetlands and shallow lakes. If you have questions about any of the individual projects that are being built into this proposal, I would be glad to get that information for you. The second component of WRE-04 is the funding needed to continue the work by John's Wetland Management Program. Specifically, the proposal asks for funds to continue the work being done by 2 existing wetland management specialists whose positions were created through a previously approved OHF appropriation. I can't tell you how exciting this program is, and it's one of the reasons this proposal includes the number of individual projects that it does. This program was modeled after our highly successful Shallow Lakes program, and it works to assess and bring management to small wetlands on state properties, especially those associated with wetland complexes. John has the pleasure of overseeing this great program and will be glad to address any questions you might have. I did want to quickly talk about one question that came about during the initial review of proposals by the council that had to do with longevity of cattail seeds in the sediment. The quick answer is that they remain viable for decades. Dealing with the impacts of monotypic stands of cattails will be with us for the foreseeable future, and is one reason we use OHF funding to maintain our aerial cattail spraying. I'm pleased to report that our DNR wildlife research staff has just led a successful effort to obtain funding from LCCMR for a major research project that will look at cattail management options that are available to us and ensure that what we're doing is effective and efficient. And I hope to be able to share information about that research project with you in the future. Thank you, and John and I would be glad to take any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Any questions out there? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. There are huge volumes of research on cattail management out there. Is there not something you can glean from that regarding cattail management rather than starting yet another research study?
Council members, very good question. There is a lot of research out there. That doesn't mean we know all the answers for the best way to bring about management. We have done a number of surveys of our field staff. What are the sort of things you would like research on from we have a great research program. What would you like to hear? The last 2 times we've served our wildlife staff, the question has been, how do we deal with invasive cattails? So even though there's a lot of research out there, there's a lot of techniques, we don't have all the answers. One of the questions I'm most interested in is we're doing a lot of this spraying. Very successful. Sure wish we could do more, but how do we ensure the longevity of those areas that we're spraying? Do we burn them? Do we do water level manipulation? Other practices have been scraping cattails, mowing cattails. There's a gamut. We don't have all the answers. And this research is meant to figure out how can we be effective and efficient, and especially in terms of waterfowl production, what gets us the most benefit. We want to be smart about it.
Okay, thank you.
Jamie.
Maybe Ron was gonna ask this one, but the last 5 years, I see more money or more funds remaining than what has been spent. Can you talk to that a bit? Why should we allocate more funds this year?
Council members, thank you for the question. Our funding, almost in every appropriation, follows a very similar pattern. The first year and a half, minimal spending, usually it's salary if we have personnel built into the proposal. And then you start seeing permitting and engineering cost starting to show up. These are often big, complicated construction projects, complicated wetland restoration projects, and it's not till years 4 and 5 that often we see a lot of the construction happening. So a lot of the costs for our appropriation are seen in the last year and a half of an appropriation. We see that in a lot of our appropriations. The funding takes place in last. So we sit there with funding from years 1 through 5, but it's the last year and a half that we really spend a lot of construction money.
Thank you for that answer. One more question in regards to the DSS. I was trying to find it here. It says it's scalable and the support service would also be scalable. However, it was just to cut off number of years. So if you have a smaller amount of projects to do, you're saying you'd still need the same amount of staff to do those projects. And assuming then you just come back and include those future years for those FTEs in future proposals. Is that correct? So you're really not changing the amount of staff needed to do a smaller amount of projects. You're keeping that the same. It's not actually scalable.
Chairman Hartwell and Council, thank you for that question. So we have 2 components to the proposal. We have a slate of projects, there's 20-some projects, and then we have the staffing for the wetland management program. At reduced funding levels, we go from, as we've done for years, we would cut from 5 years of staffing to 3. 3 is the minimum amount of time we try and get for staffing in any individual appropriation. The remaining funds, we then look at our list of 21 projects, and we determine how much funding is still available for that. and we go out to our regional staff and talk with each region and say, what would be your priority? Of these 21 projects, the ones that are in your region, what is your priority for getting these projects done? And then we take that information, John, myself, Nikki Hensel-Welsh, our Shallow Lakes Program Manager, and our assistant regional managers who handle a lot of our on-the-ground work, get together and we have a meeting to find out what would be the prioritization of the funding to go to those 21 projects.
Ron?
Well, that was sort of my question about how much is unspent since 2019. And then maybe you can explain to me, you have personnel requests of $1.7 million for personnel. And over 5 years, is it?
Yes.
Seems like a lot.
Related to that, is that personnel and the work that they're doing specific to OHF-funded projects, or is it general work that you guys are doing?
Chairman Hartwell and council members, our OHF-funded staff work on a variety of projects, including projects that are not OHF-funded. As I shared with you in our discussion last December, when we hired these staff, and specifically these two positions, going back to 5 years to the ML20 appropriation, I told everyone who would listen to me, we just want the staff. We will find the money for projects. That appropriation, I looked it up again this morning, we had no money in that appropriation for these two staff to actually go out and do projects. If we got the people, which is what we wanted, it would be on them and John and me to find the money to do any projects that they would identify. And as I shared with you last December, this program now has 4 wetland management staff, plus John is a supervisor. I think it's safe to say we have exceeded our expectations at finding money to keep those people busy. And they are doing tremendous work, but it's not OHF-funded projects because we didn't ask for that. We just wanted staff. Now, in this request, we're starting to shift away from that a little bit. We actually asked for, I believe it's $800,000 to provide funding for them to do projects on the ground. So we still would expect them to go and find any other funding source that they can to do work. And John can talk about some of the partnerships that have been providing funding and have been benefiting from us having these staff.
Chairman Hartwell, council members, immediately after initiating this program, we had 1 specialist on the ground. They assess wetlands primarily for waterfowl habitat. And immediately working with Corey Netland, a wildlife manager of the Wilmer area, we identified a 20-acre drain basin on a WMA. Shortly after that, the Prairie Pothole joint venture came to us and said, hey, if we gave you money, do you have a project? We got one right now. We have a drain basin on a WMA, 10 minutes out of Wilmer. We got a job for it. We got a place for it. And to expand on that, not only did we utilize the Prairie Pothole joint venture money on that, we cooperated with the county and the township because it was adjacent to a road and so forth and a ditch. So we were able to utilize our time, the OHF funded staff, to work with the Prairie Pothole joint venture to accomplish a 20-acre restoration that was been drained. So that's just a very small portion of it. We still continue to work with Pioneer Heritage Conservation Trust. Others, of course, we have other forms of funding here that comes from you guys, but a lot of it comes outside of sources also like PPJP.
Your question answered.
Yes, my question was answered.
Was it?
The staff that they're asking for funding for work on OHF and non-OHF projects. And it wasn't that I didn't know it, it was that I thought everyone should be clear on that, because it's unusual compared to some of the other things that we do, where we're funding just OHF. We're funding staff to do OHF projects. This is funding bigger work, which may attract outside money outside of OHF, but it's different, and I think everyone should know it. So it was a leading question. The other leading question, because we had an exchange of emails back and forth, I had asked a question in my comments about how long spraying lasted on cattails. What's the duration? And I was surprised. I was actually happy there was an answer and surprised at the answer, because it needs to happen every 3 to 5 years. That's what you indicated, because the seed bed will last up to 100 years. And the research that I think I missed the question on is what's going to make it better than that? But if you do nothing, you essentially have lost the productivity of a wetland until you solve that problem, which hasn't been solved at this point. So this is, the spraying may not be permanent as we'd like, but it's a hell of a lot better than not doing it and losing the wetland to being completely filled in with cattails, which is what happens so quickly. It's terrifying. And I wanted the council to know that. So does the council have other questions? Mark.
So earlier today, we heard a couple different proposals. One from a partner doing forest enhancement work, and then the DNR coming in and doing forest enhancement work. It was different areas, but here just a few minutes ago, we heard Living Shallow Lakes Wetland Enhancement Restoration Initiative, and yours is Accelerated Shallow Lakes and Wetland Enhancement. What's different?
Chairman Hartwell and council members, the question is compare our program with, say, something from Ducks Unlimited. Very similar. Personnel to do work that wouldn't otherwise get done, and projects that they've identified that need engineering and construction to get, and management to get done. We have parallel programs. A difference might be John and his program work on WMAs and state lands. Ducks Unlimited in their program largely work, the staffing portion, work on WP.
What is accelerated about this program?
Chairman Hartwell and council members, if we did not have this OHF money and programs such as John's or the Shallow Lake Specialists, such as work in our Shallow Lakes program, we would not be getting wetland work done. Because we have this OHF funding, we're able to take it from very little work to a lot of work. It's accelerating. Specific to John's program, if we go back to when it was initiated 5 years ago, Ray Norgard, who I mentioned, and I were trying to figure out why aren't we getting small wetland work done? We were getting big shallow lake projects done because we had and still have one of the best shallow lake programs in the country. But we weren't getting small wetland work done, and that was evidenced by our accomplishment reports. They were not showing it. I was paying for roving crews to do wetland work, and they were coming to me saying, we aren't getting much work to do. I would put out calls saying, hey, we just had a project fall through. I have $50,000 for a wetland project. Who wants it? I wouldn't get any responses. We weren't getting small wetland work done, and we struggled with that. What do? We went ahead and surveyed our staff, our area wildlife managers, and we have great wildlife managers out on the landscape. we surveyed them and said, first, is wetland work important? To a person, they said, wetland work is absolutely critical. Okay, why aren't you doing it? And they said, we don't have the time or the resources to do it. Wetland work is complicated. It takes knowledge and time. Time is important to you. By the time you get through permitting, engineering, all this stuff, you can't just do it in your spare time. You have to focus on it. So to get that work done, and I'm giving a big plug to John's program here, we looked at our Shallow Lakes program, which does great stuff. We thought, let's model our next program, our small wetland program after that, and put dedicated people who will only do that work on the landscape and turn them loose. And lo and behold, it works. So we went from very little wetland work to now the accomplishments John could tell you about. And there's great stories to tell about turning his staff loose on WMAs and what they accomplish. We did accelerate. And it's because we have OHF money.
I was going to say, maybe, I was hoping you'd say that accelerate was because the DNR was really good at going through the permitting process, or their own permitting process, but I'm not gonna say that.
Chairman and others, I wish I could say that. I'll tell you, I can tell this very quickly because I've told it so many times. When I first moved over to this job, a wildlife manager took me out to show me a property near my home and went at length about the trees that had been cut, the fence rows that had been removed, the prairie that had been restored, the burns that had been done, all this work on the uplands. And I said, what about that wetland do I see over there? And they said, I think the structure's okay and we still have some life in it. And I said, that's all you're gonna tell me? And they said, that's all I have the time and resources to do. That was my wife. She was a wildlife manager, and that was in Wisconsin, in all fairness. But the same is true for so many of our staff. They're good. My wife is a 25-year veteran of wetland and prairie restoration. She didn't have time or resources to do wetland work, the ability to take OHF money and turn John and his program loose to do that work. It's taken us light years from where we were. And my wife is a great wetland manager.
Mark?
Mr. Chair, to Councilman Swenson's comment, that's been a recurring theme here also the last 2 days, engineering and permitting. If you were asked, could you identify streamlines that could be implemented to improve the timely and the production of the, get this work product out faster?
Chairman Hartwell and council members, that's a great question. That's been job one for us from the first day. What are the obstacles? What we solve one, we move on to the next one. One obstacle was getting people on the ground to do small wetland work and be focused on that and not get drug off on skunk calls or bats in the attic calls. No, they only do the wetland work. Our next job was, okay, what next could we use? We needed a construction manager. We got OHF funding to hire a construction manager last year. I would say the next hurdle we're gonna look at is engineering. We had meetings with our engineering staff 2 weeks ago because John's program is able to push 30, 40 projects to our engineers in a year. How are they gonna handle that? And what would it take to move us to the next step? We've had discussions with Ducks Unlimited and others trying to figure out how do we solve what might be our next bottleneck, which is our engineering shortfall. And that's a tough one if you need professional engineers. Very difficult. And if you're offering to provide OHF money to hire engineers, I would be glad to accept that.
Well, Mr. Chair, Mr. Lean, I guess I was looking more the other way in terms of trying to figure out how to streamline the process versus, I mean, I understand working within the current system, you need more. I'm trying to recreate the system.
Chairman Hartwell and others, I would be glad to have discussions if you have ideas. Certainly, we've had discussions, and John.
Yeah, Chairman Hartwell and council members, I think streamlining the system is learning the system better. The wetland specialists take on the project from start to finish. They understand WACA, they understand SHPO, they understand the watershed rules, they understand the township regulations. Keeping those staff and getting them to understand, and pretty soon them pushing the paper through the system is probably the fastest route we can do right now. We're taking that again off the plate of this area manager does that, they're turning it over to this assistant, they're reaching out to the regional. We offer every area manager, we can take on that responsibility. We know who to call up, we know the hydro in the area, we have a personal relationship with them that we're talking apples and apples, when we're talking OHW and all the different details that go into a wetland project. That's how we can streamline the system, is creating unity and consistency with a point two go-to person, and we're getting there. I think that's the best way to streamline it, is consistency.
Seeing no more questions, thank you.
Thank you.
So we're done with the hearing process. Now we'll move into sort of a discussion of what we've heard today and what your reactions are and what your thoughts are and questions and anything that you're thinking.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, this is Senator Fong.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. I didn't see you.
Yeah. There's a glaring background, so my image might not be that good, but I just appreciate all the testimony, and also you as a chair and all members who've been here throughout the whole 2 days, and it's a long process. And I want to touch a little bit yesterday about the discussion on legacy, whether we should put into a legislative level, and it was a good discussion yesterday, about a number of projects, including the subject of legacy amendment and the environmental trust fund, and also the legislation aspect of it. So I just want to say that I heard that, so that I've been quiet for the last 2 days, so I just want to make it known that I heard that. I will take it to heart, and we'll see what come out from it in the next session. That's for yesterday, and today I heard Pheasant Forever and DNR, a number of outdoor projects, but I just want to add a tidbit to it, that if there's a possibility of engaging our diverse population, especially our minority population, let's take that wholeheartedly. The more we engage our minority population, the better in terms of conservation. So just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Other thoughts?
I got a couple.
Sure.
Well, first of all, basically, some of them are requests. Would like to, and we talked yesterday a little bit about, or had asked for, looking at the open appropriations by projects, and also by project, by partner within the project, if we can get an understanding of what's out there, and maybe get it in new time today, or sometime in the next couple of weeks, basically new time. I knew you said you ran reports. So if we can get the updated numbers within that, I think that might help us a little bit on the open appropriation, the backlog on moving forward. Then the second one was on leveraging. If we could get a rundown of the leveraging numbers, but break it out by cash and by land donation. Not that land donation isn't a leverage, I get that, but a lot of them are asking for are claiming a leverage. Years ago, we used to see a lot more cash, I think. I seem to, I'm just sensing it, I can't confirm it, but I think I'm seeing a regression of cash leveraging. And I just wonder if we can look at that and then do a comparison on that, if that's possible.
If I had to guess, I'd guess exactly opposite of you,
That we've got more cash?
that the amount of cash, no, I wouldn't say it that way. I'd say that there was more cash offered up early on. I think the land leverage has stayed the same, but I think the cash leverage has gone down.
But, I think that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's what I was trying to say. If I didn't say it, sorry.
well, or I didn't understand it.
Well, it could be.
It's been a long day.
And then the other one is that not necessarily for this distribution, but I think it would be helpful for the council, at least for me. I think I have forgotten more about easements and all the different kinds of easements than I remember. When Bowser said that they were dealing with 17 different easements, I guess I'd need to kind of understand what's the difference between a U.S. Fish and Wildlife easement versus a rim wetland easement? What's the difference between a rim wetland easement and a rim grassland easement? And it might get too complicated, but I just think I need to see that portfolio sometime in the future, probably early next year.
Yeah, I don't think we'll get it.
No, I'm not expecting it now. I think it's just a workshop type.
It kind of puzzles me that Bowser never asks for a landowner contribution at all. Why not? I mean, it's just, no, we don't do that. We pay them this much. That's a mystery to me.
Yeah.
Because you ought to be asking everybody for some contribution. And you may not get it, but if you don't ask, I know you're not gonna get it.
Oh, and to Senator Lane's point, several times asking on an access piece, on a rim easement.
If you don't ask, you're
If you
never
don't
gonna
ask
get it.
it, and is there a need for an accelerator on that?
That's a tough one, I think. I hate to miss out on an opportunity because we don't have public access, but I think as a council, and I don't know, I saw a lot of nodding heads every time I mentioned the public access piece, you know. I understand the RIM and the CREP or CRP or all those programs, they serve their purpose. But it seems like the DNR does a really good job of saying, yeah, we're gonna open this to public access. And I know they turn into WMAs or whatever it may be, but I think that, you know, I don't know if Minnesota Land Trust guys are still here, if they bugged out, but it seems like, could we give you a nudge to ask those questions? Can we give you a nudge? And as a council, can we say, 50, I don't know, I said 50% earlier. Is that something where 50% of your allocations need to have public access? Does that open up opportunities that we haven't really looked at before? I don't know. Does it close some down? Probably.
I think there are a couple of things there. One, the appraisal process for those easements that are going through appraisals, actually, public access will factor into the price. Because if you own 40 acres and your cabin is on it, what you have to pay to open that up to anybody is different than if you're 500 acres with a cornfield. And I'm going to the two extremes. And so that you get to the purpose, which we could have a great discussion about purpose of easement, not just types of easement. You know, what is habitat, what is access and habitat? I mean, I think we're all a little, and I'll say I'm a little confused as to what they all are, but the access thing I know the smaller the parcel, even if it's adjoining public land and benefiting it, the less likely you are to get a landowner excited about protecting it if they have to share it with someone, because that's their slice of heaven. And the unfortunate thing is 40 acres sold next to a WMA is likely to become 5-acre lots, and then you've lost the habitat altogether.
Yeah.
And we as a group could benefit from a really good discussion about the pluses and minuses of different types of easements, and not use our own gut feel here as to what's good and bad, because that's what we're doing.
Right.
I don't know that we can fully get there, but we could do a better job, and I think your suggestion of taking a look at the types and the purpose would be beneficial to us all.
Yeah, I think there are easements, for example, an easement that is going to really stop water flowing into the Minnesota River would be a good one, even if there's no public access. On the other hand, the Camp Ripley project, we've spent millions of dollars there, and there's not 1 acre that the public can take 1 foot on.
Yep.
And it's not doing anything necessarily for the Mississippi River all the time. So that one really bothers me a lot.
Well, I think as a council, we could probably take that standpoint. You know, and we've had a pretty in-depth discussion for a couple of days, and I need to go back and watch you guys yesterday afternoon, but well, maybe this is more of the money aspect too, because I think there's a lot of money from a lot of different projects that is out there hanging. I mean, we asked that question again and again, where I think for the first time in many years of doing this, I look at these projects and I said, maybe one of these years, these should be zeroed out, not because of the value of the projects or not the value of the work they're doing, but
Catch up.
And I think we tried drilling that, or I did.
I think we've started to understand it better and ask for better information, and if we actually look in a year at what everybody said they're gonna do in spending versus what actually happens, it might help people make decisions next year that this year we're guessing at.
Well, I think
Sandy's smiling, because
Yeah.
she knows, you know, they're saying they're gonna have it all spent, yeah, not so sure.
Well, we're just trying to be responsible with it.
We are. We want the money out there as quickly as possible. Now, we also know that projects are gonna take a while, and you can't spend it. You'd like to spend it all in the next 30 days,
Well,
but it's not gonna happen.
I think we all have a pretty realistic expectation of what the project timeline should be, and of course, there's some outliers where, you know, things have changed, projects have fallen through, and whether there's turn back money or not, but that's the ultimate goal, is there's no turn back.
And I will tell you, I've sat here long enough, we went through a period where Bowser didn't do anything for a number of years, and that money sat and sat and sat, and you're seeing a very different tone from Bowser, because we asked the question and said, this doesn't make sense to us.
Yeah, and there are definitely some very good actors when it comes to, you know, you can see the percentages dropping as the years go by. But there's some of the proposals where there's definitely you know, you have tens of millions of dollars hanging out there, and you're asking for tens of millions of dollars, it gets kind of tough sitting.
And COVID is, as of next year, COVID isn't an excuse.
Last year, COVID was being excused.
Yeah.
Well, related to that, the funding side of it, money hanging out there, we've been asking the question also about permitting, timing, how long this is taking. And we've asked folks if they have suggestions for solutions. So we've identified the issue. We have some folks that say they do have some ideas. What do we do with that? Is there something that we as a council can do, or is it just
I think
bring awareness to the
we as a
issue?
council raise awareness, and we as individuals can talk to our legislators about things they ought to think about, because we as a council don't do legislative stuff. But, you know, if Ron figures out how to do stream permitting a whole lot faster because he's talking to people at these meetings and privately, you can call Andrew and say, Andrew, I got an idea.
And you have power that way. And I mean that in, like the prevailing wage issue that came up. I mean, what this council says and the letters that it puts out, I mean, that has a weight to it, it really does. Especially when it comes and it's like we need to take care of this now. I need to have clarification with the Department of Revenue or whether the legislature changes a law. If this is Lessard-Sams council recommendation, it's besides, by all means, I think we should.
We can use the bully pulpit as such and say, we want to spend money faster and this is in the way of it. Please take a look at how you can fix it. And we did that, I mean, you know, the neonic thing, boy, from the first proposal we heard yesterday till midday today, it sure changed the response. And people realized, hey, we weren't doing the job we were supposed to do.
Well, and there's an interesting point because there's a lot of alternatives out there. I was dibble-dabbing on not YouTube, on Google, just looking at all the neonic alternatives, and there's some organic chemicals that like maybe we should, you know, whether Lessard-Sams says look into this or recommends things like that, so.
I had a question. Oh, Tom, please.
Well, you know, my comment to myself as I was going over these proposals yesterday, but today is that we've got a lot of different groups working on wetlands. And John Schneider made a good comment today, I thought. It was you, John, that said the only permanent habitat, the only place where ducks are actually bred is in northern Minnesota. Is that you?
No, I don't remember that. What I said was wetlands in northern Minnesota are in pretty good shape, but they're largely.
But that's all, but for many years, that's been the only place where real permanent duck breeding goes on, right?
Did you see that?
There's hot spots in the Prairie Mountains, but there's intact habitat, so it's not.
Because there's water. No, but the wild rice.
I didn't hear exactly what I thought.
Bring it back to the microphone.
Well, anyway, so that, my point is that we don't spend any money up north for habitat. It's all in the prairie potholes. I'm assuming we're making progress.
I think we're making progress, and I think the scale of the problem is so big that it's hard to measure the progress. I mean, you know, if you're putting, you know, 1,000 new wetlands, restored wetlands back in the habitat, you're making a difference. But in the global population of ducks, you can't measure.
But when you say 1,000 what?
1,000 wetland basins.
I think you've got to look back at just how extensive the drainage was in this state from the 1860s on.
Yeah.
And it was so drastic that what we're trying to do now is almost like.
It is. And how much money are we spending on our total budget? If we got 160 million, how many would you say go to wetlands restoration?
Well, I don't know. I haven't.
I mean, it's pretty easy to look and find. We could add it up.
But it was a major thing, just like how much forestry money is going to southern Minnesota, buddy. You know, it's not going.
To southeastern Minnesota?
Well, southeast, yeah.
Well,
I mean, it's like.
There's not all that much money.
Yeah, that's why I like to favor southern Minnesota projects, because that's where the environmental war was lost. That's where hardly any water is drinkable, swimmable, fishable down there.
Yep.
And so that's a part of the country, our country, that really needs fixing. That includes wetlands.
Well, but it's a little bit insidious, but northern Minnesota, you know, if you give it enough time, that'll happen up there too. So some of the projects that we're seeing are very important. It isn't just like you know, you're preserving oak trees or anything.
I hear you.
I would also say southeastern Minnesota, I remember as a kid driving down along the river and seeing vast open fields going up the slopes,
This dates you.
outcroppings, I mean, and it's all cedar trees now. And it is so depressing to go down there and remember going to Red Wing and seeing open hillsides that don't exist anymore. It is a habitat type in this state that is so threatened in a lifetime. I mean, I'm not that old, but
Part of a lifetime.
part of a lifetime. I mean, so the South has been hammered, absolutely. So have the peatlands. You know, the Red River, I mean, we've got a lot of issues to fix here. And we have a lot of money to fix it, so we wanna do it really smartly.
That's what makes it so difficult, because almost all of these proposals are basically pretty good from a standpoint of necessary and important. So you have to delineate. To me, I look at like, how much are they gonna move the needle, maybe? I'm also famous for giving them a few million here and a few million there to keep them going. Even if everybody asks for 15 million, I give them 3, but that'll keep them going, because I don't have 15 million. So that might not be a good policy, but it's one I do.
Yeah, but that's what we all been doing.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it's like we have two separate deals. One, you know, where we're doing one project 1 year, and we buy that, then we've got our phased projects.
Well, when I see a one and done project, if I think it makes sense, I personally will fund that whole project. One and done, get it done, it's a good one, and not nitpick about scalable or any of that BS.
Yeah.
Are the requests a lot more this year? I don't mean the number of requests, but the amount of funds?
It's up 50 million, roughly.
Because I've been putting it in my little sheet, and quite a while earlier today, I ran out of money. So I'm having to cut back.
You're too generous.
Obviously, I thought I was gonna be able to be more generous.
Part of that increase was very much due to prevailing wage direction that's been coming from DLI, Department of Labor and Industry. And what, just that increase in what they're saying has to be a wage going to people doing prairie restoration, people putting bud caps on trees, or planting seedlings and doing any of that stuff. And of course, the groups, it's not everything. There's a lot of OHF work that's been done in the past that is prevailing wage for the construction stuff. When you're doing the wetland restorations, you're running, you know, earth moving machines and stuff. But these others have had, for vegetation management, have not traditionally been considered prevailing wage until the recent interpretation of about a year and a half ago, which is kind of an oddity that it took place. But then last legislative session, there was the underpinning of that interpretation by the new law. And that's what we have to deal with now. So there's some of that expense is coming just for restoration enhancement work.
David's probably all right, because you mentioned this before. I started doing it last year, maybe the last 2 years. It's all right to zero out some projects. I never used to do that. Always afraid that, well, they'd hate me if they saw I zeroed them out. But after a while, you go, they've been here a lot, whatever, I've got other priorities in my mind. I zero them out, and I think that's okay, right, Coach?
I think you have to do it, and it doesn't mean you zero them out forever. It might mean you want to zero them out forever. I mean, we all have different interpretations of projects, and Dudley and I probably won't agree on the project in northeast Minnesota, and that's okay. The reason we're a council is so that we can have different opinions and come to a consensus decision, which we did last year with some pain. I mean, we actually struggled a little bit to come to consensus, and we worked it out, and it was good.
Well, I mean, there are times today that you picked up on a couple of projects that I didn't pick up on the proposal, and then once you said it, I changed my mind, and all of a sudden my scores that are on my sheet for the last 2 months, maybe I was off base on those a little bit, you know? I mean, I guess that's the point of the council having the
It
groups.
is, we get smarter because we're a group versus individuals, and we share our opinions and they influence each other, which is, we all come to this with background and care in habitat issues. But our take is different, and that's positive, it's not negative. If we all agreed on everything, we aren't the right group. Because this is way too complex an issue to have everyone agreeing on what's most important. I want to ask a question of the group, because I don't know how to think about it, which is the Big Swamp project that we heard late today. I'm really struggling with what seems like probably a good idea, but way premature for us to be very involved. It almost seemed like a CPL grant to do planning. And then they broke it into the, this part is for stream restoration and this is to plug the ditches. And I'm like, it's almost two separate projects in the same area. And I don't know how to score that or allocate to it or think about it. My brain is saying maybe fund a part of it and ask everybody else to think about just funding that part. But I'm curious what other people thought of that.
Are we gonna have another, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Are we gonna have another meeting prior to the allocation?
No.
Okay.
So when I first read that project, I'm like, peat restoration. This is great. We gotta do this. We gotta do this. But after listening to them, I'm not sure they know what they're doing yet.
Little dysfunction, it seems.
They seem confused, and so I'm really hesitant to fund them until they get a little more clarity on exactly what they need to do and what the science tells them to do. Because the way they were answering questions, they were all over the map, and I felt really uncomfortable throwing more money at them when, they haven't spent hardly any, and I'm not, they're proposing this as a second or third phase, and then they say, no, they're two separate projects, and they should have been funded separately. And so that's what, I'm really confused, and it sounds like, I'm not sure they have a real clear vision and a game plan yet, and I think we should ask them to come back to us with a little more details when they can actually answer our questions.
Yeah, so I would agree, it's just having a watershed district from that part of the country come in and start talking about ditch abandonment really piqued my interest, because I can't imagine the evolution that it's taken to get there from that part of the country. But I'm really looking forward to the adjusted budget that they send down, because I like you, it was all over the place.
That's kind of where I was coming from, is when you start talking about filling in the ditches with compacted peat, and there's gotta be hydrology research on that.
Absolutely.
Northern Minnesota is full of that. The Coochin County is about 2/3 peat ditches. And in southern Lake of the Woods and northern Beltrami, I mean, that's all that is. Because, they all went up there and they thought this peat was gonna be the greatest farm country in the history of the nation. And of course,
And I just have to say, I hung around an area where they created wetlands by digging out and building the spoil mounds, as they said. And it was a constant problem because the damn muskrats would eat through them and they'd leak. So they're saying they're compacted and they're not letting water go through, and 100 years later, I'll bet there's more water going
And there's a
through.
lot of this kind of work going on in Agassiz National Wildlife Refuge, but they are still working on understanding the hydrology of that entire system before they actually start going after funding and stuff, because there's just so much complexity in the hydrology of what happens in those peatlands that is way beyond, and I don't think they've even touched on any of that at all.
that's the area I was talking.
Yeah, is
Lake
there's just so
Agassiz.
much going on there that they're still trying to figure out and do in sort of some test projects that before they actually go forward with a major restoration initiative, so.
But because of that evolution that's gone on, I kind of want to reward them. I just don't know how.
Yeah.
Because I
absolutely
want to
want.
encourage that continuation up there. I just don't know how in this project.
It might be to say no, but come back when you're ready because we're really interested. That may be the thing to do.
I think so.
But I appreciate just hearing that other people were as confused as I was. It's the one project that I just kind of wasn't sure what I was missing. It doesn't feel like I was. Are there other projects other people had those kinds of questions on?
I didn't have a question on it from a negative side. It was more of, I heard an urgency in the Northeast on the forest side from the 700,000 acres of ash, I'm sorry, not ash, the spruce budworm infestation that's occurred up there, and understanding what that landscape looks like from a fire perspective. I've had to go up to northern Minnesota during some of the big fires. And I heard urgency from the TNC Forest Service. I didn't hear it from the DNR. I don't know if it's there or not, but that's the kind of a project that if you can get in front of it, and if the feds are gonna put $25 million into the Superior for that type of work also, that you can get it ahead of and do some major forest restoration work up there without the problem of the big fire. I just don't know if it's real. I don't know if it is the concern that I thought I was picking up from TNC, but.
Oh, Mark, that the whole deal with the federal government and 25 million, you know, we've been hearing that up there for forever, because the DNR and generally the land departments of all the counties up there, I think, do an excellent job of managing their lands. The federal government just has a reputation of not getting it done and calling it, you know, the boundary waters or whatever, because you don't have to do anything. You don't have to, and so I'd be thrilled if we actually saw part of that $25 million up there to do just what you're saying.
Well, that's my point, is if Milwaukee is gonna make that allocation, that's another signal that, is it the threat that I'm envisioning it? I mean, I spend a little bit of time in the Northeast.
Oh, yeah.
And I see that balsam landscape and the volume of dried, dead standing balsam, and it's a problem. And that last big fire that occurred up there was a result of that. Sure. It was a lot of, it was a private property that caused it. But it was because of the spruce budworm problem.
Yeah, well, and it's part of management too, because the privates and the, go out in there and take the balsam down.
The private landowner wasn't managing it.
Yeah, and,
They've got it on hand.
yeah, and on the county and state lands too. They're all managed.
Sure.
I was interested in that as well and actually tried to look up that grant program from the feds and couldn't find the details I was looking for. So I was wondering if, could we reach out to the proposer and just ask for some additional clarity around the schedule and timing and likelihood of getting those grants, that grant? Just, it seemed like it was we might get some, we don't know when.
Right, but it's a internal US Forest Service allocation to the Forest Service, so it wasn't gonna be to them.
Okay.
It was
was
an
to the US
internal-
Fish.
Right, it was an
Or US Forest
internal
Service,
budget
okay.
discussion, request from the Superior Forest to Milwaukee, which is the regional
But there's
office
gotta be
for that.
I don't know where that's coming from though, because, you know, the US Forest Service doesn't have 25 million just to toss around.
Right.
It's probably coming out of either Bill or one of those larger, you know, Great American Outdoors, or one of those major programs that was funded in the last in this past administration.
I thought I heard fire.
It could, you have the fire enhancement, you know, all of those programs, and how that's going, how that allocation is going about, and if it's taken this long, and I'm questioning whether it's actually gonna happen.
Right.
I think Jim Manolis mentioned that was from a $200 million allotment to the district.
Yeah.
District?
Out of Milwaukee.
Yeah.
Yeah, out of Milwaukee.
Regional, yeah.
Right, a region, yes.
If I could chime in a little bit, just to, you know, I spent probably 35 years driving the North Shore of Lake Superior here in Duluth, and you know, what I've seen happen since I, you know, first started, you know, hanging out in the Duluth and North Shore area back in the late 80s. And now, I mean, the forest has changed drastically, just massive amounts of dead and dying birch and popple and stuff like that. I've worked with Jim. I've worked with Chris Dunham, both on TNC tree planting projects, as a filmmaker covering the story, interviewing both of them on camera and talking about the work they do. And I feel like, you know, the money we spend on the North Shore is super critical. And I mean, you know, there's the logging piece, you know, that has damaged the shore. There's the fires, historic fires that have done damage. And now it's climate change and, you know, insect invasions and things like that. And so I feel like you know, the money we spend on the North Shore is super critical. And as Jim told me once, you know, he understands that the work we do today, we may never see the fruits of it in our lifetime. And I'm okay with it. He's okay with it. And to me, it just makes sense for us to continue supporting, you know, northern forest restoration.
I wouldn't mind talking about a project that's not the biggest, but it's one that's bothered me for a year because we didn't fund it last year. It was the Shakopee Creek. We, as a group, tended to get our undies in a bundle because this restoration of this creek was also going to be going through a new golf course development. And that really was none of our business, except we took exception to it and didn't fund it. Now they came back this year trying to fix up this creek, and now I happen to know the guy that is developing the golf course. And so they didn't even consult him because he was going to put a lot of money into helping with that. So now he hasn't been asked, so that project lost that opportunity. And they brought a farmer in to say how the creek was going to help his operation. And so I think we went out of our bounds there, worried about the golf course, because we could have done the creek and then maybe a golf course would have come along to be developed. So what are you going to do then? So it wasn't our business about who was going to have any advantage over doing the right thing with this creek. That's not our call. And so now they've come back, but I think we lost an opportunity there over somehow thinking we would be accused of helping a golf course. And we're not accused of helping farmers. So what's the deal? So I'm just gonna say, they want $4 million, and that's what I'm going to put in my thing. But it's bothered me that I think we got out of our main roles here, what we're supposed to be doing.
Ron is a good friend, and we absolutely disagree. I actually think they came back with a much more sound program. I think the huge mistake they made, there were two mistakes. One was they didn't disclose what they were doing, and we had to be told that. And the second was there was no participation when participation was willing. And now we're looking at a different project, and I have no doubt if we funded $4 million for that next year, we'd be seeing the golf course as a request, and maybe that's the appropriate thing, but I think we did the right thing there by saying it wasn't prime time, and they've come back with a much better proposal.
Well, I thought it was basically.
I think you're both right, actually. I think you're both kind of right. You know, obviously I was involved with that one from the get-go, and we were a little late too. I think that proposal was like put together a couple of weeks before the deadline. It was pretty fast. I know Margaret had reached out to the council in particular and tried to get some guidance on it. This is their first time applying for something like that. Realistically, from my standpoint, I'm not a great guide on how to apply for projects here either. I always see the backside of it. So, yeah, the golf, like I said, the golf course was kind of I think they could be a good partner. I think there's the financial backing there that hopefully, yeah, realistically, downstream from the golf course is kind of what I'm interested in more than, this is the headwaters, the part they're talking about, but I think the downstream part of it, there's a huge meandered piece of property down there that.
But a bigger question we all have heard also is, we've heard some proposals, they're doing this to stop development. And that's a slippery slope also.
I think that's a terminology that.
Probably the terminology.
If you're into conservation, you're thinking about it one way. If you're into habitat, you're thinking about it another. And I think you were right to call them out and say, our job is not to stop development, it is to promote habitat.
Right.
It's no different for me when someone comes in and promotes a project strictly on public access, not on habitat. Wait a second, that may be a benefit, but what's the habitat? Don't lead with public access, lead with habitat.
Yeah, and we do a pretty good job of wrangling that back
Sort
in,
of.
I think, you know.
Or flood control, you know?
Yeah,
I mean, don't come to me and talk about how this is a flood control project. You better promote the habitat side.
Well, and that's, I think he did a great job of, Maury, of explaining that you can't, and we as a council are probably really good at, as we throw $160 million at all these projects, we're gonna touch things like that no matter what we do, you know?
We are.
I remember a pretty robust discussion about water control structures and taking them down and not putting them back in, but in this particular case, I think it's correct.
Well, there is no wetland if you take out the
Right,
structure.
right.
I'm cognizant of the time. We can certainly continue the discussion, or we can try to wrap up.
Can I just ask about the projects that we talked about, it was towards the end yesterday, the ones that are required, because it seemed there were some.
Yeah, I was gonna get into
Oh,
that.
okay.
David, I'm gonna leave. I've got another Zoom call in 30 minutes. I really need a break, so I gotta go. But everybody have a nice evening.
All right, thank you, Dudley.
Okay, bye-bye.
Just the FAO3.
Which is?
That's the Land Access Alliance, 120 acres. That one's that's a tough sell for me.
I will tell you what I've written down and gonna give them as a comment. The property's listed for what they're asking for, the 120 acres. But they're gonna carve out the 10 that has structures on it and fields and access to the road. If you look at the maps, which I did, there's a big wetland area where you really can't do anything. There is no access to the back of the property. And I think when the appraisal comes in for the 110 acres versus the 120 acres, you're gonna find the value of the 110 is a lot less than they think it's going to be.
Yeah.
Because who's gonna pay $500,000 for property you can't access and build on up there? There is no road that goes there.
And to me,
And
I
so
kinda
it's a
wish-
CPL type project, but they're not gonna get to the
it
the
feels like an
landowners.
LCCMR project to me. It feels more community-based, it feels more. I
Or
shouldn't say feels,
LCCMR or something else.
But it,
I don't think it's gonna get to our $500,000 threshold when you get the appraisal.
and there seemed to be some confusion about the public access.
I think there's a lot of confusion because it's really passionate
Right.
people who admitted they don't know exactly what they're doing, but they have passion.
Yep, and that's, it's, not to diminish the 110 acres impact, because but it's part of a creek basin that's probably already protected in a certain way. I don't think that, not to diminish the fact that if we as a council funded this in its entirety, that it wouldn't make a difference, but it's, the urban sprawl there, I don't think is quite an issue like it was put. If you look at the map, it's like there's a few houses, but not a lot. And then it backs right up against the Wolf Preserve, or the Learning Center. But that one specifically said, this is the reason we're doing it, urban sprawl, stop urban sprawl. In the proposal, I text Mark right when I read it, I'm like, oh boy, that one is there anybody else that's asked questions about that one, a couple months ago?
That's the last place I would think, consider urban.
Yeah, it seems like a different type of project than what Lessard is, but, and I don't know if anybody else wants to chime in on that too, and.
I'm really torn on it, because of this community wanting really to come together around it, but part of me is like, is it, the ownership, I mean, I don't get it, so.
I think the question we didn't ask, what we have to think about is, if this passionate group were successful in buying it, would there be a nonprofit in 25 years that's open? What? They may not be able to survive other than owning the land, and then it'll go tax forfeit, and then what do we do? I think you have to ask yourself that question.
It would almost make more sense if it was a push to, DEF all do the, hey, it's gonna be a WMA or whatever, that's like.
Or if Wolf Ridge came to us and said, let us expand this and have a little different program on it.
Yep, that would make more sense, yeah. Yeah, it would.
Yeah, and that's why I was questioning, okay, the acquisition side, how long have they done this before? What's the final endpoint with an easement? 'Cause I question the sustainability. And is it a good place to fund if we don't know it's going to be there in a few years?
All right, I'm gonna move us on. You have a memo, and in terms of available money, I'm just gonna tell you, I'm 99.9% certain that the money that we have to allocate from is going to be under what's available. Because there's no turnbacks in this. There's no investment income with higher interest rates. But we also have no ability to guess what that number is. So we're gonna be faced in December with having more to allocate than what we're gonna allocate in this process, because we can't pick a number. We can't say, well, it's gonna be another $10 million, and then discover it's 5 and have to take away. So I'm just gonna tell you, you have to accept it, because we don't really have a choice. And we have to have a 5% reserve. What revenue has told us is we'll have $168 million. With the reserve, we have $160,614,000. That's the number in your spreadsheet. Mark and I have talked, just so you know, our budget of $700,000 for 2 years for the biennium is not in your spreadsheet. So we are making an assumption here that there's gonna be $700,000 more that we will allocate to kind of hedge the bets, because that doesn't seem like a risk. So you're not being asked to allocate the 700, but we're gonna end up putting it in the bill anyhow. Just so you know.
Question to that point, should we do the same with O2?
O2, so I was gonna go through them. Contract management, I think we have to give them what they're gonna take for contract management, what it costs to run the program, which is 410.
On that one, they were proposing to add 0.5 FTE, so there would be a decision there if we agreed if they should add more staff.
And I think it would be hard to say with the amount of extra money that they are working with, that we can second guess their ability to do that. It's me, you can. I would recommend the 410. Restoration of. Restoration evaluations, the language in the law is that we have to allocate 0.1% of the estimated proceeds, which is I believe, the $158,601. I don't think that includes the investment income and other revenue, but maybe it does.
And we don't have Janelle or Ben here, but, well, actually Janelle is online, maybe listening. But as I remember last I asked them about that, they thought that it definitely was the tax receipts. But proceeds would not be the carry forward or the return dollars that come back again. And I don't remember, Janelle's on. Janelle, is that pretty close? And also, what about the interest income? Is that called proceeds as well?
You know, I wouldn't want to steer you without knowing for sure, but it sounds like you're correct.
And that's variable, right? So could we just agree that the 0.1% is the number, depending upon what that number is at, and then take that out of our equation? So then that extra 200,000 can be allocated to projects.
So if we just don't get ourselves in trouble and included the investment income, it'd be 160,754, which is probably a safe way to do this. The choice you have, and everybody gets to make this choice, they've asked for 200,000. We're required to give them 160,000 or 161,000. You have to decide if you think they should get the full 200, but you can go down as low as the 160. So that's the O2.
What I'm saying is, do we take that out of the equation so that we have, knowing that we can only do a minimum of 5%? So it's similar to the administrative $700,000 that we're not putting in this equation. What if we take out O2 from the equation as well. So rather than having $700,000 that isn't going towards our allocated amount, have 900,000 not go towards the allocated amount.
Oh. So, but at some point, we have to decide if it's 160 or 200.
True.
There is a
Yeah,
decision.
everyone would have to decide if they wanted to do the requested amount or the minimum amount. True.
In which case, we change the formula, or change the number on the spreadsheet and resend the spreadsheet out? Is that preferable to people just writing in what David had just mentioned, the 160,754?
Just wrote it in.
Can I write it in? Will Dudley know?
We can.
Put it in this one, can't we?
You have to put in at least 167.54, and you can put in up to 200. What you were suggesting is take it out of the equation, but the more we take out, the more risk we have.
Yeah.
I think it's safe, but I'd recommend you put in 161 or 200.
It's a small amount, so it's
a small
probably
amount.
either way would work.
Okay.
That's O2.
So I'm sorry, it was 161.
161 is the rounded number,
It's the rounded number. That's what I.
minimum.
Core functions.
Those are
is
different
it-
numbers. I
that's
got
an
two
exact
scratch
figure.
An email.
Spreadsheet out to everybody
161.
again. And if you've already got it in your spreadsheet's great. But we'll send it so that Representative Lillian, Senator, and everybody else gets it too, and Dudley.
So then there's O3, which is core functions. And
Right.
just to reiterate what we did last year, which seemed to work pretty well, is we allocated 0 to that. And once all the projects came in that we had allocated to, and the accomplishment plans came through that said, core functions, or IDP as they call it, in our budget is $31,000. It came out of their project and reduced by 31,000 and went into core functions, and it washed out. So don't allocate to O3, because we're gonna back into that number. So those are the three big ones. I would just point out, roving crew, they're coming in once every 2 years. They used to put in 5 different proposals. Some of it was included in other proposals, and we asked them not to do that. We have some sort of I'll call it almost a moral obligation to fund that. Because we've asked them to not hide it in other budgets. And what could happen in the other budgets is they'd ask for 10 million, of which 3.5 was roving crew. We'd give them 6, and they'd still allocate 3.5 to roving crew and the rest to the other projects. And we said, please don't do that. Let's just do roving crew. So think strongly about fully funding roving crew.
So the complete amount, the 12 million.
Yep.
Yeah, because we coach them to not hide the number.
Can you round it to 12?
You can. And my last pitch is, it's okay to say no. You know, don't feel that you have to, as Ron said, make everybody happy. It's okay to say, I think you've got enough to get you through the next year, or I'm really passionate about the northeast forests and I'm not as passionate about the southeast, and I'm gonna over allocate because that's where I think it's most important. It is okay to say no. And if you're going to say no because there's something that's kind of bothering you a little about a project, it's okay to write the comment down, because part of our job is to help our partners get smarter and better at what they're doing. And if we can give them feedback, it will be helpful to them following year when they think about coming in, how to be more responsive to our concerns. So I would just encourage you to, if there are comments that feel important, that's great. If you feel like something like Big Swamp, which is trying to do 2 projects in my mind, and you love the stream restoration and you don't like filling in ditches, it's okay to say, I'd like to allocate $1 million, but it only go to stream. And write the comment in. You may not win, but it's okay to do that and provide the rest of us guidance, and we'll have an opportunity to talk about that when we get to the allocation meeting. And it is helpful to do that, because we all learn from each other. Those are my comments. I don't know, did I take all your thunder?
You were great. Perfect. Thank you, Janelle.
Yes, thank you. Are there any other comments or thoughts? I should say, we didn't have any requests for public comments. I didn't say it yesterday, but we didn't have any, so we haven't had public comments. There's always an opportunity for the public to comment. We haven't had a lot of input, which probably means we're doing a pretty decent job.
Yes.
But I want to acknowledge that the opportunity was there and no one took advantage. So any final comments before I adjourn? Great, you have till September 12th to get this in. I would guess in the next, we have till September 16th to get it in. In the next week to 10 days, we'll get some questions answered that came up at the hearings and that you asked for. So don't fill out your thing and send it out, because there's going to be stuff that you probably should read and think about before you fill in your sheet completely. Take lots of notes, but wait a week or so until all the comments come back, because we did ask our partners for more information, and we should take it seriously.
I want to thank our staff too for a lot of hard work.
That was the last thing.
Thank you.
You guys.
Even the new guy, I mean, you know.
Rodeo.
You made everything work.
Yeah.
The only thing you didn't do was tell me to take a roll call vote. Sandy got to whisper. Not bad for your first time out.
Yeah, it's been fun.
Good, thank you.
By the way, did we ever thank Amanda for her services, send her some flowers or do something? Did we ever do anything?
We have not done that yet.
Shame on you.
We have thanked her, yeah, and I owe her lunch, so.
What?
I owe her lunch, but it's,
Well, maybe next time we get together, could she come in and we could give her some applause anyway, or?
We didn't thank her at the
How about a card? We could sign, I'll send a card.
I was not there?
It was in the meeting minutes, you weren't up there.
Okay. Well, flowers, I mean, anyway. Okay. You guys are happy?
All right.
Glad I don't work for you.
Thank you all. Appreciate your attention and input and all. Leon, we'll see you later.
Okay.
Good job, everyone.
All right, good night.
watch out for buses.
What is he doing?
Working.
Oh. That's what I look like when I'm at work.
Are we adjourned?
We are adjourned.